Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of Chess.
Welcome to the 88th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The players are ready. The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Hello, welcome. It's round 9 of the Tata Steel Chess. The second free day is behind us and now 5 rounds are remaining. Still just one sole leaders in the Masters, whereas in the Challengers is a two-way tie at the top. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska, and I am here with elite analyst, second to the stars, Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, alongside our incredible crowd at the Café de Zon. Give us a cheer, please. It's the quality, not the quantity.
Pleasure to be here. What did I miss?
You miss brilliancies, blunders, you miss all things in between. We've had round 9 games of like incredible chess. And have you been following the action? Have you been cheering your German besties?
Yeah, I mainly followed the German boys, but I'm opportunistic. I'll start rooting for the Dutch boys from today, now that we're in Wijk. So Team Jordan for today against Vincent Keymer.
Team Jordan. Well, okay, that will make our audience very, very happy. Well, Jan asked, what did he miss? Well, let's take a look at what happened in round 8. There was a lot of draws on the board, but there were 2 big games. Gukesh struck back after 2 losses to win against Vladimir Fedoseev, and it was Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the tournament leader, who took a tumble as he fell down to Anish Giri. But there were a whole load of combative draws. Quite honestly, it could have been all decisive games.
Yeah, a lot of action. I was heartbroken for Blubbaum, who had a winning position out of the opening, but then he was even lost, I think, for a moment in the time scrambled and big fighting draw. And shout out to Anish, now that we're Team Netherlands. He started terribly, but he's back to 50%, no?
He's back to 50% and he's on a 2-win streak. Let's take a look at the standings. Well, Nodirbek might have lost his first game, but he's still at the top, but half a point behind him. It's his compatriot, Vachier-Sindarov, the only player who is undefeated in the event. And behind them, there's a 3-way tie between Hans Niemann, Yaz Khan Erdogmus, and Jordan van Foreest. Wow, I still can't get over that Yaz is just like 14 years old.
It is shocking. Also, people don't believe it. They say, no, this guy looks 25. He plays like 25. He carries himself like 25, 14. It's so crazy.
It is crazy. But in the challenges, it was also a crazy day in round 8. A lot of decisive results, just one draw, and that went down to the wire. And let's take a look at how all of these victories impacted the standings. We see it's still a 2-way tie between Marc-Andrea Morizzi, just 18 years old, and 15-year-old Andy Woodward. But they cannot rest easy because they have Aydin Suleimanli half a point behind them. Still, anything can happen. 5 rounds remaining. And you mentioned, Jan, that you were cheering now for the Jordans, for the Dutchies.
Team Jordan.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, what's been your impression so far? Because you did mention that you were following the event.
Yeah, first of all, I think we have to conclude the rise of Indian chess is over and it's all Uzbeks now. I saw the table. The Indians lost lots of ratings and the Uzbeks are up there winning it. I'm not sure this trend will have to continue forever, but it's very, very impressive how Nodirbek and Sindarov have been playing, especially Nodirbek. I'm not sure what he did. He had a rough half year like last year, lost a bunch of rating, and now he crushed London chess. He's crushing here. Is there a switch? Like, what's the secret?
Maybe some rivalry with Sindarov. He was like, hey, I want to
Wonderful.
get there. I want to be there. I don't want to lose my position as #1 in Uzbek. Well, you mentioned earlier on that in the clash between Jordan van Foreest and Vincent Keymer, you and I were going to switch sides. Very loyal of you, Jan. No, I'm not pinning you down and putting you on the spot. Yes. But Tata Steel and Wijk has had such an impact in the chess world. And we actually asked Jordan, how much of an impact did Wijk have on him growing up here in the Netherlands?
Well, I do remember, like, I came here for the first time when I was literally 10 years old with my grandpa. So I really grew up watching this tournament, and like I mean, seeing these players up close when you don't have the chance to play them, but you want to play them, it's of course a huge inspiration. So I don't know what we can say about if the tournament wasn't there, but it for sure helped me a lot in shaping my chess journey, and where I always wanted to play the Masters growing up, and when I finally got there, it was of course a huge milestone for me, and it also gives me so many opportunities now that I'm finally been playing here for this is my 8th time already, to play these big players. It gives experience, and you really fight with the very best players in the world. So yeah, I'm very lucky and privileged, of course, to be born, I guess, in the Netherlands and to get this chance. So yeah.
So it did have a big impact on him growing up, you know, coming here, watching all of the big guys playing, and basically the tournament is not far around his corner, you know, it's just a great event.
Nah, he's from Groningen. That's very, very far away. But no, it's a privilege for all the Dutch chess players and fans to have this event for, I'm not good on history, the last, people will know, 80 years?
88 years.
88 years.
Yeah, a lot of pedigree.
To see all these top stars up close. So I'm sure it helped not just Jordan, but also Anish. I remember starting out here as a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
And all these guys to get experience against the world's best players. I think the question was, would he have been a grandmaster without Wijk? I think there was no stopping Jordan.
Yeah, well, he actually won the event. He actually won the event in 2021. Let's see whether that had an impact on his career.
I don't know about being a chess player, but as a person, I've had a lot more experience, at least playing all the top players. So I'm more accustomed to playing this, but maybe I also lost some of that fearlessness as I had when I went into the first couple of times I played the Tata Steel Masters. So it's a trade-off. But I think I'm in a good position now chess-wise, actually. I've had a couple of mediocre years, but last year was pretty good for me, and now my rating is above 2700 again. So I don't know if I'm necessarily much better than back then. It's hard to compare these two versions of myself, but I'm feeling good about my own chess at the moment, at least. So yeah.
Jordan feeling very good about his chess, and so he should be, because he's on +1. Let's take a look at the pairings. We already have a sneak peek. We know that Jordan will be playing off against Vincent, but let's have a look at what we have in store round 9. And as always, we are being spoiled for choice. Gukesh plays Matthias Blubbaum. Vachier-Lagrave plays Nodirbek Abdusatorov. That one is going to be epic. Arjun Erigaisi against Hans Niemann. I mean, basically, you can take your pick. And
I'll pick Sindarov Abdusatorov. Those are the leaders.
that's a good choice. And in the challenges, again, we are in for rock and roll, because we have Alina Roberts against Erwin Lamy. But the tournament leaders, Max Warmerdam, can he take down tournament leader Marc-Andrea Morizzi? And Andy Woodward plays Daniel Juffa. So many things, many possibilities ahead of us. Faustino Oro plays black against Aydin Suleimanli. Well, the crowds, they are a gathering. We are seeing players not quite getting ready to sit down, but people are waiting for them.
I'm just waiting for Ivanchuk to show up and start his walk. I was shocked actually to see in the standings he has 5.5 points, because I haven't seen him at the board for a single second. He's just walking around there, hands behind his legs. So very impressive that he still has +3 doing that.
Yeah, and well, I can tell you that here in Wijk, Ivanchuk has a lot of support. Maybe we can ask our audience, do you guys support Chucky? Yeah. Very calm yes, but a yes nonetheless. And this is super nice to see, you know, with the kids being shown around the boards, and maybe they can practice striking the gong. Have you actually played in Wijk before?
I've never played here. This is, I think, my 6th time coming, but normally I was sitting in a dark room pressing the space bar and then sending files to people. But I also have to say, shout out to the Hoogedam Hotel. It's my first time staying there, and I think they did some renovations. It's so nice.
Very nice hotel, a very nice playing hall. We are going to go straight to Fiona, who is live there.
Hello and welcome here to the Moria. Today is already round 9 of the tournament, and I'm joined by a very special guest, International Master Rakesh Kulkarni. Rakesh, you work for chess.com India, but today you're here mostly as a visitor.
Yeah, as a fan and first time here. It's like a bucket list item, and thank you so much for helping it out. Just landed in the morning from Mumbai, leaving in a couple of hours, so I thought the best way to make use of your Amsterdam layover is to be at Wijk.
I couldn't believe it when you messaged me yesterday saying I have a 9-hour layover, can I come to the tournament? I said sure, and now you're here. I also can't believe it's your first visit. You've never been here, you've been to so many events.
Yeah.
What are your first impressions of this one?
It's amazing, and I think that quote by Bent Larsen there about you have to visit it once before you die is so true. It's really nice, and also just attended Tata Steel India, the Rapid and Blitz leg so many times, but here for the classical chess with the top players of the world, it's amazing.
And we can see the players are starting to arrive. Before I let you enjoy and take a few photos, tell me a little bit, what do you do for chess.com India and what's next for you?
So yeah, we create content, work with the Indian top players, most of them not doing so well yet, but I hope it changes in the last few rounds. But yeah, just Indian chess is growing so much. We have the world champion as well. So yeah, lovely working here, and excited to see some fun games.
Hopefully you can be a lucky charm today for the Indian players. Rakesh, so nice to have you here. I know you only have an hour, so I'll let you go and enjoy your time.
Thank you, Fiona.
And we are going to move on to some younger guests we have here today. I believe they will be hitting the gong. We have 3 students from the local school. Hello. Well, I know your name, Teacher Dan. Can you tell me your name is?
My name is Nora.
Nora?
Lotte. Noor.
Very nice to meet you. Have you been to the tournament before?
Yes.
And how does it feel? Do you think this year, is it a little, have you noticed that we've changed something? There's some extra screens, and also you can be a little bit closer to the players, right?
Yeah, it's really cool.
And do you play? Do any of you play chess?
No.
No? You? What about Teacher Dan? Do you play any chess?
Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah, I try to teach them as well. So we do a little tournament in the classroom to make them get better at it every day. So yeah.
You are here from the local. Remind me, it's called Vrijheid, or?
Yes, yeah, Basisschool de Vrijheid. Yeah.
And it is here in Wijk. Can you tell me a little bit about the impact this tournament has on the local community and how Wijk changes every January?
Oh yeah, it really lives in this town. Like everyone knows this time of year that the tournament is going to be, and all the hotels are booked up. And I drive here with my car, and I see all like the chess pieces on the road here, and everyone talks about it. It's really big. It's like the biggest thing you probably about Wijk can say.
That's incredible. Do any of you? I know you don't play chess, but have you followed? Do you have a favorite player in there, or have you seen some of the Dutch players? I see your top player is right there, Anish Giri. What are you looking forward to today? How does it feel to be in this playing hall?
Really cool and it's really fun. Yeah.
And you'll be hitting the gong?
Nora will be...
You'll be hitting the gong. Are you ready to give it a big hit?
A little bit.
A little bit.
a little bit nervous.
I'm sure you will do great. Well, it's so fantastic to have you here, and I hope you have a great day, and good luck with the gong. We'll be watching you later. Thank you so much. And we are gonna see where we're gonna go next. Maybe to our Americans. I'm very curious. Maybe Andy, can I ask you just a couple very quick questions? You were on the trip yesterday, right, to Amsterdam, and you visited Max Euwe Center. Can you just tell us a few words about how that was?
Yeah, I guess it was a really cool experience. I'd never been to a chess center before, well, at least like a historic chess club or like center like that. There were lots of interesting and old pictures that I hadn't seen before, and there were also many books from Bohol, and I thought it was really cool just to see what it was like, and yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Fantastic, that's great to hear. You have a big game today against Daniel Juve. You're in the joint lead, so I won't bother you longer. Thank you, Andy, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Okay. I see Carissa right behind me, and she's like, is this girl gonna... Carissa, where's your camera? Where is your...
Right here, I guess. Right here. Yeah.
How was your rest day?
It was great. Went to Amsterdam to find a book, so...
What book?
It's by Paulo Freire,
Okay.
who's a Brazilian critical theorist. Yeah.
And did you find it?
Yeah, I had to hit like 5 bookstores, but found it eventually.
You got the job done. Have you started on the book, or why were you looking for that particular book?
Well, you know, a lot going on in America right now, so best to stay informed.
I like that.
Sort of thing. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm like 20-30% of the way through, so I started this book. I read portions of it in high school, but I never got around to finishing it, so had a bad loss the other day. Thought maybe something more intellectual would distract me.
Do you think the rest day did you good, and now you have some newfound energy?
Yeah, for sure. Ready to fight today. So,
Against?
Bibisara.
Against Bibisara, big clash. We will leave you to it. I won't bother you any longer, but I really appreciate what you said. I think we're living challenging times, and important to stay informed.
Yes, definitely an understatement. Challenging times.
How would you put it?
Probably like dire times, terrible times, horrible. You know, you could just open up thesaurus.com and check any of those words there. But yeah, still have a tournament to play, and then a lot of work left to do.
This is our cue. Carissa, best of luck, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. Good luck today. And that is the music. We see the girls are getting ready. Let's get into the round.
Welcome everybody to the 9th round of our Masters and Challengers en de 5th round of our Amateurs, de 5e ronde van de teamkampen. Zoals elke dag hebben wij een live commentary in Café de Zon with Jovanka Hauska, and today starts Jan Gustafsson. He replaces my good friend Simon Williams. Simon, thanks again. One important thing, because it's the doping of our sports, please switch off your mobile phones completely. You can also not use it to take pictures. You can only take pictures with real photo cameras. Then today we have our 3 guests from next door school, De Vrijheid, Lotte, Noor and Nora. They will hit the gong. So please take, and after the gong, you can start your games. Go ahead.
Exciting scenes already, as I can see Faustino Horo deploying a Karakan against Aydin Suleimanli. Also in the camera, Matthias Blubbaum with the black pieces, whilst Gukesh gets ready to make the first move. Okay, he opens with e4. It's going to be a sharp game, I predict. And Erdogmus, okay, e4, e5, neither free, knight c6 as he plays black against Van Nguyen, and Gukesh waiting for his opponent.
Hang on, that looks like
no, that's
Anish,
not. Did
but
I say
the name tag says Fidoseev, but there's some
yeah,
confusion there.
And I said
Anish,
Gukesh.
find your board.
Anish.
Ah, no, that's just the
That's
board.
okay.
He's in the right
He's
spot.
in the right spot. Okay, Nodirbek playing against Vachier Sindarov. Now Nodirbek in the lead, but it's just half a point. Sindarov is the only one who is undefeated as it stands. And I gotta say, Nodirbek has been in this position before where he's been in the lead, but he hasn't won the event. Now, we could be jinxing him, Jan, but take a look at this particular statistic. So
I was there. Anish was behind up to Satorov, but he got an assist from Jordan in the last round. Jordan beating Nodirbek with the black pieces, and Anish managed to come away with the win. But Nodirbek, I don't know, he's looked so dominant. I was a bit surprised in round 8. Once again, was Anish taking him down that he took so many risks with the white pieces playing a super sharp line. Then again, it's also how he got here. So always, once people start losing one game, you say, okay, should have played solid. I'm a bit curious what's going to happen today. Sindarov with white went for 1 d4. He's mainly an e4 player, but of course, a lot of history. If memory serves, Sindarov also has a very good score against Nodirbek. And if you play each other and you've known each other since you were kids, there's always some special dynamics. So I feel Sindarov might have a shot today.
he might have a shot. Also, as you mentioned, it was Nordirbek's first loss of the event there. We could see exactly who he had played on his journey. But we'll see whether Nodirbek can bounce back. Vachier opening with d4. He's been able to just serve with both hands, so to speak, you know, opening with e4. Now he's gone back to d4. And are we going to be seeing knight c3? We're going to be seeing e3 from Vachier, or something else?
We don't know. The Slav, I'm sure he has something in mind, Slav. Not a surprise from Nodirbek, is what he's been going for, also against Vincent. But I have to say, I'm very impressed with Sindarov, who's always been a g3. A slight sideline, but also nowadays a topical move. What Nodirbek likes to do when you surprise him, he blitzes out his move instantly to show, I know everything, you cannot take me off guard with g3. Sometimes I feel like if it's a surprise, you maybe want to take a second, catch your breath, but Nodirbek likes to show this strength.
Yeah, he did that against Keymer, didn't he? Like
Yeah.
Keymer came out with
Might take
g4.
G4.
I was like, whoa, whoa, hold the horses. What is Keymer doing? And Nodirbek was like, no, I expected that. And then just bashed out knight takes g4. But okay, here, bishop to g4 on the board. So
Yeah, it's one of the main moves. Black has a bunch of choices here. You could take the pawn, but white gets good compensation, and the idea of the Slav normally is to keep this stronghold in the center. Of course you take if it's really good, but it's not the main line. The other move here is g6, going for some more symmetrical dry stuff, but it's not really Nodirbek's style either. So he does opt for bishop to g4, also very logical. You play the Slav, you strengthen the center, and then you're dreaming of developing this bishop outside the pawn chain before you go e6. So he's doing sort of normal stuff, and if you can get e6, bishop out, and castles without any drama, you're normally in good shape. But
Yes.
white will, of course, ask some questions.
yeah, and drama is the right word as the knight jumps into e5. And I had this before, and I almost fell into the trap. Maybe
What's the trap?
Do you know the trap when they go queen b3, c takes d? How does it work? I fell for it, and I
I
cannot
know
recall
one
it.
trap. I'm not sure if we'll manage to get there
This
in the
is-
smoothest way, but there is this
This is the
trick.
trap. Yes.
We should ask people. I kind of showed it, but how does White win here?
It was a famously fallen into by Ali Reza Firouzja, almost fallen into by
Against
me.
Fabi, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I nearly fell into it as well. And it was quite nice. Well, that's like the understatement.
Yeah.
As always.
Sort of spoiled it. So you go rook takes a7 if this is the position. And after rook takes a7, pawn here. Very hard to stop this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling it's not going to happen. But let's have a look what they are doing.
Well,
So
I don't
blitzing
think
out some stuff.
Yeah, that will definitely not happen because, I mean, if it happens, Nodirbek has been literally living under a rock.
He has not. He knows stuff.
He knows everything.
C takes d plate. I have to admit now I'm out of book. This is not a common move because black can take with the queen, developing very quickly and hitting this rook. Also, this might be a sideshow, but there is bishop takes b1 and we can pick up a pawn on a2. So what's Sindarov doing? Is this a blunder?
Well, I think not.
The bar says no.
The bar says no. Our audience, blunder? Have the players gone wrong already? No, they're saying, they're laughing. They go, nope.
But what do? You play pawn to f3
you go f3.
or knight back or what?
Well, you can go knight back. I'm again checking the database. F3 is the main move.
Yeah, this has to be the idea, right?
And yes, it's true that black can steal the pawn on a2. And then the whole idea is you just go bishop d2.
Now we just claim compensation here. We have the center and the bishop pair and the queen lost some time. Guess it's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, there haven't been too many games. Black has won a fair few of those games.
Nodirbek is walking already.
Well, that's
another sign of strength. Bam, c takes d5, queen takes d5. I know this stuff. You're out of book, you hung a pawn. We'll go for a walk.
Can't scare me. Would you be scared?
I'm always scared of Nodirbek. He's so good. And also he does this thing, which I don't like when my opponents do. It's perfectly allowed, of course, but he stands there next to his chair and he looks at his position, normally very satisfied. And that always, triggers me when they don't even need to sit down, but they can just stand there and look.
I thought you're not allowed to do that. Well, we have an arbiter in our midst, but I thought you're not allowed to stand within eye view. You're meant to stand behind your opponent.
That's even worse when I stand behind you. That's horrible.
Oh, really? Okay, well, maybe I don't know.
I don't know the rules. I should study. But I notice sometimes when he likes his position, he's standing there.
Yeah. Well,
checking it.
Well, then, in that case, you should wear a colourful top. If you're going to go down that route, wear something garish.
Nah, but nowadays with dress codes, only Lev Aronian can get away with this because it's grandfathered in. But everybody else is dressing properly.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Levon, by the way?
At home. Not here. It is a little bit sad, but we do have an excellent field. You know, very young
the average
field.
age? It's 23 or something?
Yes. We're not
they have a 14-year-old, so that brings it down.
Yeah, but we're still not going to dwell on the fact that there's an awful lot of young people playing. So it makes for exciting, unexpected chess. And that's only a good thing. So whilst Sindarov is just pondering exactly what to play, maybe we can just take a quick glance at the bird's eye view and track the evaluation bar and see who's had the most exciting opening.
Yeah. On a serious note, before we leave this game, I am surprised because he chose his move g3. Slav was to be expected. Bishop g4 is one of the main moves. Knight e5, bishop f5. He went c takes d5. And now he seems to be genuinely out of book, thinking deeply. So I'm not sure what went wrong there. Maybe queen takes d5 is not the move the computer likes, and it looks like something went wrong in the Sindarov lab.
No. Well, I don't think it's going to be a quick draw. Well, you're not allowed draws here at all, right? You know, you have to wait until move 40. You can repeat the position 3 times, but you just cannot offer a quick draw. And these two, judging from the position in front of us, they are not going to be agreeing a quick draw. In fact, let's pull up some stats and see what is actually happening, because we talk a lot about like Tata Steel always entertaining us with his chess. Let's see whether the numbers bear out. And well, there used to be a lot of draws in the past. Not anymore.
Well, they used to be allowed. I mean, it helps if they're not allowed. That will bring down the numbers. Of course, there's still 3-fold repetitions and that type of stuff. But in general, yeah. If you're told no draw before move 40, can't make one.
No.
Oh, Van Vele leading the quick draw statistics. That's interesting. Is he a big fighter, Lucky boy? Ah, no. It's just his name is first. 4.71. That is pretty low.
Yeah, it is pretty low. I also was surprised that Mickey's there, because Mickey's a pretty fighting player. The one who's got the most, though, is Sosonko.
That's my guy. The old days, and they didn't have live broadcasts. You could make your 8-10 moves, go have a coffee, and fight the next day. Big legend, of course. John van der Wiel and Ulf Andersson, also 17%.
Yeah, Carlsen.
Piquet.
Carlsen just 4.35%. So not many.
I might be wrong, but Dutch players have quite high draw percentages here, or is that misleading? Kijk Langeweg, Jeroen Piquet, Van der Wiel. Playing at home.
Right. Yeah.
Only Ulf sneaking in there.
Oh, a little burn there.
But look at Anish. You see Anish? Anish, with all the unjustified criticism he's getting for all these draws. 2.51% quick draws. It's the lowest. Fabi's even lower, but small sample size. Second lowest number.
Yeah,
Where's Anish's published this? He needs these stats.
Yeah, he definitely does need these stats. I mean, it was all really unfair, though, you know, this whole thing about Anish drawing. I don't know why it stuck. I mean...
Well, he did make these 13 draws, or 14 in the candidates once, but he did try very hard in every game.
Exactly.
Ends in a draw.
Exactly. It's not like he's famous for agreeing a 10-move draw and then he's out of here, you know, just to have a cup of coffee somewhere. No. He's always fighting it out. So I feel it's like super unfair. But okay, let's pull up the bird's eye view and take a look at who's come to the board in a fighting mood and who wants to get on our drawing statistics. So, Jan, I'm going to let you take your pick.
I'm, of course, curious about the game of the player of the day, Jordan van Foreest against Vincent Keymer, the German #1. And the position also looks sort of weird. What was this, a London system? What are they doing?
Okay,
Night out.
Let's head there and let's see exactly what happened. So I'm sure our audience will be very proud because
London from Jordan.
We have a lot of Jordan for supporters here. Can you? Yeah, that's what we like to see. Do you know, I've noticed that the louder the cheer, the better the player does. Just saying.
I'm always curious in chess because if there is a home advantage, because you can't get adrenaline from the crowd, like rooting for you, but I think especially for the Dutch guys here, they're comfortable, they know the place, and it's a great opportunity. So maybe there is something to it. Anish also normally does very well in this tournament. Jordan, of course, has won it in the past. It's Jordan. I spent like 6 weeks in Thailand with Jordan once, so I can share a lot of stories. I'm sure he won't mind. So I know the guy well. He's a tremendous theoretician, of course, very, very nice kid. And it's good to see him being back to 2700, playing like he calls it himself. Yeah, being in a good place with his chess, because he's so talented. And he's still young, 26, so I feel the jump is coming.
I look forward to you spilling the tea.
We were working hard for Magnus in
you promised, Jan.
in 2021.
Okay, well, it's a London system on the board.
Let's see what happened.
And it's interesting because Jordan is not really a D4 player. Well, okay, obviously
he does anything.
He can do anything, but I've mainly seen him like with E4. He beat Anish with the Sicilian, but then again, we did see him defeat Aravind in a very creative way in the d4 against the King's Indian. So Vincent says no King's Indian for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Jorn plays the London, which we used to mock in the old days. I know you're a big fan, but some people used to mock it in the old days. That's sort of simplistic. You just want to get the bishop out, play e3, c3. You've watched your course on the London system. But it has to be accepted that it's a proper opening, and there are so many ways to play, and we see it more and more at top-level chess as well. So Jorn doesn't do this because they didn't want to study other lines. He feels this is his best shot against Vincent. And Vincent goes pawn to e6, which is slightly cautious. Not a bad move at all, but there are more aggressive moves like pawn to c5 or getting the bishop out. And pawn to e6, e3, bishop d6. Very solid approach from Keymer.
Yes, but what happens next doesn't normally follow the recipe books, because usually, White goes bishop to g3, and then the bishop will come out to b5, and there'll be some kind of trappy ideas around the c5 pawn. And here Jordan is like, well, I'm just coming out with a bishop.
Yeah, this is always a tough decision. If you take, then black normally takes back with the pawn, which looks strange, but then black controls a lot of squares in the center, is normally in pretty decent shape. So you have a choice. Do you put the knight here? That's another main move to interfere with this. Do you move the bishop and leave the tension, or do you ignore it? And Jordan chose to ignore it, accepting this double pawn, which I'm sure they both still know what they're doing. But in general, I was always very confused about this structure, because you accept the double pawns and you're taking away from the center, which you're not supposed to do. But you also get a nice grip on the e5 square. If black plays very slowly, sometimes white just stabilizes, puts a knight here, and then builds sort of a kingside attack on the back of that horsey. So it's a very ambitious plan by Van Foreest.
So, are you giving us a heads up that we are going to be seeing knight e5, knight c3, g4, on y va? Let's go.
Depends, of course, what Vincent does, and I don't think g4 is coming anytime soon. But I'm curious, here after queen d6, he didn't put the knight.
No, the main move is to queen d2.
Yeah, do you lose it? Yeah, he played queen d2. Just wondering if maybe this is black's point.
Yeah. Let's not avoid, let's just avoid those kind of shenanigans. So queen d2, b6, and maybe we can give everyone a preview of bad play from Vincent.
What does that mean?
Well, just saying, if Vincent does everything wrong, instead of going bishop a6, which makes a lot of sense, bishop
we're
b7.
Rooting for Jordan, but Vincent is still good at chess. So
I know.
That.
I am just saying, if you go bishop b7, I'm not gonna. Bishop b7.
Just for the record, I think he wants to go all the way here, get rid of this bishop. But let's say here.
Yes. Then this is the kind of dream play. This is what I wanted to highlight.
Yeah, this type of position, I don't know, you bring the knight around, bring the rook to the center, and then eventually you start thinking about doing stuff on the king side. And black, if he doesn't manage to get rid of his pieces, it's very hard to chase this knight away, because you can't. Do we have enough arrows? I'm not sure. So you can't really ever take it, because then white stabilizes. So black has to do something sort of quickly to get rid of some pieces, really.
Yeah.
And that's what Vincent wants to do. Plays b6. Bishop wants to come here. Pawn wants to come here.
Not too many games on the database, but 4 games have gone knight c3, by the way. I don't know.
What's the point then if bishop comes?
Bishop comes to a6, then just the one game where white went bishop takes a6, knight takes a6, and then went queen e2. Maybe you don't need to go queen e2.
Yeah, it doesn't look too scary. This knight is bad anyway, so even if it has to come back, it's not the end of the world. But I'm not sure. Looks like Jordan in deep thought here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was interesting, and we'll see. We will see how it develops. Bishop a6 is definitely Vincent's idea to swap off white's powerful bishop onto d3. And let's go back to our bird's eye view. So this one is brewing up nicely for a fight, and we like fights here at Wijk. And maybe we can head to the game between Arjun Erigaisi against Hans Niemann, because a knight has appeared on d6.
Whoa, what is this?
Yeah, exactly. What is this? Still theory, by the way, but let's backtrack. We get to an exciting position, and then you kind of look at the database and you're like, oh, yeah, been played before. What has not been played before?
So let's see the opening. This is whatever they call it, this English for knights, pawn to d4. Second most popular move in only. They go g3, but d4 is also well known. I've played this a lot. Pawn to e6, this is what black is supposed to do. Many people like to play g6 here. We've seen this by different move order from Sindarov against Keymer the other day, but in these g6 positions at this level, white has good chances for an advantage. So e6 is the way to play, and then either bring the bishop out quickly, or if white goes g3, you have queen b6, sometimes you have d5, and here white has struggled to show an advantage. But Arjun, he always has some weird ideas up his sleeve. He goes a3 here, which is not unheard of. He's stopping bishop to b4. Then bishop to c5, not the only move, but popular move. Bishop e7 is also fine. The knight goes away, the bishop goes, and now things already start getting out of control. White went c5, yeah? Oh no, not yet. Bishop here.
I'm threatening
This
to
might
post.
be theory, but I've never seen this, so it's once again bit of Arjun home cooking.
Yeah.
Threatening to go here, yeah?
Yes. Definitely to put the bishop there, so d5 doesn't allow such things.
Stops it. But now you have this very direct c5. Bishop is to go. And the knight comes and gives a check. This is fine for black?
Well, I guess you can just, after the knight arrives on d6, you can just step up with the king, and you can kind of...
have to.
Well, yeah. And then you castle by hand, right? You go rook d8, king f8, back the king goes, and then you just argue that everything fine, all part of the plan.
It might be. It's a weird position. We're being informed Boris Gelfand, the chess legend, played this with white once this year. So nothing new. Still, Hans looks a little surprised. I'm not sure. Have you surveyed people, or what do you think about Hans's new hairstyle? Do you prefer the short or the long hair?
Well, I don't think it should just be me in this conversation. I'm going to also include the audience. So okay, it's a big cheer for say yeah if you prefer the long hair. Okay, not so many. And what about the new hair? Well, neither.
No love for the new hair.
No
I
love.
think it looks good. There we see Ivanchuk walking by, and Hans Niemann, of course, one of the most well-known chess players in the world. Let's say what you will, like how he developed as a player over these last couple of years with all the scrutiny and all this stuff going on. I think does deserve respect. He's 2.725, absolute world class in blitz as well. He's still young, so with all the attention and so on, he does love chess, and he keeps getting better.
Yeah, he's a tough cookie, right? And he has a very intuitive style. Like when you analyze with him, I feel like a lot of the moves are kind of almost played instinctively, and that's gives you a very nice attacking flair. I've noticed there's a lot of population, I was going to say traffic, of grandmasters walking up and down. Do you think that they have some accidents bumping into each other?
I'm sure it has happened, but normally people manage this typical thing, this show of strength, like my opponent is out of book, I'm better prepared. There we see Arjun. Let's have a little walk, pretend to look at the other games.
But do you think they all ruined it? I thought do they all walk to the end and simultaneously turn around, walk to the other end?
I think with Ivanchuk, what happens is he walks to one end of the playing hall, and then he disappears and he spawns again at the other end. Because I've noticed he keeps walking this way, but he never comes back.
All right. Well, okay. Well, pay attention, guys. We will
I've been
be
paying
following. I haven't been following how Ivanchuk
Keep an eye
worked.
on it.
Keep an eye on him, and keep an eye on the position. Nodirbek still enjoying his opening success. What's come with some surprise. Queen to d5 certainly did unsettle Sindarov, who's really gone into the tank. And going to this position, you know, King e7 has been played. And now Queen c1, defending on b2.
C1, subtle.
Yeah, I guess.
Why not here as a normal square? Maybe some tempi.
Yeah, maybe not inviting the changes. So Queen c1, and you gotta always respect when Arjun plays these type of positions, because
So good, especially with White. Did this home cooking, picking a bit of a sideline, but you get a sharp position where he knows everything. Very, very hard to deal with the guy.
Yeah. Well, let's just kind of play the normal moves. Like I see that d4 has been played, but for me, rook to d8 is kind of natural.
No, I feel you want to do something. The king is not really in much danger, so of course we could bring it back, but if black plays too slowly, I don't know how white develops, but if I just get my pieces out, let's say g3, bishop g2, this knight is here to stay.
That's true.
And also the bishop is a bit passive, so it feels like black should do something. I don't know what that
So
something
d4
is,
has
like
been played.
d4, he went d4, yeah?
Yeah.
Also
I guess that's
stopping g3 because of the Abdusatorov trick.
Yep. And there, you know, one game from David Navarro where they went, let me just, f4. What do you like? What do you think about that move? f4 as white.
Maybe you have to, but it's not a move you're dreaming of playing, weakening all kinds of things. But how is white supposed to develop? No, g3 is stopped because of queen d5. e3 at the very least. Black can take, can't be too bad.
Yeah.
So f4.
And queen e3 was the move.
Why not here?
Well.
I have no idea. These aren't engine moves. Just looks more natural because queen e3. The endgame feels pleasant for white.
And if queen to d5, that is the question. And as always, we always welcome suggestions from the audience, game recommendations, wherever you want to go, we are here.
Where shall we go?
So this one, okay, well, we still have
It's a
to.
mess.
It is a mess, and definitely this is something that Arjun has prepared earlier. You don't go into this type of position without knowing what to do. So let's bring up our full board view, and you guys in the audience can also decide. We can also steer.
Well, what's the system? Do they yell out names, or is there like a number system, like 1 to 7, or how's this been done?
There was no system.
Lukash is 1.
People just shouted out names, and we were like, your wish is our command, we go there.
I hear nothing.
Yeah, I also hear nothing. So, okay, that means that they're happy with our choices, so I'm very satisfied with that. And maybe we go to...
Anish.
Yes. Yeah, Anish.
See? You can just say it, guys. What is this? Looks a bit boring, though. Some Petrov?
Yeah.
Anish against Fedoseev. Fedoseev, yeah, he lost this horrible game in the first round to Hans Niemann, where he was out-prepared and then blundered off the opening, and he's looked a bit shaky with his black prep. But if you let him play, especially with white, he's just a tremendous, tremendous chess talent. I don't know what his score is, like 50% or somewhere in that neighborhood. So he's had ups and downs, and Anish is trying to catch him here in the opening. The funny thing is with this line, pawn to d4, one of the main moves next to knight takes e5. But here after d takes e5, if someone is willing to spend all that time studying, you can go bishop c5 here. And that, if you switch on your engine, is more or less a forced draw. The problem is the lines are so hellish that most people don't want to spend the time, but it goes. Starts like this. And now you have a king on g6, but you rook up, and white has like 18 options, all of which are leading to a draw. But it's not fun trying to memorize all those. Still, I think Anish is also saying, I know you, Mr. Fedoseev, you don't spend your time memorizing draws in these positions, so I can get away with this line. And he was proven right, because Fedoseev didn't go for this, but went for pawn to d5, which is also a good move, nothing wrong with it. No forced draw. Knight b2. What's the first computer move here? Do you know, or maybe we can ask people? This is a tough quiz. It's not what was played, I can mention.
The first computer move.
Yeah.
No, I will throw it out to the audience.
So knight takes d2 was played, which is of course a normal move, but the first computer move is so weird when you don't know it. No. No, it's black to move after knight b2. Bishop d3 is good, but we can't move twice.
For you. Not in this variant, at least.
Okay, I'll spoil it. So the first move, I guess, depending what engine you ask, is queen to d7, which looks completely ridiculous. But white is sort of threatening to take here and then go for this endgame. And queen d7 does parry that, because now you can take back with the pawn, and then after takes, take with the knight. And this move has established itself as being pretty solid, but it looks ridiculous. And Fedoseev, who likes natural, sort of natural moves, takes and plays bishop e7, tending to castle c5, knight c6, and then bishop out, which is sort of the normal plan, but now white gets a bit of an initiative, or hopes for an initiative. No pun intended. With queen e2, and maybe after castles you don't castle but you go for h4, threatening this infamous bishop sacrifice. For example, this would be losing. Typical trick.
Very nice.
That's why he doesn't castle yet, but he goes queen e2, trying to keep this h4 option open. But I guess Fedoseev will see through that and won't castle into it. Yeah. Bishop out. Now he castles, saying, okay, if you don't castle, can't wait forever. h6.
Or designed to stop any knight to g5s.
Yeah, also maybe he's hinting at some more aggressive intentions with queen d7 and then pawn to g5.
Well, actually, seeing the next move, queen to d7, now I'm thinking after h6, we might be seeing a g5.
Yeah. Keeping his options open, depending where white wants to play. If you castle too quickly, there's also a welcome committee here with pawn to b4. So the king is not fully safe anywhere, but it looks like he's trying to make all the useful moves before committing to anything. Then again, white also has plenty of useful moves, like rook e1.
Okay.
Show me.
Well, let's dive in, because this one looks like a lot of fun. So if you go rook e1, and black were to go castle queenside, because that's the way I'm inclined when I'm commentating. Why not? And it's Fedoseev as well. There might be... What? So you're going to go b4?
I don't know. I'm not even inclined to sacrifice pawns when I'm commentating, but it looks tempting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look tempting. I just kind of... And then I guess you have to take.
I don't like this for black. I mean,
yeah.
Like c4 maybe is the lesser evil, but then white also gets a lot of stability and some potential attack.
Okay. So taking, let's...
Takes.
But it feels really... feels scary, and the evaluation bar is going up and up. So let's not touch this one.
No, here, for example, I guess I have bishop to b5, and bad things will happen. The queen, if it steps here. I don't know. We still don't have an engine because I haven't managed to switch it on. So this is brilliant human analysis, but it does look bad. I don't know. Knight to d4 is a move.
Yep. No. Okay. So that rules out any aggressive stuff happening with castle queenside, but can you be smart about it? I mean, if you castle kingside, let's be safe then.
I'm not sure how safe that is either, because I have this plan bishop b1, queen d3, trying to use the fact that there's no knight on f6. Apparently that is not the move.
Yeah. And then, okay, try your bishop b1. Rook e1. We were looking at rook e1, just to pass castles.
Let's say castles.
Bishop b1.
Bishop here, but now black is on time to stop my devious plan of going queen to d3. But apparently, now we have an engine, so from now on, we'll just read out all the moves. Apparently, the plan was correct. You just gotta wait, bishop e3, rook here, and now you do it. Now that the pawn is under attack, so you can't defend with bishop f5. Then this is annoying.
Clever stuff happening, and
Stockfish is pretty good.
it is, isn't it? I mean, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
I'm torn. Like, it's nice not having to think, but maybe thinking also helps sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of. I
Not
also,
today.
Yeah. Well, also then that kind of begs the question: can Black be very smart about castling queenside? Do it at a later date.
You can go g5. Saying, I'm not giving you this target yet, but especially after rook e1. Now g4 is a threat because I just expertly blocked this square. So, I don't know. It's also what Anish is contemplating.
Yeah. Well, hang on a second. Listen, if we go back to the live board, is there a good waiting move that doesn't kind of encourage g5?
Yeah, maybe rook e1 wasn't smart, and now with the computer, of course, you go bishop e3, leaving that square open, preparing bishop b1. That's a weird move, though.
Exactly. What I was going to say, when we didn't have the engine, I didn't even dream about going bishop to e3 and piling on the pressure. But this does make sense when you kind of looked at it further down the line, like the castle kingside. It just goes to show you got to know your stuff.
Yeah, it's the problem with these computer moves. They always make sense, but sometimes they aren't so obvious, and I'm not sure this is an obvious move.
No.
To Anish either. We see him in deep thought here. What else could he be considering? Rook e1 looks so natural. It's just annoying. It blocks this square, apparently. h3 I wouldn't want to do because it sort of gives black a hook for opening the position here. Okay, let's have him figure it out. Yeah. I was impressed. I'm not sure how he does it, but he had such a horrible start. Looked like he couldn't play at all. He had 1 out of 4, and he was lost in every game, I think. It wasn't too much of a stretch to have 0 out of 4. But then to mount this comeback, what is it? Is it experience? Because most people collapse, when you start like this in Wijk and Stark, you don't have points.
Yeah, but you call in the reinforcements. This is the job. Yeah.
He's been here all along. Didn't help.
No, I mean, well, but isn't it the job of a second to kind of cheer up your student, so to speak?
But I know Smeets.
Oh, okay.
No, of course it is, and sometimes also, I think he had a couple draws, stabilized, and then you just need a win to get back on track. But it's still impressive what Anish has done. He's used to doing very well in Wijk, always plays well here, and then if things go so badly in the beginning, to pick yourself up and maybe make some draws.
Yeah.
And now he just beat Gukesh with the black pieces. He's a bit behind the leaders, but back at 50%. Might not sound impressive, but that's actually a very good sign for his mental fortitude.
Right, and he did it in style as well. And every day we always ask, How many Anish supporters do we have in our audience? And
That's two.
no,
Two out of 50. Oh, no, three, four. Okay.
More?
Not bad.
Anyone else? No.
No.
This is one lone. Well, okay, Anish, well, he is deep in thought, trying to find a move. Let's go back to our full board view and see where else we can head to. So you kind of mentioned that Anish, it was very impressive for you how he bounced back. Maybe we can check in on
black as well. No, he beat Gukesh with black, then Nodirbek with black. I mean, maybe that's all he needed. People smelling blood and trying to beat him, and then he could do his thing.
Yeah, and also he went hard in both those games, especially against Nodirbek. But maybe we can check in on Pragnananda and Aravind, both these players struggling on points.
Just briefly, because that position is so boring.
Okay.
Okay, this is just a very classical, what do they call this? Ragozin. C takes D, E takes D. This is what we've seen in Nodirbek against Anish the other day, where they played bishop f4, a sharp line. But here, queen a4 check and bishop g5. This is an old line that's very, very solid, but not very threatening for black. And I know this because I played it many times with white. So pawn to h6, takes, and e3. I'm not sure. I mean, okay, this opening is whatever. Maybe Pragnananda has some small idea here. But I'm not sure what's going on with him, because Pragnananda, he's so strong and he's so well prepared, but he's been struggling, not just here, but also in the World Cup. He has the candidates coming up, maybe. He doesn't want to show his big ideas, if there are any, until the candidates. But it doesn't look like the Pragnananda we're used to.
Well, we actually asked him before the event, whether, he was thinking about the candidates, or was it all about just defending the Wijk, the Tata Steel, his title here? And he said, no, he's got loads of time before the candidates. 2 months.
If you ask people, what are they going to say? Yeah, I'm gonna play some nonsense and take the candidates seriously. No. I don't think that's his intention. Also, I think it's a bit overstated, because there's often this question with the guys playing in the candidates. Will they hold back all their big ideas? But modern chess is not like you have these winning novelties that you wait to unleash. For years, everybody has the same information. The computer says 0-0 everywhere. So you have to find things to play. And I don't think he was lying that, okay, in 2 months he will prepare new stuff. I just wonder what's going on with him, because he looked so stable, so strong. So you're saying he's the defending champion here.
Well, you've been a second many times, Jan, so maybe you can tell us what...
Not to Pragnananda. That was Svidler. Maybe it's Svidler's fault.
Well, I think are they no longer working together?
I do not know, but I like to blame Svidler.
Okay, well I don't feel, okay, I will take your word for it. Prag?
What's with the Adani? You can't even see his logo. Like, everything's going wrong for Prag. What happened to that sleeve?
Well, I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that. Well, he's not having the best of times. Yeah, let's not pile on.
No, as for the position, I'm sure there's some subtleties here. Rook c1, bishop to d3, bishop g4, and back. But overall, it's not a very threatening line. Black gets his pieces out. Eventually, you have to solve the problem of this guy, which either one day you go a6, this bishop goes somewhere, and the knight moves to e7, or here, I guess it's more realistic that one day you have to take. But it's not the scariest of positions. Maybe he has a read on Aravind too. Of course, these guys also know each other well. That Aravind doesn't like these sort of quiet Karlsbad structures.
Yeah. Well, for Aravind, I mean, he's always going on the aggressive, right? It's like he can't help it. He just has to create some kind of imbalance, come up with some creative ideas. So maybe, the standard wisdom is when you're playing someone like that, you just should kill the energy from the position and let them be creative on your own terms. But at the minute, I don't think Aravind has any problems, and we'll see how Prag can start to press.
Getting up.
Yep. He's getting up. Okay, so let's go and check in on, let's take a pause. Gukesh against Matthias. Now, Matthias is, at least when we've seen him on camera, it feels like he's quite an emotional player. When he gets upset, he really gets upset with himself.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always mean his position is bad. He can also, I've been the German team captain, and I've sat there for many hours watching him, and often he's shaking his head and you think, did he hang a rook? What's going on? But the position is perfectly fine, and he's just annoyed he missed some small thing somewhere down the line, so it doesn't always mean he's in trouble. But in this tournament, yeah, for him, it's been a bit heartbreaking. He's doing all right. He has 50%, but he had this completely winning position against Erigaisi, which ended in a draw, and then this completely winning position against Tata Nguyen, which also ended in a draw. And there you could see him, yeah, suffering a bit, coming to terms with it. Also against Sindarov, he missed his mate down the stretch, and he lost, so yeah, a lot of heartbreak.
Yeah. And so you mentioned that you've been the German trainer, so you know Matthias pretty well. Were you surprised by how successful his 2025 was?
I mean, you always say no, I knew he was a good player and so on, but I don't think anybody expected him to, in the same year, qualify for the candidates and become European champion. So, of course, I was surprised still, knowing that he's a good player. And also, he's not old, he's whatever, 27 or something. But in chess, especially looking at the field here, normally you see the big jumps being made at, I don't know, 18, 19...
13.
13. But at 24, often you have more or less finished products in chess. Doesn't mean you can't improve, but to have jumps like that is not all that common. And yeah, for Matthias, it's an inspiring story also. He did all the proper, however you want to call it, German stuff, finished his high school, finished his mathematics studies, and now he's been focusing on some years on chess, and to see it being rewarded, yeah, I think it's good news for us.
Yeah.
Older people feels wrong, no, for a 27-year-old, but that you can always improve, like, if you take it seriously.
Yeah, it does feel kind of wrong that we're saying this about 27-year-old.
It's almost 28.
Oh. That makes it that little bit better. Okay, let's rewind and let's have a look at how they got to this position, because where did it come from? Did it come from bishop b5, bishop c4? Or
so Blubbaum is a Petrov player, as we've seen. In the Fedosseev game, that's his main opening, and often people don't want to deal with the Petrov, so they're sitting there at night, how can you avoid the Petrov? Do we play King's Gambit? Nah, it's maybe a bit too much. So let's play the good old bishop game. And the whole idea is that once his knight comes out, you play d3, and you have your bishop outside the pawn chain. Well, if you did this, you can do this, but you lock your bishop in. But of course, Petrov players know about this as well, and I'm guessing there's some theoretical debate here in pawn to c6. Because what white wants is to play in nice, good old Italian knight c6, knight f3. But Petrov players don't want that, so they're trying to use the fact there's no pressure on this pawn yet to go c6 and d5. And normally some notes are being exchanged here. Pawn to a5 is one of the main moves. And the other one, it's a bit strange, is this move bishop b4 check, which I think Blubbaum played.
Yeah, just to deprive the knight of
yeah,
the square.
The main point is you want to provoke c3 and then go here. Well, if you went here directly, which you can also do, but then white goes knight c3, putting some pressure on the center. And if d4, knight e2, white is happy. So you give this check, and either white is to go bishop d2, exchanging bishops, which I think we've seen this in Sindarov against Erdogmus in this tournament. But also nothing special. So Gukesh goes c3, now the bishop drops back. Covers the pawn. E takes d, very direct idea. C takes d. So if black were allowed to castle and go knight c6, h6, he'd be in very good shape with the full pawn center, but white will try to attack it ASAP.
And that's exactly what happens as out comes the bishop. Bishop takes d5, a threat, so you've got to defend d5.
This is all theory, so neither side is very surprised here. Pawn to c4, trying to break the center. Pawn to d4, changing the structure. Here white has this move, c5, but I think Gukesh didn't play it because he doesn't want to force the issue too much, and Blubbaum would also know this, and okay. Stuff gets exchanged, and in the end it's sort of equal.
But it kind of feels like this is all very standard, but they're taking their while to get here, Jan.
Maybe
And
they're out of book by now. I'm not sure where we are. Knight bd2. This is sort of the let's play chess move. But black is supposed to be fine after knight bd7.
Well, it later on happens. Knight d7, rook e1, and then we get to the position.
Bishop f5. Looks like this is the start of the freestyling, maybe. Because at least it's not the move endorsed by the computer. Because computer wants this and then gf. But if you're black against a world champion who's a good attacking player, maybe it's not the first thing that crosses your mind, no?
Well, gf is not going to be the first move that crossed my mind at all.
Yeah.
I would be looking at queen takes or something else.
Yeah, the problem is the pawn is attacked, so
Yeah.
you can't take with a knight, and queen takes knight e4.
Yes.
But I understand he didn't do that.
No. Instead,
Went bishop here,
cover e5, e4, sorry.
knight to e4. Big mistake, according to Compy.
I like this. Big mistake.
No, it's always tempting to yell, blunder, whatever happens. But yeah, white is better here with two moves. We can quiz the audience again. And knight e4 is a third move, but then white is sort of significantly worse, like minus
Okay.
0.30, minus 0.50, depending how long he thinks.
Okay, well, question to our audience. What should have Gukesh played?
It's tough moves.
Jan is not. Our crowd is good enough. They are so sharp. I've been impressed. We have a lot of attacking players.
You're trying to make them say g4 or something? It's not about
No,
being
no,
an
no,
attacking
no, no,
player.
no. I'm just saying that they've been very impressive so far. We haven't been able to trick them one bit. C5.
C5 is good. Second choice. C5, and if knight takes, then knight takes e5. And I guess black survives, but white gets very active, gets this in the central pawn, and white is a little bit better. So we have the third computer move and the second computer move. What's the first? No, too passive.
I kind of like the idea, though. You know,
Makes a lot of sense,
it does,
but
doesn't it? Yeah. Knight f1, you know, covers d3, sets up.
Yeah, but the problem is then you lose this knight e4 idea, and black can just go h6
Yeah.
and take with the queen, solving all the problems.
Yeah.
Knight e4 is what happened in the game, but it's not ideal, according to Engine. But it is what the world champion chose as well. Excellent. That's the move we were fishing for. It looked so strange to me, but it does put pressure on this whole construction.
Which is interesting because I was thinking bishop a4, but I kind of automatically went, nah, knight c5. Why are you provoking that?
Yeah, it's always about this this pawn. I'm not sure how bad it is. But here takes, and if takes, then all of a sudden,
oops,
everything is hanging. So bishop a4 was nasty, not winning or anything, I guess, but putting a lot of pressure. 'Cause now the queen has to take.
You take on e5.
Now you takes. Might not be the end of the world, but it's a little unpleasant.
Yeah, it feels like black has to be answering some questions. But in the game,
Yeah, he went knight e4, which is normal, of course, but now takes, and black just stabilizes with h6, no? Because the bishop, I guess,
you have
has
to
to
take.
take.
because otherwise
You go
g5 is
here,
incoming, right?
Here, unpinning.
Yep.
So takes, and this doesn't look too scary. I'm not sure how you recapture. I guess queen and the horsey jumps here. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened. Rook goes back voluntarily before it gets kicked away. Now black looks fine. No, I mean the knight goes to c5. You go a5 to stop any b4 business. Then you bring the rook somewhere.
Yeah, you move the queen out of the way and start doing my favorite thing, pushing the pawns.
That's your favorite thing?
Yes.
Okay.
On the chessboard. What's your favorite thing on the chessboard?
Quick draws, but they're no
Quick
longer
draws.
allowed, so I stopped playing. Not even lying, unfortunately.
Quick draws. I wasn't actually expecting that answer, Jan, so I like it.
No, that's why you switched to being a second and commentary, other than being old and bad. But I like chess, you know, and looking at chess, but the stress of playing, it's a lot. Look at poor Blubbaum. He's had the year of his life, and every day we see him there miserable, shaking his head, like he wants to never play again. So how can you be happy with chess? If this guy is a European champion, he's winning rating left and right, he qualified for the candidates, he's making good money now, he's hating every second of it.
But is he?
Probably not.
Well, okay. Well, we always like watching Matthias play. He's very expressive. Maybe let's check in on our Dutch players on in the challenges, because we have some exciting stuff happening in the game between Max Farmadan against Marc-Andrea Maurizi. Now, I have this kind of stereotype that Dutch chess players are aggressive.
Why?
Well, they're always sacrificing something. Whenever I played a Dutchie, it's always coming at me with a king.
Is
Well,
that
no,
from
not
approach
with the
saying
king.
Dutchy? Is that okay? Like, I'm not sure. What
Oh.
It's okay. So, tell us about your experiences.
Well, they always come
They're
at me.
coming at you with the king.
No, not with the king, at my king. They're coming
okay.
at my king with all of their pieces. They don't have any fear whatsoever. They're sacrificing. And
No
I'm
feel
like,
whatsoever?
no fear, yeah.
Fear. Okay, I understood feel.
No, that would have been one step too far. I didn't say that. So no fear whatsoever. And how many are with me? Like, how many of you guys are hackers?
Are you trying
Silence.
to annoy them? The Dutchies are hackers? That's your quote?
Jan. Jan.
No,
You're trying to
I
get me
don't know.
into trouble.
I guess there's something to it with, yeah, the culture of playing aggressive openings and going for a quick kill and so on. But there's also plenty chicken.
Plenty chicken.
Yeah, like anywhere.
Okay.
But which one is Max? I think Max is somewhere in the middle. Max is a theoretician. He's a very well-mannered, studied grandmaster who, knows a lot. Had a rough time recently, no? Like his rating used to be 2670. Now 100 points have disappeared. Once again, we blame his new coach, Luc van Vele, but Max will have to learn that lesson by himself. Kidding, Luke, if you're watching. But always rooting for him, and I think Max will be back to 576. I don't want to sound like Peter Leko, but clearly he's underrated at that rating.
Yeah, I mean, he, as you mentioned, very theoretical player. I've always thought of him as quite ambitious, always coming up with some opening novelties. I mean, I've seen some of his games. He's had a bit of a rough start here, but he's playing white against Marc-Andrea Maurizi. Still, it's not about how you start, it's always about how you finish. And Marc-Andrea has had some shaky moments, even though he is currently in the lead in the challenges.
All right. I don't know about this position. Some subtleties are being exchanged here, but yeah, maybe your hacker's theory was right, because g4 is coming. Bishop goes, knight h4. What is this? You take, I guess. No, looks solid for black to me still.
Mm-hmm.
Now we see.
Yeah.
Marc-Andrea, former junior world champion, getting up from the board. The man from Kors. There's Max.
Mm. Well, it looks quite nice for white, visually at least. You know, you have a nice plan.
Does it? What's the plan?
Well, I was thinking, maybe wrong, but at the right time, we go h4. So I was thinking bishop d3, or I can't decide where to put my bishop, but I'm going to go there.
Yeah,
and then.
Yeah, I'm also curious. If I do this, then maybe you can implement your plan. I'm not sure if it's the end of the world, but you're right. If you get g5, queen here, pawn here, things could happen.
Mm-hmm. And if you don't allow it, I guess you just there's no breakthrough. That's the problem.
I was wondering if this is a terrible idea.
Okay, bishop
the
drops.
Bishop goes, and now to do this, to make h4 a little harder, but the computer is saying it is a terrible idea.
I guess you can still go.
Maybe still h4.
h4. No.
guess the bar. But okay, no, some chances for Max. But he always gets good positions out of the opening. Now it will be about
the
middle game.
It will definitely be about the middle game. And there's also an all-Dutch encounter between Elina Rubers and Owen Lamy.
Let's have a look. First of all, shout out to Erwin, of course, another Wijk veteran. He's so good at smart casual, because I can either wear sweatpants or a suit. But Erwin, he like has mastered this middle ground. He always looks extremely well dressed without overdoing it or just wearing the suit every day. And I don't know how he does it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's my nightmare when the dress code is smart casual. Because
ask Erwin.
Like what is it?
See, there's
but
all
for a
kinds
man,
of stuff going on.
for a
But he
man
always
it's
looks
like
good.
super easy. But for a woman, it's like,
not.
is it not?
Only,
I thought it was
only
just
Erwin
you wear a suit and then some nice trainers. Smart casual. The end. That's my theory. But okay, we're talking about the position. This is not smart casual at all.
What's going on here?
I don't know. Well,
Sharp Sicilian?
Exactly.
Elina had a bit of a rough tournament, no? What's the score? Like
Well,
1 out of 8?
Yeah, 1 out of 8.
Erwin also doesn't have a lot of points, right?
That's right. He did beat Ivanchuk, though, so he was like, I'm going to play very aggressively, and if I go down in a blaze of glory, I'm good with that. But Elina, her one win of the event against Daniel Uffo was very spectacular. She really went for it in an open Sicilian. So
now after you call the audience Dutchy hackers, you're trying to please them again by not mentioning the 1 out of 8 and 2 out of 8, but instead pointing out the brilliant wins they have.
It's the art of diplomacy.
Okay. Someone has to call it like this. Anyway, let's see what's going on here. Elina Rubers with some very sharp line.
Yeah. Also,
I don't know anything about this.
Well, she was winning against Marc-Andrea as well. So that was quite unfortunate. Just one slip. And that was that.
I don't know anything about this, but I'm assuming it's some sharp theory. We see Elina has been taking a lot of time already. Well, Erwin, not so much. And also, Erwin, he doesn't play these sharp Sicilians, these Najdorfs every day. No, he's looking for a way to get back into the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Rook to b8. I don't know, why not b5 directly? Maybe there are some sacrifices. And what is this move? Bishop b5.
I like it. And the challenge is on, right? Because if black takes it, there's going to be problems on d6. So I don't think you can touch that bishop. And you're stopping black's counterplay of going b7, b5.
Yeah, and Compy likes it too. Maybe.
Take it, yeah, knight Yeah. Oh. Now you take it. Nice.
Just showing the computer line. I have no idea what's going on here, but apparently this is good.
Wasn't the
Good for
bishop
white.
takes f6 ideas as well?
Yeah, bishop f6, rook d7.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't take. And Erwin did something, right? What did he do?
He went h6.
Now Elena is taking a lot of time. And what should White do? Another good quiz question.
Well, I'm gonna hand it over to our experts in the audience because this is their specialty. Do you go back with the bishop e3? Do you go bishop takes f6? I would go back with bishop d3 if I'm trying to influence.
You are right. Taking doesn't do much yet. Bishop takes, and bishop takes here, bishop takes. But you just go back, and apparently it's still bad for black to take. Ugh, it's so. I feel so dumb looking at the engine lines. We can make a quiz out of every move. This one is impossible. What's the move black should play here? It's not a normal move, so it's not a takes b5 or castles or
you
king f8 even.
Yeah, king f8 would be like the natural move, in my opinion. Right?
Yeah.
You guard g7, you don't allow bishop
a
takes.
takes b5 is sort of natural, but...
All right. I'm a chicken. I'm not going into that discussion. So, do we have any suggestions as to
do we have
how?
prices for like the hardest moves? Like,
Well, we did have some keyrings, but they haven't arrived. We
any
were very
Tata Steel
generous.
merch or
We were very generous with them, and I think we didn't realize that the mandate was to not give them out as often as we did.
Anyway, I think this is more or less impossible, so I can't explain it at all, but the computer is demanding for the move h6 to h5 here.
It's just such a weird move.
Why?
Like, I don't know, take the pawn. Let's just have a look at what happens in that.
No, you go here.
I go queen h.
Yeah, apparently queen h6, then with the queen
Then
offside you can take.
Okay.
And if takes and queen h6. As usual, things end in a draw. Because the queen can't go here because of the double attack.
Oh, that was deep. So
Who
literally,
plays h5?
it
Like
was
bishop
literally.
e3 I can get behind maybe, but h5?
Okay, now I understand it. It's just simply to trap the queen and force this repetition. Interesting. But okay, weird move. I think king f8 is a lot more likely, but very, very complicated. And we love the fact that Elena, she's on 1 out of 8, but she is not playing it solid. Instead, throwing in bishop b5 and just putting the pressure on Erwin. Talking about Erwin, focused, nicely dressed, as Jan has pointed out. Let's go back and just check in on the leader in the Masters. That's all country encounter between all Uzbek encounter between Vachier Sindarov and Nodirbek, because there has been a lot of developments. You know, when we left it, queen to d5 had been played. Nodirbek was walking up and down, was very happy with how things had progressed.
He did take the pawn.
He snatched it, and then bishop d2.
Okay, so far so good. It looks like Abdusatorov did some home cooking here. These are all the first computer moves. Rook a1, queen to b3, takes, rook here. Some weird endgame. Black is a pawn up, but black hasn't developed yet, so white should do something quickly. Pawn here and pawn here. Trying to create some weaknesses. But judging by Abdusatorov's time, he's still in book. Yeah, knight c7, takes and pawn to e6. What is this? Oops, sorry. Recaptures looks kind of normal. But what does white do now? This one is easier.
Okay, well, we have a quiz. What does white play now? Let's see if our audience can guess.
It's possible, but then I guess black can go e6, maybe even giving the pawn back and develop. So here, there's a nasty idea. Not winning material or anything, just stopping black from getting out. Also interesting, I guess the knight can jump here, yeah? Yeah. That's also interesting. A6 and now cramp them, yeah, nothing direct. No, the move I was fishing for is e6 here directly, giving up another pawn. But if the knight takes, apparently now black is just so cramped that it's going to be very hard. Hard to develop. Easier to evaluate when you can see Compy likes it for white. That's a nice idea.
Very nice, but
didn't happen because Nodirbek knows everything. He went pawn to e6, but that allows takes, no? Or am I hallucinating? Oh no, this happened. Now pawns are equal again. And I guess up to Satorov checked this enough to know he can survive sometimes when you play some sharp line with black. Of course, you're taking some risks, but he's playing so quickly that it feels like he just knows and okay, thinking this is like worst case scenario. Compy says 0-30, so tiny edge for white, but he's confident he can hold this.
yeah.
Also goes to show how good Sindarov is from this, I guess, opening surprise. He thought a bit, but he made all the best moves and got a better endgame. Can't bluff him.
Yeah, he's got the bishop pair, and Abdusattorov is saying that he's solid. He dropped the bishop back to c5, defending a7. But Nodirbek, he's in his preparation. He's barely used too much time on the clock. Now he's settling in for a thought. And Nodirbek always does so well here, and Tata. I think the stats were there that he is the one who performs consistently well. And now he is going to be feeling some pressure from Sindarov, who will be advancing his kingside pawns and trying to increase the pressure. But you know, there's pressure on the board, but we like to put the pressure on the players off the board, because we ask them a quick fire question. How many players have crossed 2800? Have a think about that one, and let's have a look at how our players did.
Can you list all the chess players who have crossed 2800?
Kasparov, Carlsen, Caruana, Aronian, Wesley,
Magnus, Kasparov, Nakamura,
Kasparov, Karpov, Arjun,
Kramnik, Anand, Topalov,
Kasparov, Topalov, Carlsen, Fabi, Hikaru, Kramnik.
Vachier,
I have no idea. I forgot.
Magnus, Arjun, Fabi, Levon, Mamed, Wesley.
Oh, it's very bad.
Wesley, Nakamura,
Topalov, Grishchuk,
Maxime, yeah, for sure.
Time's up. Time's up. 15? Wow. That quick, I'm agree.
Yeah, I forgot all of them. What's wrong with me?
10 being the high score. I mean,
That is a tough question.
It
How many
literally
can
is.
you name? Like they helped already.
yeah, I think I would have been like Kasparov, Karpov, right?
I'm not sure about Karpov.
Well, Carlsen. You can't go wrong with
Carlsen,
Carlsen, Hikaru, Fabi, and then...
Hikaru is a... yeah, he crossed it.
Well, I hope he crossed it, because I'm saying he crossed it.
Fabi we know.
It was-
Levon.
But I tell you, you know, I have done these quick fire questions myself, and my mind went blank. It was like,
But now you got time. It's not a quick
Exactly.
fire question.
Exactly, and I had to
No
answer the
excuses.
most basic quick fire question there was, which is how many grandmasters can you name? And you'd think you'd be able to reel them off, right? Well, when you're there answering the question on the spot, it's not that easy. And
The heat is on in front of the Wijk cameras.
yeah.
But we still need the list. Do we have a list? Like some names are always surprising, but I think they named a lot, like Mamedyarov,
Yeah,
Wesley,
Topalov
of
is
course
there.
Topalov, Anand Kramnik. And then, is it in life rating? Because I know some guys got extremely close, like Anish, I think. Sorry? I think Anish at 2799. I think Rajabov was very, very close at some point. Arjun, of course, crossed it last year.
Yes, he did.
I think Gukesh got incredibly close, but didn't cross it.
Ali
Fabi
Reza?
was mentioned. Ali Reza, did he get there? Maybe. I think, yeah, maybe you're probably right. Ali Reza got there. That's true.
Yeah. So, not easy. You have to think about that one.
We need a list. I won't be able to enjoy the break without knowing.
Well, okay. There you had it. We are going to go on a break. The opening stage has been set, and the players are now all set for the battle that is going to be there in full swing in the middle games. Well, don't go anywhere, because during the break, we have a video where Gukesh explains his win in round 8 against Fedoseev. Stay tuned.
Gukesh, congratulations. A nice bounce back win after 2 difficult days in a row, but today's game against Fedoseev, I'm sure, was a very enjoyable one to play.
Yeah, for sure. He's a very interesting player, and we got an interesting game. So.
A very interesting game. We're going to jump straight into it.
Sure, I mean, he probably, the whole plan with knight for f3 was wrong, but here's where the chaos started. And so basically, like, I mean, I have to stop the Sinta advance. So because of his knight on g3 and like bad coordination, I thought c5 has to work somehow. And managed to sack a piece. I think bishop e1 was better, so that he could have bishop f2 and kind of consolidate. I still should be better, but I don't exactly know how. But after bishop c1, I luckily had this nice resource, like push the rook to b5 and then h5 to dislodge the knight. And if he goes to f1, d4, the knight is like basically dead. Yeah. So he wanted it on f2, so he played knight h1. But I found this cool trick, which I was very happy to see, that I can just go queen b6 and collect the rook. And the best part is that the knight does not get out.
Does it bring you some kind of joy over the board when you see these nice patterns and ideas and tactics?
Yeah, for sure, because these kind of games of the knight on h1 and like the sacrificing the knight and queen pinning on b6, it's rare, yeah. So artistically, it's really enjoyable. And yeah, he put up some resistance, but yeah, the final moment was a bit funny. So he played bishop c2 and then he resigned. I was trying to calculate queen c4 and then I realized there's rook f3.
So the game ended like that. You're now back to 50%. As I said, the last couple of days were quite difficult, especially the blunder against Nodirbek. I know it's not a pleasant memory, but I have to ask you, what happened in that moment and how did you deal with it after?
I mean, like the best part about it is that I cannot even explain how that happened. So these kind of blunders maybe are easier to handle than like something that you can explain. So this just happens. I mean, shit happens. It's what happened. So yeah, after that, I managed to move on. But I think the more painful game was the against Anish, because I was just completely off and I played one of the worst games in quite a while. So, but yeah, it's a good challenge that after two losses, I still have to play good chess, and I managed to do that.
And today especially important maybe to win a nice game before tomorrow's rest day. Gukesh, congratulations. Thank you for your time and enjoy the rest day tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
The game between Matthias Blubbaum and Tai-Dai van Nguyen got very messy in time trouble. Let's see how the game went. So it started with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and it turned into the queen's gambit declined. And here Matthias went for c takes d5, the exchange variation, but Van went for knight takes d5, which is not as common as e takes d5, obviously, but it's also very playable. White gets the center, but black strikes back with c5. And after a couple of moves, this was all preparation from both players, and it was here that after bishop d2, it turns out that Van was out of prep, or he thought he was still in his prep, because he played move bishop b4, and he played it rather quickly, as you can see from the time usage. He played bishop b4 quite quickly, and it turned out that this was not the right move, because this allows the move rook takes b4, which was played by Matthias. After the game, Van mentioned that he was checking some variations this morning of the round, and he checked a lot of different lines, and one of them was a variation where rook takes b4 would not be good at all, or it wasn't that good, let's put it that way. It wasn't super bad. But anyway, here it is very good. So it seems to be an unfortunate mix-up here, because after rook takes b4, white is much better. Instead of bishop b4, it was necessary for black to, let's say, take on a2, and white could force a draw with rook a1, queen b2, rook b1, and it may have ended up in a draw here, as the players will have to end up repeating. If one player decides to play something different, they might get into trouble, or maybe the game could continue with queen a3 without repeating, because the queen could retreat to d6. But anyway, bishop b4 was played, and after rook takes b4, knight takes b4, queen b3, it was becoming very clear that Matthias was having a very good position, and Van is trying to create counterplay by pushing pawns here, especially the pawn on the a file, to try to queen it on a1. So the game continued. Van is pushing that pawn even further, but as soon as it becomes clear that white is defending against that pawn, making sure that it's not promoting, as soon as that happens, white will be in a much better position, because of the fact that white has two pieces for the rook, and because of that, a much better position. The two pieces are just simply stronger. After a2, bishop a1, that bishop is parked on a1 for the time being, defending against the pawn on a2, but also very strong on this diagonal for the future. After bishop h3, bishop f3, rook fc8, and here it starts to get very interesting, because Van is trying to complicate things as much as possible. It does look like he has a lot of empty threats, because queen takes g2 is a threat, but it's defended very nicely by the bishop on f3. The rook is now entering the game, and it could get annoying when it enters on the second rank, but because white has so many pieces, it is quite easy to defend. So here b5 was played, and black sacrifices the pawn, creating more space, but obviously down more material this way. And here white is slowly improving their pieces, and after queen g4, this was a crucial moment of the game, because here white has to find the right moves. And that turns out not to be that easy. Here Matthias played the move f4, which is a huge mistake, because this allows black to create counterplay with queen e2. Instead of f4, it was necessary for Matthias to play the move knight f4, and this was also mentioned by Van, that he was considering that Matthias would play this move, because the idea is obviously after queen takes f4, this would lose due to bishop takes h7. It's a discovery check, so that's why the knight is not hanging. But the problem is that the bishop is hanging now with knight takes h3. Let's say black complicates matters with rook at b1, then white can play f3, kicking the queen out of here. Queen has to go back, and now you will be able to capture that rook, because here previously that was not quite possible. It would get very tricky over here in this variation. I'll just show very quickly, because now the knight is pinned. So that's why having the queens on the same rank is quite annoying for white. That is why the move f3 is so important here. And after queen g5, now it would be possible for white to take the rook off the board. And after this sequence of moves, white will be up a lot of material and thus completely winning. And that is why knight f4 was so strong. But instead, f4 was played, and all of a sudden, Van is back into the game. Queen e2, and the board is on fire. Here it was necessary to take the bishop on h3, otherwise it's a lot of trouble here for white, which is exactly what Matthias did. G takes h3 was played, rook b1, and mind you that we are currently on move 31. They're about to make the 32nd move, and Van is down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He is not getting extra time until he reaches the 14th move, so he still needs to make 9 moves here with only 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So bishop g2 is played to defend the rook, h5, which is very important because obviously black wants to involve the rook from c8 to, let's say, c2 to threaten checkmate. But if you play rook c2 here, this would be checkmate. So by playing h5 this way, the king is able to move to h7. It creates loot for the king. And now after e6, it still looks very promising for white, right? But after queen takes d3, simply taking the knight off the board, queen a7, this was actually the moment that Van had a very good position. Somehow, miraculously enough. But as you can see from the clock, he only has 1.5 minutes on the clock to make a couple of moves. And he doesn't have much time to calculate, but the move that was really good here for Van to get the advantage in the game for the first time was queen to g6. But it gets very tricky here because after e takes f7, king f8, it's very complicated, and especially after queen takes, pawn takes, king takes, it gets tricky here. With d6, white still has a pair of bishops. The two rooks of black are very strong. This pawn a2 is very strong, but there's a lot of counterplay possible for both sides actually, but black should be better here. And I will not go into detail about the lines possible here, but I do encourage you to take a look at some of the variations that are possible here because it does get crazy. An example would be king e6. I just quickly checked this because I was very curious, and it turns out that the best move here is rook f8. So just to give you an idea how crazy it can get, but I do encourage you to check it out by yourself. But we're not going into much depth in this recap. Rook takes a1 was played, eliminating the bishop, which makes a lot of sense because now there's queen b1 check, bishop f1, and here Van is up material. But obviously Matthias has the opportunity to play queen takes f7, and here the moves were repeated and the players agreed to a draw after threefold repetition. And that is how the game ended. It was crazy because Matthias was winning for the longest time. He was completely winning at one point, but he missed this opportunity that black has, the counterplay, and Van made sure to take that opportunity with both hands, and he managed to survive this game. Even though he was that low on time, he saved this game, and this game was simply incredible, super exciting. So a tough game for both players, but Van managed to survive this very well.
And do remember, you can catch Anna Meyer's recaps of the rounds on the Tata Steel YouTube channel, so definitely worth checking out. And in the meantime, during the break, well, there already was a draw between Hans Argeneri-Geissi and Hans Niemann. We were talking about quick draws, about how they're so rare here in Wijk. we have to show exactly what happened, because when we left it, you've got the position up there, Jan. King came to e7, and it looked like we were gonna see the makings of a full-blooded fight.
Yeah, I'm sure Arjun came with the intentions to make it a full-blooded fight, but the only way to get a quick draw with these rules is a move repetition, and that is what happened. I guess Hans did some precise stuff. He played this move rook d8, not d4 as we thought, and after e3, the knight jumps, eliminating this intruder, takes, and apparently here White had nothing better than to go for this repetition. Bishop e2 attacks the queen, check. Gotta go g3, the queen goes here, being annoying, stopping castles, maybe threatening this. And he went back and forth. They made a draw. Sometimes happens. I don't think this was Arjun's intention, but if you prepare some sharp sidelines and black knows what he's doing or finds a way, then it can happen that there's a move repetition somewhere.
Yep.
That's how it ended.
One of the dangers of the job, I guess. So let's go to our full board view. See some players walking about. They've got their trainers to hand. And can we revisit the game between Jordan and Vincent? And the reason I want to head there is because the H-pawn...
What's going on here?
Exactly. The H-pawn has made an appearance on the 6th rank, and I want to know what is happening.
Kids these days, when you check openings with a computer in so many random positions, the computer says go h4, h5, h6. And Jordan is one of the best of finding these rare moments. It's really the influence of this Alpha 0, Lila 0 revolution in chess engines, because even whenever it was 10, 15 years ago, people weren't playing h4, h5, h6 in any random position. But here, just pushes.
Unless you were British.
Even there, you had your limits, and it was normally bad. But now, and they do it in good spots.
Yeah, it's just the assessment that's changed. That's the only thing.
You guys knew all along.
Yes, we did. H4, any position can never be bad.
But still. It's so hard for me even to understand. I understand when the pawn gets here, but if you go h5 and black goes h6, then you just claim this space advantage. Looks so random, but yeah, Jordan just pushes the h-pawn. I guess takes here is no big deal. Knight b5, or what's going on?
Okay, well, let's have a look. Or knight b5.
Knight jumps, and if you cover, there's the fork.
So you have to step back, yeah.
Yeah, but then, I don't know, you can take. We're already in good shape for knight e5. So, yeah, just go h4, h5, who cares what's happening. And also, side effect, Vincent never managed to go for this bishop a6, which
we kind of thought was a bit of a sad, because it makes so much sense, but okay, he was worried about something.
Yeah, probably just the pawn keeps marching, and this knight is a bit misplaced. Very interesting idea. So let's see what happened. Knight c6, h5, and bishop b7, giving up the dream. Computer says this is bad, bishop b7. Set to castle into it.
Yeah, but who's going to do
understandable,
that?
Vincent, with his pawn arriving here, didn't want his king there.
Yeah, I don't think we can fault Vincent from playing bishop to b7, because I don't think anyone is going to be castling into the eye of a storm.
Yeah,
so
I guess he wants to go here. But this pawn is still annoying, even if there's no checkmate, sometimes even in endgames. The space advantage can be a factor. And here, I guess White wants to take, put a knight here. It looks a bit unpleasant. So he went c4, trying to close the position, but now he has no more pressure on the center. Knight jumps, knight g8, whoa. This can't be good. Good thing I stopped rooting for Vincent since I arrived here, and we're all Team Jordan. But this looks terrible.
well, let's try to unravel the black position. So I guess knight to... Well, actually, the knight didn't need to move. I don't know. I was influenced
what
by the
he
fact that the knight.
wants?
Well, I guess maybe he wants to go knight to e7, f6. The knight on e5 is annoying.
That's too slow.
Okay. But
So apparently what he had to do was castle into it, which he still didn't like
But-
for obvious reasons.
but no one is going to be castling into it. Everyone is kind of only the engine is suggesting that kind of stuff.
I don't know. Knight g8, is that what you want?
Well, I can understand the discomfort, right? You want to be castling queenside and or just keeping the king in the center. But I mean, why is this so bad? Let's kind of go into this for concrete reasons. Knight e7 is incoming. a6 is in the air.
Yeah, if he had all the time in the world, maybe he could get away with it, but he doesn't, and we can ask the hackers in the audience, how does White open the position here?
It's child's play for them. I have faith that these guys will find the most aggressive continuation.
It's also really, really bad for black.
Yeah.
F5,
I told
there you go. Yeah. Not waiting for 97, F6, any of that stuff.
Okay, but why is this so bad? I just take it. E takes
Let's say
f5.
E
Thank you
takes
very
F.
much. I see the problem now. You just...
I'm still not sure, but let's look at the line. There's nothing direct, but long castles, very natural.
97.
To put a rook here, 97, the rook comes. Now there's probably some threats with taking everything, so black should castle.
Can you go king f8? Yeah, castles. Castles, let's do that.
And here comes the trick, which I'm trying to understand. Any ideas? I can see the move, but I don't fully get it yet, to be honest. No, I mean, also, this looks very tempting, but if black here, apparently nothing too bad is happening after f takes g. Black hangs in there. Now there's a tactic here, but it's very strange. Okay, I'll just put it on the board and we have to try to figure it out.
Let's figure this one out, because this...
The move is knight takes c4.
Yeah, but you take.
And obviously the question is what happens after d takes c4.
Oh, it's a d5.
So the point is d5. This I thought about. But if the knight goes here, why is this winning for white?
Isn't there some queen d4 business?
Yeah, so queen d4. Once again, we see the role of this pawn. Now I thought f6.
f4.
f4. And apparently white is winning here. But is that so
rook
obvious?
e6 is incoming.
Yeah, it's just too much. Here the knight jumps, rook e6, queen d8. Black is still a piece up, but it's too many attackers. d6, knight c6, takes. And now we get it. Whoa,
Yeah,
that's a very long sequence.
And it's also not that intuitive. I think maybe if Tal were playing, he perhaps would do that. But can we just go back to, instead of f5, can we find like a more human?
I think f5 is fairly human. Just this tactic is very hard to see. Like, I was also wondering after this stuff, castles, if there is quite a way to make progress. But yeah, knight takes c4 apparently is crushing. Compy also likes this, but it's also a bit hard to understand. It's always these knight takes c4, d5 tactics. Jordan in deep thought. the man from Groningen.
So he's not from Amsterdam. I don't know why I thought he was from Amsterdam.
I don't know, he's from
He's from Groningen. Okay.
Groningen. He's, I don't know, the audience probably knows this better than me. I think the Van Foreest, they've been, they've had like many mayors and chess players and famous people in their family line. Even they all have a title. What was it, like Jonker or something? No, all the Van Foreest, they have a what do you call this? Not royalty. What's the name?
Counts, barons,
There.
dukes.
Yeah, something. I'm
Princes.
not an expert, but I know his great-grandfather and his great-grand-uncle, they were both Dutch chess champions, like 3 times. So,
Yes.
they've been around.
Yeah, they have a lot of. I think Jordan was saying that half his family are chess players, the other half nothing to do with chess.
Yeah, both him and his brother Lucas, who's also here helping him, have been Dutch champions. So
And his sister, Dutch women's champion.
yeah.
So family of champions. But will he find this very creative sacrifice? F5, knight takes c4. Just humor me, Jan, because I don't like sacrificing my pieces. Is there a more kind of calmer way to play this as white?
I'm not sure if calm, but no, a move like
Yeah,
this,
castles.
and let's say knight g7 is probably what he wants. And
Then
once again, there's nasty tactics
Could you
wherever
go-
you look.
could you go g4 and do it that way?
Yeah, I think you can just play quote-unquote normal and be better. I'm just surprised how bad all this is when white sacrifices. And Jordan does
Okay.
castle.
Okay, so you know Jan, you know Jordan very well, and also our audience big fans of Jordan. Do you think Jordan will find this
Well, he
f5?
didn't go f5, so that we can answer with no. But the good news is he's still in very good shape.
Right, so he's gone castle queenside.
And I'm assuming Vincent's idea must be to play
Right.
knight g7. Like computer
And-
gives other moves, which are also sad.
Do we think he's going to sacrifice on c4? Because after knight e7, you mentioned that there were some sacrifices in the
Let's
air.
try. Maybe this one is not so hard. Like bishop takes c4 is here.
Mm-hmm.
And if d takes c, now the knight jumps. And it has some enticing jumps. I can see a checkmate, for example. Like here, check, king f8.
Oh no!
This,
Oh, now that one.
that one you can
Yeah,
spot.
that one we
right?
can spot. Yeah.
Of course, king f8 helped a bit, but king d8 is also not great for black. Knight f7, and you go c3, and you take, and then you open the position. So this looks very, very bad for Keymer. Thing is, maybe he will also see that knight g7 he can't do and look for something else.
But a6.
The bad
A6
news
was
is
another
there's
move.
nothing good.
Well, this was what I was thinking as well. Like if knight e7 doesn't work because of the tactics.
But now it's even more tempting to open the position. Now I think this one Jordan would do for sure.
Knight. Okay, let's take just to
He
show.
takes f, and now we come.
And then knight e7.
But you
I know,
won't
I
even
know.
manage to castle.
I know.
And
I-
here there's no
just
fireworks. You're just stuck.
Right.
Not saying you. It's Vincent. It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
your fault.
Thank you. I'm glad to know I wasn't to blame for this. Rook a7.
Still bad.
Yeah, I agree. And then queen e5
If you
is
go queen
coming.
d6, there's knight takes d5.
Oops.
And if for rook a7, there's queen here.
Yeah.
Once again, you can't castle because of this annoying pawn.
Mm-hmm.
No, this looks terrible for Keymer. And it's what Jordan does sometimes. He has all these slightly unorthodox ideas. He plays a London, he allows his double pawns, he goes h4, h5, h6, but there's always method and very often knowledge
Yeah.
behind his madness. We also see he's up on the clock.
And if I had asked you before the event, which player do you think would have had the least amount of draws? Who would you have said?
I don't know, there's so many fighters in this field, and I know the answer is Vincent, and I'm not too surprised because he's also very uncompromising. Sometimes watching, rooting for him, I'm not happy about it. Like when he against Nodirbek, he had to repeat moves or have a much worse position, and he went with a much worse position. But it goes both ways. It also puts a lot of pressure, but he's trying to make a big fight of it every game.
Well,
today it might backfire.
It might backfire, but we also have a move. He didn't go a6. That, as we saw, was a bit of a disaster. Knight e7 wasn't great because of this bishop takes c4 sacrifice. He's gone f6.
Oof, but that's also asking for trouble.
It's very provocative, right? So now we've got to throw our hat into the ring and ask what happens after knight takes pawn.
Take here. Should mention knight takes c6, also good without sacrificing, but this apparently is crushing. Takes, pawn takes.
d5.
Pawn to d5. Okay, have to take. And now, okay, still some tough moves.
Can you go rook h1?
Yeah, that looks normal, and I guess it's also good. But then there's nothing direct. Well, apparently the direct way is queen check, which is tougher. And then if knight e7, rook takes, just breaking through here and here. And the king is stuck, and this looks terrible. So queen here. And this I thought was the tough move here. You make this quiet move, queen h3.
Yeah.
Stops this, threatens this. And in computer speak, black is dead lost, like +4 or something.
Yeah, and also in human speak as well, I think you're in problems. But I guess the thing is that you don't need to go into these complications if there's a simple way. Or do you?
I mean, this is best. I'm wondering how tough it is for Jordan. I think knight takes c4 and d5 you can think about. But queen e3 and then queen e7 is quiet move, queen h3. I don't know if that's possible to think of.
Yeah.
So you're thinking of something.
You think, yeah, I think that's possible to find because you understand that, say, after knight takes d5, you know, black is going to castle queenside and get away with it.
Yeah. Also, of course, there's this dimension. You have a nice position if you go knight takes c6. Do you want to go all out and sacrifice a piece? I'm not sure. Let's check how bad is this. I mean, black wants to sort of stabilize. King f7, knight e7.
Rook h1.
Yeah, let's play normal. King here. Yeah, if black gets his knight here, it's not over. Also not sure, maybe we should take the other rook.
Yeah, can I take the other rook? Yes, please.
Guy? Yeah.
Because here, you know, I'm not normally inclined to sacrifice material, so I wouldn't be looking at f5s and stuff like that. I would be looking at g4.
Yeah,
preparing.
Also looks very normal to prepare f5. Or g5. Probably f5.
Yeah. I guess you go knight e7. I mean, how bad is this?
Not sure. Takes. Let's say queen takes.
You want to double.
Yeah, it's also pleasant for white. Now we start targeting this guy.
Yes. Looks nice. Looks very, very nice.
Well, that could be a problem, or problem is maybe too big a word, but for Jordan, because if the normal line looks nice, why go for all these sacrifices?
Well, it's a pleasant decision to have, and you know, you can just go for the answer that suits your style. If you want to put the boot in pretty quickly, then go for the sacrifice. If you don't, you want to be a little bit more pragmatic, then simply just take on c6 and just exploit the positional goals.
Is that an expression? Put the boot in? I don't even want to know what it means. But, I've never heard that.
Really? You're making me question my expressions. Yeah,
No,
you stick. Oh, you stick
you're
the
the
boot
native
in.
speaker. I'm just learning.
Oh no, sometimes one gets them mixed up. But put the boot in. I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Yeah. Kick someone hard when they are on the ground.
That concept I'm familiar with.
Yeah. So it's not a very nice expression. But
He's done something.
what did he do?
Yeah, he did take. Whoa.
Wow.
The boot is in.
We'll see whether Vincent
Knight
gets
takes
up.
c4,
D
d takes
C4.
c4. Vincent looks surprised. And look at the engine bar. It's going crazy here. d5 blitzed out by Jordan. Yeah, the big question is after e takes d5, which is forced, has he spotted this queen e3 check? So if he has, it's more or less game over. Oof, poor Vincent.
Yep. Well, they started play at 2, so like 2 hours in. This is like your nightmare, right? And how many moves have they played?
This is move 16, so you don't see the number 4 in the world being dead lost on move 16 very often. So.
Well, bad news for Vincent.
Should make Jordan player of the day more and more often if this is what he's going to do.
I told our audience, the louder the cheer,
Very impressive.
the higher the chances. It's like the players can feel the vibe that's here in the Café de Zon. Shall we take a pause from this game? Because I reckon that Vincent is going to go into the tank.
No, he
Or
has
you
to
think
go
he's
e
go-
takes
he
d5, so I feel that's coming quickly. I was a bit curious if Jordan is going to blitz out queen e3 or if he's going to think then.
Okay, let's stick with this game then. But the fact that he hasn't just automatically played e takes d5.
Yeah, but anything else? d6, dc,
This
and
is-
you
this-
resign,
yeah, you
so I
can-
mean,
yeah, so I agree.
can't take that long.
But I reckon he's probably not thinking about e takes d5, so to speak. I reckon he's just thinking of what happens afterwards.
I think he's just recovering from the shock because he looked very surprised after knight takes c4, and now he's coming to terms with, uh-oh, this is dangerous. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Looks like I'm wrong. He will take his time, then we can have a look around, but we should keep half an eye on it because this is exciting.
it's very exciting. It's also super exciting in the game between Gukesh and Blubbaum, but we haven't checked in on Nguyen against Erdogmus, so maybe let's look at that one whilst Vincent thinks. So maybe we can just backtrack to the beginning, just run through the opening moves quickly. Erdogmus there with +1, 4.5 points. Nguyen having a tough time on -2. Could have been more.
Yeah, he survived this Blubbaum game. Maybe that will give him some spirit. And yeah, good old classical Spanish. Pawn to d3. Not the main move, but Tata Van extremely well prepared. He will have something in mind. Of course, castle is the main move here. d3. Yeah, he doesn't go for b5 or bishop c5, which people normally play. He goes d6, a bit passive. But it feels like not too much has happened, no? Both sides are making the sort of normal moves, developing quietly. Sure, a bunch of subtleties. But, well, the board is burning everywhere else. These guys have this position, which looks
normal,
fairly normal. Might go somewhere.
Yep, knight will go to maybe c6. Maybe, yeah,
Yeah,
d7
I'm not sure.
also.
Like, knight b8 always looks funny, but he's trying to clear the way for the c-pawn, and then you can decide where you put this knight.
It's the Andy Woodward approach, and the challenge is he's been winning all his games by just going for this kind of optimal pawn setup, and then he's going to back it up with the pieces, take the space. Very unpleasant to handle, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so very normal position here. It's going to be
This
a bit
is
of
less exciting than the other game.
Yeah,
Let's
exactly.
face it. Do something, guys. Play b4 or a4, and maybe we'll come back.
Well, thank you, Jan. You started something there with a4 being played, and now decision. Knight c6, knight d7. You want to be standing with your pawn on b5. You don't want to be releasing the tension just yet.
Nah, keep it there.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
But this is very normal position. Everything is fine here. So let's go back to the bird's eye view, because like I said, it's a lot more exciting elsewhere. As we're seeing,
e takes d5 played.
Yes.
Let's go back there. I'm too curious to see if Jordan will blitz out this queen e3 win, or if he will play the quote-unquote normal rook e1 check, after which it's still a mess.
What do we think?
I think he's gonna spot it.
Queen e3, queen h3. Do you think Jordan will spot that one? Say yeah. Yeah. Our audience says.
I think so too.
Well, this is you making the moves, right?
This is me, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, just checking.
We're still here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and who thinks that Jordan is going to play rook e1? Yeah, and then just kind of
mess up.
No, mess up. You tricked me there. Just play like a normal game.
I'm still German. But yeah, queen e3, especially since he's thinking here, I have a feeling he's gonna go for it. Because knight e7, rook takes d5 does look crushing. So the one thing he has to see is this queen e7 doesn't really slow him down because of this very nasty move.
Yeah, and you have some horrible threats of rook he1 and okay. What's black's best?
Nothing good, really.
This is good news. King f8 is what I was thinking.
Makes some sense. You're getting out of the file. Knight takes.
Put the queen.
Somewhere.
Or are you going to put the queen there? Ooh. Can she
we
stay?
can't go here because there's more.
Can she stay close to the king? Queen f7 maybe? Nope. The evaluation bar. Great news, guys, for Jordan. Oh God.
Too many problems. Once again, there's an annoying pawn here not allowing the king to escape.
Queen a3 check. Wow. Yeah, that pawn on h6. MVP.
No, there's method to the madness. Still always shocking to me. Like the white says, okay, nothing's going on. I'll spend 3 moves putting my pawn here, then open the position, and this pawn plays a big role. Okay, both sides in deep thought here.
Yeah. Queen e3, rook h. Is there any other move that Jordan could be thinking about here? What would
you can do this?
Knight e4. Knight takes d5 is not to be recommended, right? Because then black would just castle.
Then black escapes, right? This is what he's dreaming of.
Yes.
Still might be bad.
Maybe. Well, it's good, right? If the best that black can get is still worse.
You know, in general, it looks like white has a bunch of ways to keep it going, but this move is winning, and the others, white is better, has compensation, but anything could happen.
Yeah.
So it's a big moment.
He's got 1 hour, 15 minutes. And you, what do you think, Jan? Do you think you'll find it? Because you worked a lot with Jordan. You were working in Thailand, being a second to Magnus.
Hard to say, because normally then we had engines, so it's easier to find stuff, and there the job was more about finding ideas or directions that Magnus could play in his World Championship match, where, yeah, Jordan, he's very creative, even with the computer, of course. He's a product of our times, and he works with the computer non-stop, but he's a very open mind towards ideas, like what we've also seen today, like go h4, h5, h6, computer says it's fine. So he's not like, burdened by a classical chess education or whatever you want to call it. Like, you have to castle kingside, bring your pieces out, and take it from there. But as a raw calculating power, he's a 2700 player. Of course, he's good, but I'm not sure how natural this comes to him.
Well, it's definitely a fantastic opportunity. Queen e3, queen h3 would make it easy for white to put the ball in the back of the net. But it is possible to go knight e4, knight takes d5, also throw in a rook check. Those are all very, very tempting options. Maybe this is the problem. Everything looks good.
Yeah, it's harder if because you don't know this one line is winning and all the others are quote unquote good. If you have so many options, if everything else was losing but queen e3, he'd spot it for sure. But this makes it more difficult.
Yeah.
So what is this stuff, for example? Even the endgame is good for white.
Well, I think that one we can rule out.
Yeah,
I don't
yes,
think
it's
anyone
not likely.
is sacrificing a piece to go into an endgame.
He's still thinking.
Come on, Jordan. And what about this knight takes d5? Let's just maybe revisit that one. Castle,
Yeah.
queenside.
Castle, and here you have this trick, knight takes b6. But it's not the end of this story, because the king goes here, covers. And it remains very complicated, but I think this feels like an unlikely way to play to allow the king to get out. Even here, the computer line is here, check, takes, and I wouldn't be sure who's better and why. Like black has two pieces for a rook and a bunch of pawns. But if black gets out, like f5, knight f6, he can also be in good shape. So I don't think that's what Jordan wants.
No. That's not ideal. But the thing is, sometimes you can't get as far as knight takes b6 and you think, should be.
King c7, he'll see.
Yeah. Okay. What about rook he1, rook d1, some rook?
Let's say
Let's
this
just
one.
pick a random one, yeah.
King goes. 'Cause king knight e7 you can't do, then you're standing in all these pins and you lose a piece back. So the king has to step out of the way. There's still nothing direct. So knight takes d5, then black gets a move. Now that we pick this rook, but the other also has drawbacks to crawl out. And he's about to move something, or not yet?
It looked like that.
Fedosseev stopping by.
It looked like he was reaching for the queen.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Jordan, that is the best move. Queen e3. Oh, what's he doing? Yes, he finds it. Yeah, hooray here from the audience as our Dutch fans, they cheer on their local talents. Queen to e3, this is the best move by far. And the whole point is that the queen will step over to h3 if challenged and prevent the black king from castling. Okay, so Vincent has some unpleasant choices ahead.
Yeah.
Knight e7, king f8, queen e7. So we looked at queen e7, queen h3.
Yeah, this is the star
Not
move.
good.
And I guess Jordan has seen it now. Vincent will also spot this and probably rule this out. The problem is the alternatives aren't much better. But I was thinking maybe this is the human way, because king f8, knight e7, you see here on all these pins. So maybe you go here, rook takes here, and queen e7.
Queen.
But it's still...
You have to move the queen.
Still dead lost. Queen h3 is still good, but this is even better.
Yeah, because you can't go rook to d8 because of bishop takes knight. At the very least.
It's just over.
Yeah. You can't do any swaps. Okay, so that's not good. So queen what about knight e7? Can you try for that? Pray.
Yeah, rook takes.
Queen.
Seems
Somewhere.
very tempting, I guess.
Yes,
go
you might as
here.
well. It's as good as any other move.
And rook d1.
Then castle king side, and then there's going to be rook d7, and then it's going to be all over. Bishop c6 is always coming.
Yeah. No, I think the heavy lifting is done with this queen e3 check move. The rest looks, yeah, pretty natural.
Mm-hmm.
And poor Vincent Keymer, not his tournament anyway, but now, yeah, in deep trouble against Jordan. He's shaking his head. Can't believe it's so bad.
Yeah, he's quite cross with himself, because you rarely see Vincent get himself into a situation like this where it all just goes wrong, and from a London as well.
Yeah, very unassuming opening, but not in fun for race hands here.
No.
Goes for this h4, h5, h6, and things went downhill for Vincent since.
Mm-hmm. And Jan, since you're joining us now, I mean, I'd like to get your opinion on why do you think there's been so many blunders? I mean, Anish and some others have said it's probably the time control. People are not used to playing increments. Others have saying
in the tournament in general.
In general, yeah, we've seen a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from our players, and these are the best players in the world. I wouldn't expect them to make such blunders. Gukesh also making errors.
Didn't look like that to me. Maybe I didn't pay enough attention. Of course, this Gukesh blunder was very strange, where he allowed this rook g5, queen takes f6 check, dropping the rook. But these hallucinations I mean, they happen every now and then. Other than that, were there so many blunders?
Yeah, Fedoseev, round one.
Losing
in
that was
16,
strange, but yeah.
16 moves. There was Keymer as well, playing very strangely against... Yeah.
I don't know. What I've noticed sometimes in Wijk, but there's also natural cause, such a long tournament that if things don't go well and people get frustrated, they start making more mistakes, but that didn't apply to round one or to Gukesh, who was doing fine when he hit that blunder. So no, it could be that this playing without increments stresses players a little bit, because they're more used to getting these 30 seconds per move, and they feel, okay, I have to play a little more quickly. But it could also just be variance. It didn't look like they're hanging all their pieces. I don't know.
Okay. Well, still, it's a mystery as to why we've seen such dramatic play, but we are down for it. And follow the evaluation bars, and I'm looking at the game between Gukesh and Blubbaum, because there it is more or less all in Black's favor. I mean, Black has the center, the bishop stuck there on c2. It's the first game there on the left.
Yeah, this looks like a strategic dream position for Black. We've seen Blubbaum, speaking of blunders, or I'm not sure if you can call it blunders, but we've seen him not win. Bunch of very winning positions. And this one is just strategically good. But it looks like everything went wrong for White now. This bishop is passive. He didn't get this b4 play.
Can we backtrack? Because it felt like Black was comfortable, but it wasn't anything.
Yeah, we've seen this moment where knight e4 allowed Black to solve all his problems, and there were these other options. Bishop here, or pawn to c5, after which White was still pressing a bit. So now Black, it's just fine. He's covered the pawn, and his position is easier to play. Knight c5, a5. And I think that's just what happened. He made all the normal moves. Sidestep with the bishop, but also wasn't forced. b3, maybe Gukesh is also, he's not trying to make a draw against Blubbaum, right? He doesn't want to play something like this and maybe be slightly worse, but defensible. Maybe he's pushing his luck a bit. b3, the point is he wants to prepare b4, but if he were to start with a3, Black could play a4.
But that would be inviting White to go knight to e4, and
Yeah,
then
I
at
mean,
least you'd have a target.
defensively you can do all that, but apparently he didn't want to. He's still being ambitious. He wants a b3, a3, b4, c5. But doesn't look like he will have the time. Queen d6, nasty little move. queen h5 covers this pawn, but now f5, which you mentioned as well, push the pawns. Looks very nice. Rook ad1, I guess, also not what white wanted, but after a3 he was probably worried about being pushed back further here with pawn here and pawn here, which doesn't look very nice for white. So rook ad1 defense against that, but does nothing for counterplay. Blubbaum just plays normal, brings the rook, knight to f3, and the queen sidesteps queen f6, preparing potentially e4, d3 trickery again.
Yeah. Oh, I would also be tempted to go king h7 and prepare g6.
King somewhere, yeah. Also, you have this.
Yeah.
White is not doing anything, so it just looks very, very sad for Gukesh. So a3 looks normal to prepare this. Knight jumps. g3. Oh, and that's the problem. g5.
Oh, that's very nice. And then knight
Threatening
g7,
knight g7
g4.
and g4. Queen is in trouble here.
Is this Blubbaum style though?
I don't know. I would say he's a fairly universal player, but he's normally very comfortable with the initiative. When he gets in trouble, it's often because he underestimates like his own king safety. But here, that's no big deal. And when he has the initiative and the sound position, he's normally very, very good. So I would say it is in his style.
Yeah, you think
And
that.
again, it's in everybody's style, right? I mean, you have a piece of nice squares, you go
That's true.
G5, G4,
But the thing is that you
G7.
do have like an option. You don't have to go knight e6. I mean, you can also go like king h7 and go for like
Yeah,
a slow
probably.
expansion that way.
Probably also good. 96 made sense because b4 is
Yeah.
coming anyway. And why give him even this
Yeah.
breathing room? But no, this is still good, the same idea.
Yeah. Nice. Very nice position there for Blubbaum as the world champion finds himself on the back foot. Queen out there in no man's land. And this bishop on c2, it's such a bad piece. Yeah, it's
And I have to ask you, as we see Gukesh struggling here, of course I was joking a bit earlier that the rise of the Indian players is over, this is the world champion, but they're doing badly here. Is that a trend? Are there theories? Is it adjusting to Wijk weather, or maybe the food options, or like what's going on? Just asking.
Well, actually, I think the Indian players have said in the past, not specific to Wijk, but in general, they do struggle in Europe, you know, finding food that they like and food that is.
What's the situation here? Do you have, I don't know what the brands are, Uber Eats, Bolt, like many Indian restaurants in the Netherlands, that much I know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about Wijk.
Yeah, but also, again, dealing with the cold can be pretty tough. But I would say it's kind of more the brand of chess. You know, they've kind of lived by the sword and they've died by the sword.
Yeah, probably also. Hard to read too much into one tournament, but I've noticed, especially with Arjun, a couple of years ago, he also had a very bad tournament while he was on the rise in Wijk. I think with Gukesh and Prague,
do you
it's been more mixed. Prague won last year, so.
Right. But do you also think it's kind of the other players getting a handle on this style as well? No.
I don't know what style is there. They're good at chess. It's very hard to deal with that stuff.
I have noticed one thing. So they will always take the most active option in every position.
Okay, maybe.
And they will calculate their way. Like for Gukesh, he will always take the most direct approach. He goes for concrete solutions. Prague is also a calculation monster. He favors that. Arjun, where possible, if you give him a choice between taking the easy road or the complicated road, he goes the complicated road.
You know, there might be something to that. I'm not sure if that's an Indian thing. I don't think so, but could be also how they were brought up and trained. And I know with Ramesh and in general, the focus often is on calculation, and they're amazing at it. But he's also it's not a bad strategy, you know,
Yeah,
to
yeah,
be
yeah.
extremely good at theory and extremely good at calculating. So I'm not sure that's a leak that can be exploited.
No.
For Gukesh, I don't know. It's easy to speculate, but he also must have a lot on his plate with the scrutiny and the attention and the obligations you have as world champion. I mean, he's whatever, 19, one of the best players in the world, and now we always measure when he doesn't win every game, like, but he's not Magnus or whatever. He's just an incredibly good player who happened to win the candidates in the World Championship match. But it can't be so easy.
No, it's not easy being in Gukesh's shoes.
Not that I wouldn't switch in a second, but I'm saying like there.
Yeah, no, but he faces a lot of scrutiny when he does well, when he does badly. You know, everyone is there to analyze every single move, and he did have that blip with 2 losses in a row. You know, that quite shocking blunder. I found it a very relatable blunder. We've all been there. We've all made horrendous mistakes. We've been so focused on the calculations, we just missed the most obvious thing. And you know, he came back with a stunning win against Fedoseev in round 8. Here, again, I think, you know, he was trying to make the position more complicated than it should have been, and now finds himself suffering as a result. And Jan, can I ask you about the German school of chess? Because suddenly we're seeing Vincent doing super well, Matthias Blubbaum, Alexander Donchenko, you know, all of these names.
Not sure there's a big school of chess. I would guess it's sort of similar to the Netherlands. Like, we've always had many grandmasters, and they're very active, like Chess Live with leagues and clubs and so on. But then it's not like there's any organized education, so everybody does what they want. And also in Germany, which I think is also similar here, many people favor going to university and doing something with their life instead of you know, the chess route. But having said that, we do have a great generation. Of course, Vincent is a special talent in spite of his position today. And the other guys, they're also similar generation, and for the more modest German standards of supporting chess, they got some training early on with this thing called the Prinzengruppe with Blubbaum, with Donchenko, with Rasmus Swane, who's here working for Matthias. His younger brother Frederick is also very strong.
Didn't that kind of annoy some people that it was called the Princes Group? Because in other countries, I'm not sure you could get away with calling a talent group the Prince and Princess Group. Well, actually, I don't think it was the Princess Group, but the Princes Group.
Well, what's wrong with that?
It's a little bit elitist. The Princes.
I'm not sure much thought was it put into that.
Okay.
But we gotta compete with Jonker Van Foreest. I mean, like, gotta do something.
Shall I tell you my stereotype about the German chess player?
What is it?
I'm not talking about the top guys, but on average, I have found the German chess players to be solid.
I guess on average that's fair. Although I'm surprised you think Dutch are hackers and German are solid. But
yes, but they always played the exchange Slav against me. It was like without fail. You know, I didn't know what they would play. They had no games in database, and then oh yes, okay.
I'm not sure. I would suspect we're dealing with a small sample size here. I've seen games even in Germany that didn't start with the exchange Slav.
It's ADIC data. I accept that. Okay, so whilst Vincent is thinking about how to respond to this rather devastating check, let's check in on the other games. Let's have a look at the full board view. And
let's find something.
Let's find something interesting. And Sindarov, we see that he did go for your plan on f5. He is making those inroads on the king side, but things have clarified in the game between Anish Giri against Fedoseev. And
before we get there, just 1 second. I was curious if Sindarov is pushing here or if it's nothing, but no, it looks slightly unpleasant. Of course, not a lot of material left, but still some questions to answer for Nodirbek.
Okay.
One gets here.
So questions for Nodirbek, but maybe we just take a look at Anish.
Yeah, on my way. Just gotta find it. Anish Giri here. So we've left we've seen this earlier when he played this rook e1, which looked natural, but... Ah, no, he played something else first. He played bishop e3, the best move.
Mm-hmm.
Rook to d8. Now he went rook to e1. As usual, Anish very, very good. In the opening, very precise. And b4. So this is a pawn sacrifice? Or sort of a fake sacrifice, maybe. Yeah? Takes. Oh no, it is a proper sacrifice, but it was dangerous. Funny line here. Rook c1. Takes. Bishop b5.
You have to
giving
go
up a whole rook.
Rook c8. Oh, wow. And then knight comes into d4.
You regain the material with interest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is a long time ago, so b4, Fedoseev didn't take, castled, and b takes c5, apparently big mistake according to the computer. Bishop back was the way once again. b5 was also good, but b takes c sort of gave it away. Now he doesn't have this b5 option anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to figure out what the difference is if I go here directly, here, and what happened in the game. But apparently the difference is pawn here, knight moves, and boom.
Wow. Well, that would have been very pretty. It didn't happen, though.
No, also not obvious to me why it's that good, but okay, let's have a look at what actually happened. So he takes h3, but now black is just fine. Oh, tactics. Bishop takes c5. Bishop takes. And a double attack.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like it's more of a defensive sacrifice. Black can go knight takes e5, yeah, which he does. Rook takes queen c2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fedoseev is fine, it looks like. Anish should hold, but no more than that. Takes, and now all of a sudden material has disappeared. I guess if anybody's better, it's black with his bishop, but it should be a draw. Like g3, king g2.
Yeah, that was quite a nice sequence to defend from Fedoseev, but for Anish, yeah, I like your g3. Put the king on a light square away from the prying eyes of the bishop, and so we're expecting this to end in a draw?
Should be a draw, I would say, yeah.
Okay.
Anish had some chances outside of the opening there, but nothing too obvious. Now, yeah, black is too solid.
And let's quickly check in on Pragnananda against Aravind. Just to...
Oh yeah, I've mentioned it's a bit boring, this Karlspad structure. And I was surprised by Prag. They didn't go for something more daring. And still how I feel, frankly.
Yeah, not mincing his words here. I mean, it's a small pool. There are many players that I know that would dream about having this position as white. You know, you've got the minority attack of a4, b5, no danger to the king. Black is the one that is defending.
No, I didn't like the last move, but I think black got everything. He wants here, because normally in these structures, yeah, once your bishop is out, then the next order of business is bring the knight to d6, and nothing too bad can ever happen to you. Aravind tries to get rid of the bishop directly with bishop g4, but also just reshuffling the knight. I think black should be very comfortable.
Okay.
He went here, a4 plate. Now the minority attack is coming. If I do the same, am I not in time anymore, or what? Or let's even say takes. I guess that's what he wanted.
Queen.
And queen d8.
Well,
I just want to put the knight here, but whenever the knight moves, now there's b5. So it's maybe the timing was a little off.
But still, this one is going to go on for ages. b5, maybe incoming, you can slow build it, maybe h3, rook c1. So maybe we take a pause because there've been a few moves in the most exciting game of the round between Jordan and Vincent. So after some thinking, king f8, rook takes d5, and
It's not gonna go well for Vincent, is it? Like queen e3, we've seen queen e7. Queen h3 was the clincher. King f8. Now the moves look easy. Rook takes d5. Queen has to go somewhere. Queen e7, there was a quiet queen d2, but that's not hard to spot, threatening rook d7. Can't go here. You can see it on Vincent's face, he's not happy.
could you give back some material with
Like queen?
like the queen? Nice one. Queen e7. I had an idea. Queen d2. And I was going to go knight takes
e5.
Yeah, knight e5. Let's put knight e5. I pretend I saw that one. I was thinking of knight h6 and trying to do things that way, but no. Knight e5.
Yeah, knight h6, I guess rook d7 is just
I think that
always,
that was always the
crushing.
problem. So that's why I hesitated. Yeah, and that's a slam dunk. So knight e5.
But all this stuff looks
You just
so grim. I
you
don't
just
know.
take it.
Apparently you can also just move, and then if the knight moves, you still have rook d7, but just takes looks crushing, no? Like takes.
And then
Takes. If queen takes, I don't know, it's rook
Rook
e1,
rook
queen
e1.
b4 check. Oof. Or queen b4 check directly is more precise. No, it's too much. Oof. Look at Vincent's face. He's coming to terms with it. Too many problems. You're making it look easy. Push the h-pawn. Give a piece. Go for a walk.
best feeling in the world.
It is a nice feeling. You know you're in good shape. Your opponent's sitting there thinking. You walk around in your fancy suit.
Okay. How long do you think this game will last?
Time-wise or moves-wise?
Move-wise.
Where are we? This is move.
This is move 18. Do you think this one will get to move 30?
No.
No. Okay, Jan says no. What about our audience? Do you think that... no.
I would say the over-under for how many more moves is 5, maybe?
5.
You just...
Okay.
Everything gets taken, no? Like queen e7, queen d2. Boom.
Well, that spices things up.
Okay, let's start the count. It's move 18.
It is move 18, and you heard it here first. 5. 5 more moves remaining. But I'm going to let you off if it's like completely winning and Vincent just can't bring himself to resign.
Nah, that doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
But we'll see.
Okay. We
Poor
will see.
Vincent.
No, it's the last thing you want. You know, you come back from a free day, you're feeling motivated. Yeah, you're going to turn this event around, and then this happens.
Yeah, he had a strange tournament, no? Like he started with beating Anish after a big Anish blunder, not a blunder by the way, in the first round, where Anish hung a piece. Then he lost 2 games in a row to Fedosseyev Blubbaum. Then he won 2 against Aravind and Niemann. But then yeah, he had this loss against Nodirbek, where he pushed his luck very hard when he could have made a draw. Against Sindarov he was much better, but wasn't so precise. And now it's Jordan posing fresh troubles.
And the clock is ticking down. Let's not forget that. Now coming to 21 minutes. 40.
It's not his main worry, but it doesn't help. When you're sitting there, nothing works, and you don't have time.
Yeah, it's like where to go with the queen. Queen forward, queen backwards. How can I survive?
Queen e7 played.
Queen e7. And now...
Queen d2 is just...
Do you think Jordan will come back and just quickly go queen d2?
Do you think these spectators standing there, do you think they're irritating for the players? It's a question I heard a lot on the live streams. What do you think?
Why would they be irritating for the players?
I don't think they are, but somehow I got the question mainly from non-chess players. Oh, these are like zoo animals sitting there, people staring at them like.
Well, it's annoying when you're losing, right?
I think you frankly don't realize it. Like, you're always sensitive to noise, but of course people there know not to be talking. But I think when you're immersed in the game, you don't even realize.
Yeah, well,
the spectators are.
Well, yeah, especially when you're in time trouble, everyone just kind of disappears, and then you realize that, okay, you're surrounded by loads of people, but it can be annoying if they're whispering.
Yeah. No noise. Any kind of noise. Not here. Here it's fine. But there, if there's some whispering or some discussions, that you always catch on to. That is unpleasant.
Yeah. It's the only time I've ever been annoyed by people watching my game was when I was in a massive time scramble. And
Jordan, Queen D2 played, best move. Yeah, he's not letting this one go. Sorry, go ahead.
And then there was a smelly person who came and stood by me. that annoyed me. I was just like, can you just go? And he was like, very interesting. I was like, no, just go. There you go.
So you heard it here. If you ever have a tournament game against Jovanka, you know what to do.
Just smell nice, and I'll be your friend. Okay, yeah, Queen D2, Rook D7. Yeah. Okay. How many moves
I don't
left?
even see any hope. There are so many threats. Rook D7 is the main one, but also Rook E1, just where does the queen go, and Rook D7 doesn't go away.
The best of a bad lot was Knight E5, right?
Kind of, yeah. We looked at F takes E5, which looks strong, but also if White just says, okay.
And here...
What's next? So thankless.
Yeah, A6. There you go.
Yeah, no,
I'm
makes a
struggling,
lot of sense. Yeah.
but A takes B5, Rook D7, no answer.
No, in the end, yeah, even if Black hangs in there, this king is always just so weak that something's gonna give.
Yeah. Oh, dream position here for Jordan.
And the move was played.
I think he chucked in Knight E5.
Knight E5 played. Yeah, this is what we were talking about, giving Jordan a choice between sacrificing, which looks very crushing, or just going away and saying if the knight moves, he has Rook D7. But here...
Queen takes pawn.
Yeah, queen takes pawn. Then there was this Queen B4 check and Rook E1. This would be move 23, so my prediction could still come true. I was just wondering if here Black can try something else, like Rook D8, trying to bail out. That's also just hopeless. Takes, and the knight takes here. The rook is under attack, and if not the horse, he escapes, and White has too much material. Here.
Bishop takes C4.
And the bishop even covers.
Yeah, cover that. And then you can just start collecting extra material. Well, this game is progressing very nicely for Jordan. Let's just put this one on the back burner, but of course, any developments will come right back to it. And let's go to the challenges, because we got to check in with our tournament leaders and also our
How's
friends.
Andy Woodward doing?
Andy Woodward is, let's go in and check on him. He's got the bishop pair. He started with the plan, which is to go h4, g3, take the space. that has been so successful for him. I like his position.
Such a mature style as well, no? Here's a big champion of all these puzzle rush, puzzle something, and of ultra bullet playing with 15 seconds. But here, over the board in classical, he just looks, like a seasoned pro rating above 2600. Just very, very strong.
And he
Picking up a bunch of rating here again.
Yep, and he did incredibly well at the Grand Swiss last year. Let's check in on a Dutch derby between Elina Rubers and Erwin Lamy, because Elina went hard in the opening with this bishop b5 idea. There.
How do people handle it here? If there's a Dutch clash, are we rooting for a draw, or is there like two sides? What's the policy? Elina has to win. I don't know. I'm kind of Team Erwin, but just because I know him better. When I started playing for Apeldoorn in the late 90s, young Erwin Lamy was the big hope of the Apeldoorn team.
Well,
time has passed.
Rumor has it, Jan is very good at Dutch. He can speak Dutch. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I like to do it when I do a German show or something for comedic effect. I'm saying, okay, I have to do a summary for the Dutch audience, but in front of an actual Dutch audience, it's much more embarrassing for me because I really don't speak Dutch all that well. But I can.
Go on.
Once I'm drunk.
Can I convince you?
All right. We get a break after that? I need a break after to recover.
That's up for negotiation. That's not my decision. Okay. Yes.
Okay. All right, so apologies to the English viewers, but for our live audience here, since they don't understand English, I have to explain what's going on. Vandaag Jorn van Foreest uit Groningen heeft een heel goede stelling tegen Vincent Keymer, een jonge Duitse speler. En Jordan, ja, steeds agressief, maar vandaag hij heeft het London systeem gespeeld. En lekker H4, H5, H6. Dankjewel, dankjewel. Ik moet nog steeds een beetje kijken. Nee. Jordan moet nog steeds opletten. Maar ik denk dat hij lekker winnen gaat vandaag. Even kijken. En Anish. Ja. Anish heeft minder dan niets. Hij speelt tegen Fedoseev. En ja, lekker remise. Na de zonnebank een beetje één grote shawarma schotel. En kijk. Morgen nieuwe partij. Dankjewel. That's it. This is tough for me. But,
very good. I liked it. Sound very convincing. Yeah, I only know.
The thing is, if you speak German and English and you throw in a few sounds, normally I can get away with it. I've been around Dutch chess players a lot, but I never really studied, so forgive me. Thank you for the support.
I only know
tough.
A few expressions in Dutch. One is slaplikker. And spookrider. So those are the two expressions that I know, but as we promised Jan, we are going to go on a break. But when we come back, we are going to dive into all of the action that we have in front of us. We'll see you in a few minutes. are back. We are back here in the Café des Hommes with our amazing audience and a lot of fighting chess. Yes, that's what we like to hear. A lot of fighting chess on the boards, and also you can see the evaluation bar there. It's super good for Jordan van Foreest. He is winning against Vincent Keymer. So we're going to head there and see what progress has been made. When we left it, we saw that Vincent was suffering big time. We were even wondering whether he'd make it to move 30. It doesn't look good.
No, I'm not sure about my move 23 prediction, but it still looks very, very bad for Vincent Keymer. So after knight takes d5 here, he went queen to c5. We looked at takes, but then this check was crushing. So Keymer's trying to avoid that. But nice move by Jordan here. He went knight to f4, pronouncing the weakness of this square. And if black were to take the bishop, then queen check, and everything collapses. Like knight to e7 looks normal, but then, yeah, it's already. Whichever way you prefer. Queen takes f6, and you can't go here because of queen g7 checkmate, and if king f7 check. The end is also near. Rook here, check, takes. It's just too many problems, and the white rook can still join. We see Vincent desperately looking for a way out, but there is no way.
There is no way out, and it's move 22. The players are not going to get any increment, and now Vincent has to start making the moves fast. It's very difficult. No one wants to resign 22 moves in.
No.
His exchange up, and there doesn't seem to be any hope whatsoever. Knight to e6, the big threat in the position, forking the queen and rook.
Pieces just aren't playing. Like whatever you try, queen e7, then this is devastating. Queen d5 threatening knight e6 check. And what else could we think of? Queen takes e5, then the rook comes. Knight e6 is still gonna be there. Queen takes b5, check. Check.
Yeah.
No. Sometimes these things happen, these opening disasters, but yeah, they don't happen that often, and all credit to Jordan for being creative as usual with his h4, h5, h6, and bishop b5. And then also when the time came, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice this piece, open the position, trust himself. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, so in hindsight, I'm sure Vincent is thinking, why did I let that pawn come to h6?
Yeah, also knight g8. I mean, he was asking for trouble a bit.
Yeah, going back with the knight to g8 was provocative, but I can understand why Vincent was so annoyed with the knight being on e5. I mean, he definitely did not expect the knight to sacrifice itself.
No, it was unpleasant already if he castles, whatever it takes. And g4, he's gonna suffer, but in the game, trouble was even worse. So anything else that caught your eye in the break? Any games you want to see? It's hard for me to watch Vincent suffer like this.
Well, I actually was drawn to the challenges where I can see that Vasil Ivanchuk, such a legend of the game, on 5.5 points. Well, it doesn't look good for him, as well as it looks like Vedant Panesar is on his way to winning that one.
I still believe in Ivanchuk. Okay. 2 exchanges down, which is a lot, but king is a bit open. It's not over yet, and he is at the board. Move 40. Good news is he has an hour to make his 40th move. So
they're on move 40. Yeah, well, that's out of the box for Ivanchuk. Normally, we've seen him play with 1 second on the clock, 13 seconds.
Still possible. You just gotta think an hour and 3 minutes. But no, he's in trouble. It shouldn't be enough.
I also see that Erwin is doing the business against Elina. It was nice opening from Elina, but somehow it just went wrong.
Yeah, it looked like she had studied some very sharp line. But why can't I see this game? Here. No, sorry. Here. But Erwin hung in there, and now.
How did they get here? Because when we left it, it was bishop takes. Bishop b5, h6 happened. And there we were looking at bishop e3.
Yeah, here Compi just wanted to go bishop e3, keep this bishop hanging, but she tried something more direct, which is understandable. Bishop takes, knight takes, knight to f5. Oof. Channeling her inner Tal, sacrificing all these pieces, but apparently it didn't do enough. g5, nice move by Erwin, giving his king some space and fighting for the dark squares. Now we get some endgame where black gets the piece back because this was hanging. But
the position's falling apart for Elina here.
What's the pawn count? It's equal.
Yeah,
4 isolated pawns.
But this rook on h2 doesn't make a great impression.
Also, Erwin loves his endgames, and of course, that's not the position you want to have against such an experienced grandmaster. When the board is burning, something can happen. But here, his hand will take over. It's going to be very hard to survive.
He's also a very positional player. That's been my impression of Erwin.
I'm not sure, because he looks like such a solid, reliable guy. People think he has a solid chess style. But whenever I watch, he's playing g4, he's sacrificing exchanges. So I'm not sure that's at his core, although I agree he's good at that. But he has some strangely aggressive instincts sometimes.
You see, because when I played Erwin many, many moons ago, I think I played the Dutch trio of Smeets, Verla, and Erwin.
Who was the toughest to face?
I drew against Erwin, and I think I lost to Erwin. I lost to Erwin he ground me down positionally, and I drew against Jan Smeets, and I think I lost to Jan Verla. So there you go.
So Smeets was the weakest, we can conclude, but then a tie.
Well, it was a tough event for me.
Sorry.
But that was just the vibe that I got. But I think we got some. We got some extra moves actually in the Jordan. Vincent Keymer.
Okay, let's go back because this could also be over at any moment.
And it looks like it's
Pawn to c3,
almost
queen to d7.
Right now.
This move 23. I said this was as far as it would get. Looks like I was a bit optimistic or pessimistic, depending whom you ask. But Vincent is completely lost still.
Well, he has to go queen e7.
Yeah, the problem with queen e7 is still queen d5. Like this pawn here, he went c3, but this doesn't change anything. It's just one check.
Well,
then knight e6 will decide.
It's forced because queen g7 was in the air, and that would have been checkmate.
That is true.
So can't do anything. Must prevent that one. So queen e7 quickly played, and now for Jordan. Moves he will not do is change of queens, but queen d5. What about knight e6? Is knight e6 something that he would be tempted to do?
Sure, it's also winning, but no need. Like, even now queen d5 should be winning, but why? Why not wait with it?
Okay.
Wins the house.
Yeah, queen d5, knight to e6 incoming. I can't suggest a move knight takes h6, but that's, I'm just getting desperate here. Like, why am I playing
better
on?
or worse than resigning? Yeah.
Just to stop you from winning.
No, I don't think I'll get there, because he can also throw in a check at least. CB, king b1, but after queen d5, the end is very near.
Yeah.
Jordan knows it, of course, trying to keep his focus.
Well, if we kind of just look at the camera, I like to see which ways the eyes are darting and predict the move accordingly.
Do you believe in this stuff, that when someone is looking to the upper right, he's lying, upper left, he's recalling something? Or it's just when they look at the queen side, they will move on the queen side?
In chess terms, yeah, when you look in the queen side, you're going to move that direction. I haven't thought about the other one too much, but I can tell you, Vincent is not happy.
Oh, that's body language doctor over there.
Yes, you can consult me in any case you need.
This is resignable. You can give the spike check.
Yeah.
How do you say spike check in Dutch? Racheschach? The same in Dutch. Rakenschach?
So what was it in the end?
I'm not sure I caught it. Raakschak. Wraak.
Wraak.
Okay. It's tough to pronounce. Wraakschak.
It is very difficult to pronounce. It's
still got a lot to learn.
It's a cool language, though. I really... Well, 7 minutes on the clock for Vincent, and really he has to stop knight e6. The rook is hanging. Rook e8 seems to be perhaps the only move to still keep the game going. Not even alive.
Is this worth playing on?
You have to run. Like queen a8, queen, you have to...
Even. With these guys sleeping, it's just... It is pretty hopeless. You can throw in the check whenever you want, but nah. Yeah, queen d5 plate. And this is... Yeah, looks like Vincent is getting ready to resign, like he's speed running the 5 stages of grief.
Number 1, being anger.
No, it's dabda. It's denial. You can't believe it. Knight takes c4. What's going on? Then it's anger. Bargaining. You offer a draw, but it's not allowed here. Depression. That's where we are now. And then you get to acceptance, which means resigns.
And acceptance will finally come when he looks at his opponent, offers his hand.
Yeah.
And then what next?
And dinner. I mean, it's the life of a of a chess professional. Sometimes you lose, and you gotta play the next day.
Like, okay, as a second, and your student has just played a game like this, do you hide? Do you kind of...
No. You should always be there, but you should also respect if people want, I don't know, 2 hours to yell at themselves or to take a nap. Like everybody's different. But of course it's a skill, and not everybody has it even at the top level to be able to recover from a bad loss. Vincent, it's been a roller coaster. Anyway, I don't think this will affect him much when it comes to his fighting spirit for tomorrow. But it's also one of Magnus Carlsen's great skills. If you look at his performance after a loss, he's so good that he told me once, you can be angry at yourself for 2 hours, but then you sort of have to forgive yourself and play the next day. And it's a very important skill for.
But I always wondered, the job of a second, it can be very thankless, right? Because you still have to...
It's the worst job.
You have to keep your student, so to speak, in good mood. Do you come prepared with an army of dad jokes? Do you force them out for a run? Say get the endorphins. Do you engage in some chess boxing? I don't know. And
I think there's a one size fits every solution or every player situation, but it's tough sometimes because of course you're also upset and or tired, but then yeah, you gotta try to lift the spirits up in
Yeah.
whatever way.
Yes. Yep.
Jordan here with his brother Lucas, and it seems Vince played a move. He played Rook E8. Seems like their cooperation has been working well recently.
It has been working extremely well, you know. And Jordan said it himself, you know, he feels like he's in good shape. And I can see
Nodirbek is down.
Nodirbek with a score sheet. So that indicates to me that that was a
Probably
draw.
Yeah,
Sindarov,
survived.
Sindarov remains the only player undefeated in the Masters.
That's a good result for Abdusatorov. He's still in the lead, and he was a bit worse, so to hold that together is good news for him. Okay, let's go back to our game of the day. Bishop takes E8, F takes E5. Vincent is hoping for a miracle here, but anything wins.
Yeah, anything will win here for Jordan. Takes the rook, looks at his opponent. For Vincent, it is just about when to accept the inevitable. Bragg looks at the game, but yeah, I mean, it's painful like this. When you see this in action, you don't even want to be hanging around. You just want to leave that player in peace. And as Jan is pointing out, there's so many
This is
paths
one
to
way
Rome.
it could end. But yeah, anything wins. Bishop takes G6 is the computer's choice. Also doesn't look bad. Takes. This is checkmate.
But the fact that Vincent is not making it.
And Bishop G6
G6.
played. Wow. Precise till the end. Yeah, I think this is the end. Maybe you finally give this check. But there's no way to continue playing here.
And just to run through quickly, what happens after pawn takes knight? Then it's going to be checkmate on H8, sorry.
Yep.
Clinical.
Yeah, you can see it on Vincent's face.
As we wait for Vincent to resign. Less than 3 minutes on the clock.
The least of his worries, but it limits his grieving time as well.
And in this particular type of situations, one thing I've seen from these top players is, and we have resignation from Vincent. Excellent game for Jordan van Foreest, getting a round of applause, and the two sharing analysis. It's still nice to see Vincent, you know, there at the end, once the resignation occurred, you know, with a smile, even though inside he is really cross with himself.
Yeah, no, I'm always impressed by that because I couldn't do it. I would just leave, but it also shows the passion these guys have for the game and the truth. No, that immediately afterwards he wants to ask Jordan, okay, what should I do after the stupid Queen D2 move or whatever it was?
Yep, sharing some thoughts. The arbiter comes over, the score sheet's signed, and Jordan moving to 5.5 points to +2.
Up there.
Definitely up there, especially because between the tournament leaders, Nodirbek Abdusatorov there with 5.5 points, and Vachier-Lagrave, they're now 5. Vachier moving to 5.5, so it's shared equal, second equal.
Yeah. Chasing the leader, Jordan van Foreest, who won this in 2021 as a 21-year-old, now age 26, saying he's in a good place with his chess, winning a very nice game today. Let's try to get him in here. Can we request people? How does this work?
I think the request has already been made.
The request has been made. Is he allowed to say no?
No. We'll put the hard word on Jordan, although I'm being told officially, yes, he can.
He can turn us
he
down.
He can turn us down. But
we need tighter contracts here.
But
great game.
Absolutely great game. Maybe we can, whilst things are Not so sharp elsewhere, although, hang on a second, it's getting sharp in the game between Gukash and Blubbaum. Maybe we had that.
On the way, still looks great for Matthias Blubbaum. We've seen some moves here. The structure, of course, still very, very good for black. Gukash has managed to free himself. Trying to muddy the waters here with pawn to c5. But it feels desperate, giving a pawn to activate the knight. And Blubbaum counters with pawn to e4, takes and knight g5. What's the trick if queen takes f5? Is there some tactic? You go queen e7 and then here, yeah? Thinking about this, but yeah, the queen goes, white queen goes somewhere.
D3.
And ouch.
Nice. Okay. So
if you can't do that, you have to allow f takes e4, but that's also not tempting, is it?
no, it's not tempting, but you get away with going queen to g3
Yeah, but just takes.
and then h4
d3, I thought.
and then bishop takes pawn. No, I've got problems on the f2 square. Yeah, there you
Too
go.
many problems. And after hg, we can, I guess, bishop takes wins as well, but just take everything, no?
Yeah. Yeah, this is all over. Okay, so that's not good.
Blubbaum puts on his badge. Do they have to put on the badge to go to the bathroom? Or will people tell him?
Could be a
Sorry,
boss move.
I know your clock is running, but you're not getting back in.
I think he's indicating to Gukash. I think the game.
I think it's like Kasparov putting on his watch.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
Blubbaum
yeah.
puts on the badge. It's time to go home.
Well, you know Matthias much better, right? So is he capable of making that kind of move?
No, I don't think he's into these types of mind games. He's a big fighter, but in general, no. I think he only gets upset with himself, but he's not trying to upset his opponent.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have another suggestion now that I'm thinking about. Queen f4.
I guess same.
Queen takes queen.
It's always the same problem. There's always d3 looming.
Can you go h4?
Yeah, I think it's the same.
And then rook d2.
Something's gonna give. Even takes.
Pawn takes knight.
This pawn survives. No line will end well for white here. No? Somehow managed not to lose a piece till here, but it's too much.
Yeah, that was very convincing, actually.
Yeah, 93, you just take.
Take it, and yeah. But it's unsurprising that absolutely everything works out for black, because
Also looks easy, no? I mean, queen f5, queen e7. This is calculated. Which is, of course, what white wants, but queen goes anywhere, d3 wins. And if the queen goes anywhere else, you just go f takes e4, and d3 will always win.
and you can't do any funky moves like b4 or something, you know, just to get that bishop off this
First of all,
diagonal.
I guess you could just leave it here and say, okay, what changed? But also, if we take, it doesn't help, no?
I was kind of hoping h4 might be
Oh, we can
something.
even take here.
No, but it is
just too
bad.
much. Yeah. See if Gukash finds any. Oops. Any magic, but
No, we're not.
also his face doesn't say.
Yeah, he's not happy
Thrilled.
either. There you go. It's not good. Not good. But great news for Matthias.
Yeah, he's had a good tournament, but he's thrown away a couple chances. So if he were to beat the world champion with black, that would be special for him for sure. As we mentioned, not Gukash's fault, quote unquote, that he's world champion, and we always put on this standard, but of course for his opponents it means a lot as well to play.
Yeah.
As a reigning world champion.
Yeah, you know, like Gukesh is an incredible player, but it does feel like he's finding his feet as world champion. You know,
Plays queen takes f5. What else?
What to do? Queen e7.
No, but once again, Gukesh is. I never know how old people are. He's 19 or something, and to deal with all this attention, all these obligations at that age, and how, from what I've seen, gracefully he's handled everything. I think, yeah, should go easy on him, even if he doesn't win every chess game. He's still incredible chess player and ambassador, or however you want to call it. He's been great for the game.
Yeah, I agree completely. And like you say, for me, it's all about how he handles the setbacks. His reign as world champion has not been the easiest. And yet he handles it with a lot of grace. He handles it with a lot of dignity. And always you feel... And I want him to just make that next leap forward. So Gukesh in big trouble there. Maybe we go to the bird's eye view and check in on the other games. Anish and Fedoseev, they are still ongoing.
Make a draw already, guys. Come on.
And there's been a lot of clarifications in the game between Prag and Aravind, whereas Nguyen and Erdogmus, it feels like a completely different game. You know, whilst everyone is racing towards the end game, this one feels like...
At least now it's Prague is officially slightly better at the very least. Still doesn't look like much, but he got his minority attack. Pawn to b5. The magic of this is that it will always leave a weakness, no matter how black reacts. But with limited material. Can't be too bad. Still, Aravind has some defending to do here.
Yeah.
So you want the...
This one, yeah, because this one felt like it started 2 hours later.
Yeah, and it still does. It's like a completely standard Spanish opening middle game position. Wow. You're not coming. Like, they win one chess game and they're too good to join our little program.
But he will be giving an interview, so we'll be going straight there to hear his thoughts.
It's not the same.
No, we would have liked him here in our little studio with our audience. We could have...
I met him this morning going to the supermarket, and he was all friendly, you know, like, oh, let's catch up, let's have dinner, and now, oh, I beat Vincent Keymer, I can't join the show for 5 minutes. That's just... I'm kidding. Congratulations. During the tournament, like especially when players have a game, the next day I never feel too bad because everybody has their schedule. Of course, it's nice for us, but they are, of course, very focused on getting as much rest and prep in as possible. So it can't be too mad. Still a bit mad.
Yeah. Well, we'll get an interview from him. So, going back to this game between Nguyen and Erdogmus, so...
I'm still not excited about this game.
But
Bishop
can
will
you
go
be?
away, the queen will cover the pawn, and then they will make some other moves, and eventually it's going to be a draw.
Like that?
That's what's going to happen.
Okay. And... Who's the only one who can push for a win?
Neither.
Neither. Draw. Chess is inevitable.
No, but I'm actually being half serious because, okay, this pawn looks a little weak, but the black pieces are so active and it's sort of a typical structure. E4 is also not so easy to defend, so normally it leads to simplifications.
Well,
and we should simplify our life and switch to Fiona right now.
Jordan, congratulations. Today was really a demolition job to move to 5.5 out of 9, just half a point out of the lead now. How are you feeling tonight?
Yeah, of course, didn't expect to win today, and especially not the way it went. But yeah, it's an amazing feeling. Maybe the strongest player I've ever beaten, and yeah, who knows what will happen now? But it's yeah, feels very good and unexpected.
You played the London. We just talked about it before going live. You have played it for a while, but not in the recent years. I'm gonna hand you the iPad. What made you uncork the London today?
Well, I wasn't always going to play the London, but like because I started with knight f3, but like this move order, I thought it might be interesting against him because he usually avoids this type of position with the pawn already on d5 today. So. Of course, yes, experience, and actually I used to play the London, like I just told you before, like maybe 7-8 years ago or something, but these days it's very popular and like super analyzed, and okay, it has like this image like a boring opening, of course, but actually I had some nice wins with it back in the days, and also, okay, some worse games, but...
Today wasn't boring.
No, it was unexpected, of course, and I think he also kind of like provoked me a lot. So he plays very solid line here with bishop d6, and yeah, everything.
I mean, bishop d3 is already a little surprise, right?
Ah, really? Okay. Well, knight d2 is maybe a little bit more typical, but as the game shows, the knight can go to c3 later on. So that's one of the ideas, and it's a little tricky. Black can, of course, just castle short here, and it's very solid. The way he plays is also very okay, but at least like this, it can get a little bit more sharp because white has some queenside castling plans, and then actually like computers thinks black is completely fine, but it's sharp and not exactly what you maybe expect when you're playing the London. But I know he like I assume he also knew this was fine for black. This is why he went for it, and I think it's like stockfish main line. So b6. I played knight c3, and yeah, I was familiar with my. With a game of my friend Aminta Batabai, who played like this, and I was actually sitting next to him when he played like that. And I know he lost that game, but he was much better, and you know, I thought this could be interesting, but of course I also like forgot about the game. But just like when checking again, like this morning, I was like, ah, yeah, I know that game, and that looked nice, and then I was like, okay.
So you had this on the computer this morning?
Kind of, yeah, but I don't know, because it's all a little bit confusing. Like black has many ways to play, white has many ways to play, so I maybe at this position on the board, like white can also start with h4 here. Oh, sorry, but it's all kind of the same. And yeah, I think in general black should play quickly a6, and that's also what he said after the game, just to stop any bishop b5 ideas or even knight b5 sometimes. Played knight c6, and already here, like apparently the engine likes bishop b5, but I was tempted to play h5. Now he has a choice. If he goes h6, this will always be a little bit annoying whenever, like, let's say I go bishop b5 and he castles. There might be some g4 stuff here later on, and the h6 pawn is a hook. But if he doesn't do that, then
you play h6.
Then I play h6, yeah, and I like my pawn there. So maybe it was not too late here to play a6 anyway, or something like that. But he played here, and this is maybe a little mistake, because now I got both h6 and bishop b5, and the thing is, when I exchanged, let's say he goes castles, oh, oops, I just take the knight, and I get this really nice knight on e5 myself, and this pawn on h6, and I don't know if white's much better, but it's definitely very enjoyable to play with white, and black kind of lacks any counterplay. So he saw all this coming, of course, like he's an incredibly strong player, but then maybe he started actually overthinking a little bit, and I think he still should have gone for this, like even though it's not so pleasant. I understand he wanted to avoid it, but it was probably better than what he did, because he played c4, which already looked a little bit weird to me, but after knight e5 his plan was knight g8. And let's say I don't do anything for the next couple of moves, let's say, I don't know, I just move to rook or something. He can get f6 and like dislodge my knight, and that would be really nice for him, but I already felt like this cannot possibly work, like black is too like far behind in development, so yeah, apparently f5 is already really strong here. I was looking at that, but this also just looked super nice, and I had some ideas here. If he plays here, I have this move bishop takes c4, just a bit unexpected, but when he takes, the knight suddenly comes to e4, and then to f6 with like devastating effect. For example, I saw queen b4, and everything is good here already. Like, I think I wanted to play knight f6, king d8, knight f7, king c7, and d5. Okay.
I think our commentators were also
Yeah.
showing the checkmate
Yeah.
patterns if the king
Yeah.
ever steps
Yeah.
into f8.
Also, c3 is really interesting, so I wasn't too worried about that. But after f6, like I didn't even think that long, because I just feel like this piece like has to be winning. Like,
Were you
or
getting
really
a
good for
little
white.
excited?
No, I don't know. Like I just thought like I should play objectively, and knight takes c4 looked good. I mean, I even thought like here I have many options. Also, knight takes d5 looks interesting to me. If he ever castles, I have this move knight takes b6. But then I started thinking here, and I noticed this move queen e3. And the point is, if he blocks with the queen, I just swing over to h3, and he cannot castle anymore. And rook is coming to h1, so that's basically just the end of it. And yeah, I mean, he went here, but now everything is kind of collapsing just for black. Like, there's no development. Pawn on h6 is really nice for white. And yeah, sometimes in classical chess you kind of overthink things, and I think if it would be a blitz game, he would just play like short castles, and he would be maybe a bit worse. But yeah, it happens a lot, and I think that he was a bit of a victim of that today. So the rest of the game, I don't know, it's not...
Yeah, I mean, this was really the brilliant sequence of the game, right? And then conversion became easy once you found all of these moves.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah. So rook is coming to d7 here, and it's basically game over, yeah.
Nguyen, congrats again on a very nice game. As I mentioned, you're now on 5.5 out of 9, and tomorrow you're playing another man who's on 5.5. Vachier, Sindarov. That's a big matchup. How are you feeling going into that?
He's a very friendly guy, but he's also a really strong chess player. So yeah, it's interesting to play him. And I didn't play him much in the past. I actually won once when he was like 12, but that, let's say that we don't count that. And he is super strong now. Of course, he won the World Cup. He's playing the candidates. I really like him both as a person and as a player a lot. So of course I have to try my best tomorrow. But in general, I'm rooting also for him. And I don't know. Let's hope I will play a good game at least. And yeah, we'll see.
Is it hard for you to not start thinking, you know, suddenly I'm just half a point out, there's only 4 games to go? Or do you feel all your experience here helps you to, you know, keep those thoughts out of your mind?
I don't know. Even though I won the tournament once, I never think I will win it again. So there's not too much pressure on me. And yeah, I've played here actually quite a number of times, so I am pretty experienced already. And also I'm like on the older part of the... Like, the average is 23, I'm 26 years old, so I can say I'm very experienced in this tournament, yeah.
Well, we'll see how that experience works out for you tomorrow. Jordan, congrats again and good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona, thank you.
And back to the studio again.
Thank you, Fiona. And yeah, fantastic game there from Jordan van Foreest. It does mean that we have 3 games finished in the Masters, 2 draws and 1 win. 4 games remaining. Let's take just a quick look at what is developing in those 4 games, and then let's turn our attention to the challenges. So we begin with the game that Jan has in front of him, Gukesh against Matthias, and as we expected, Matthias has picked up an exchange, and the evaluation bar is telling us one story, but is it being fair?
I don't know. It looks like Gukesh is in deep, deep trouble. He had to go for these complications, but they aren't that complicated for black. You just take here and here. And that's what happened. Black is just a clean exchange up with a good position. It's another winning position for Blubbaum. We've seen him not win a couple of those, so maybe that's in the back of his head. But for now, he's very much in the driver's seat.
Okay. So things looking great for Matthias. Let's just do a quick status update on Nanda against Aravind, because Prag has just pocketed a pawn.
Yeah, it looked like this was going to be some long grind with white being slightly better, trying to push. But Prag went very direct here. He went pawn to e4. Trying to use the pin. Knight to c6, nice move. Now the queen goes as d4. There we have a result in Faustino Oro's game. He lost, he was in trouble.
He was in big trouble against Aydin Suleimanli. Also, he didn't have time on the clock. So he loses his game, and for Suleimanli, he stays apace at the top, moving to 7 points.
Yeah. The Arvin game, it looks like he's active enough to hold the balance here now with his knight c6, rook d7. Then the knight has this square. He's still pawn down, so he has to be careful. But computer's saying this should be equal. And Arvind doesn't look too depressed either.
No, and things look very balanced in the game between Anish, Giri.
This game, I keep forgetting. It's
Yeah.
still going.
I can understand why it's forgettable, because everything looks pretty even, except we have that age-old question. Which is better, the bishop or the knight? And here is no doubt that the bishop is better,
If
right?
anybody is better, it's the bishop, but material is so limited that I don't think a lot of stuff can happen here. King f3. Still expecting a draw.
I'm also expecting a draw, and the players,
Anish about to move.
they've passed move 40, so no time trouble drama there.
Not yet, not yet. Big drama if
Anish,
they will both make the 40th move with their 60
Yeah.
and 14 minutes. Anish taking his time. Okay, we don't have to wait. There
No,
should be a draw.
And Win against Erdogmus. Win is now a pawn up, but it has come at the cost of the bishop pair.
I gave the bishop.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And what do we make of this? I like Erdogmus. She's going to go knight c5, knight e5, put pressure. And this bishop on g7, it's so good. The kingdom for the dark squares.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
Fine for black. He's a pawn down for now, but all this play.
So still a lot of action to happen in the future in that game. But let's go over the challenges, because I feel like the game between Max Varmadam, Mark Moritzi, one of the tournament leaders, is as hot as can be.
Oh, Max is doing very well.
Yeah. The evaluation bar, making our audience smile. We have a lot of Max Varmadam fans, I'm assuming. Yes, of course. Yes, I assumed correctly. So here, I mean, the first move that comes to a pawn pusher like me is e5.
That looks good, doesn't it? Forces the knight to an awkward square.
But then what next? You can't carry on. Okay, he plays it.
e5 played.
And
What's the material? It's equal, yeah? White didn't even sacrifice anything. No, this looks fantastic for Max. Ah, no, computer wants to go here. This also looked pleasant, I thought.
that looks very nice.
Yeah, black has to go g6, which is a bit scary. What's this line, by the way? Check?
F
So you have to...
you can't go f6 because pawn takes pawn. So you have to block said check.
I thought you got to take because
Yes.
the queen is hanging,
I
but
forgot
then
about that.
I just noticed there's this trick, and I have no idea what's happening here. Can't take the queen because this is checkmate.
Beautiful.
And takes here. At least you get the piece back. Okay, whatever.
Well, we've had some moves. He's
Yeah,
he's
sorry.
played queen
Also,
h5.
the line is way too deep, but yeah, it looked like sort of natural. 7 was played in queen h5.
Okay,
this
well
should be
this
even worse. Like,
exactly,
now
now
there's
you
not
go.
even rook takes d4.
And if you block, I mean, it looked terrible. Actually, no, I don't. You don't want to be going g6. I think you should be going rook.
df8.
Maybe go on the counter. Hang on a second. Let's try to go on the counter somehow or other. Bishop to c5. No, I've just blundered a piece. Put that back.
It's just a tough position.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe, okay,
I was dreaming of some checkmate here with rook g4, but it's not checkmate yet. Like some queen h7, rook h4, but the queen is still here. No, but the position looks absolutely horrible for Maurizi.
Yeah, how to... I mean, you feel like you should defend f7, because you can't let the queen start sniffing around g7, and then there's e6 coming, and but if you curl up into a little ball, oh no, e6, and that's the end of that. And if you go like that way, the knight is hanging on d7.
I don't see a way this
well, if
should end very badly for Black.
Well, if we don't see a way, that is looking very good.
Yeah, Maurizi our co-leader, so this is good news for Andy Woodward, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Also good news for Max, obviously.
And also Aydin Suleimanli, who is chasing them half a point behind.
Yeah,
but
he won already.
Let's take a quick look at Andy Woodward against Daniel Juffer. He
just keeps winning.
And he's going to be winning again.
He lost the first game and then he scored what, like 6.5 out of 7, and now it's going to be another one.
It is going to be another one. He just seems unstoppable.
Maybe he is. Just clinical, 2 pawns up.
Mm-hmm.
These positions are normally hopeless. There's no counterplay when the queen can get to the long diagonal.
Yeah.
You just queen a pawn here.
It's all about finding that hiding place for the king.
What's he gonna do?
Exactly
Andy?
what he's looking up. They've passed move 40, by the way, so no incoming time trouble.
It looked like it was about.
It looked like he was going to
move
go
the
rook
other
c8, yeah.
Also good.
But taking some time, he can go rook takes rook, rook c8, all good. It's maybe we wait for Andy to...
And he does found the best move. Changed his mind there. Now pawn to e6 is the clincher.
And that's not the only move, right? You can...
But it's crushing and he will find it here.
Of course. And as we saw, he can pick up the pawn on a6 in a queen and pawn endgame and be a comfortable 2 pawns up. So,
what can you tell me about Andy Woodward? I know he's young.
Well,
American.
Many things.
Strong.
Very strong. Excellent talent. I mean, fantastic player. He nearly... Well, I wouldn't say nearly, but he was amongst those who could have qualified for the candidates in the last round of the FIDE Grand Swiss. It kind of came up like a submarine. He's had Hikaru as a mentor.
Oh.
He has worked with
dream.
Gary Kasparov as part of the Kasparov Chess Foundation. And just a big talent. I mean, look at the way he plays. You know, he's aggressive, he advances his pawns. He just seems to be steamrolling over the competition in the challenges. And now he might find himself in the sole lead if Mark Maurizi loses to Max Varmadam. So this one is going exactly how we planned, well, how we expected. We didn't plan this. But let's
That was your plan?
There was no plan.
Juffa goes down against Woodward?
There was no plan, I'm afraid. I didn't mastermind anything, but maybe we take a quick peek at Elena against Erwin in the all-Dutch
still be
encounter.
in trouble.
She is still in
Erwin
trouble.
enjoying his end games. Yeah, this is not going to end well.
Nope.
For Elena, that is. Nah. Yeah, she's had a tough tournament. She did much better in previous editions now, but here on the way to 1 out of 9.
Nope.
If you start losing, the Wijk is dark and full of terrors.
It is. It can be. Okay, so maybe we go back to the challenges and see
And
what
she
good
does resign.
Okay.
Erwin Lamy picks up a much needed win. Also hasn't had the best tournament, but yeah, making a bit of a comeback here.
Yep. Erwin Lamy, the master of smart casual and winner of round 9. Yeah, fantastic. I hadn't even made that observation. But let's go back to Gukesh against Blubbaum. Because
any world champion-y tricks here?
well, h4 was the last move. Queen e5 was the response.
What's going on if we take? Just takes, and he wants to do bad things.
He learnt his lesson from Sindarov, right?
Maybe he saw that construction there. No, Blubbaum, yeah, he beat Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces in the Grand Swiss where he qualified for the candidates. So he's no stranger to beating these giants, but of course, Gukesh, the world champion, would be a big, big achievement for him.
And you asked about world champion-y tricks. Taking the knight is not going to get White anywhere. So...
Problem for White is he's also material down. He picked up some pawns, but black is so active.
Can he throw in an a4 or something?
I think just, yeah, this attack comes quickly. Queen g3.
Attacking.
It's the rook, and then we go here and here. And so
Yeah, and that's curtains. So you can't do that. So, okay, you have to cover then g3, so queen g4, only move.
yeah, that's probably what he has to do.
Well, rook f4 though.
Still not great. If queen g3, this check.
Yes.
We just take if we want to. No, looks bad. Is this still time trouble? Yeah, it's move 37.
Yes, it's move 37, and the clock is ticking down to under 2 minutes.
What happened to Gukesh in these last rounds?
So he lost 2 games in a row, and then he struck back in round 8. Fantastic victory with the black pieces against Fedoseev. And now he finds himself in this situation where he is going to go down against Blubbaum.
Yeah, he had this one giant blunder against Nodirbek, then probably was tough to recover, tried to play big fighting game against Anish, lost that one, didn't really have a chance there. Now, yeah, if this one will be lost as well, he's very much out of contention, no? Would fall to -1. Blubbaum would jump up to +1.
And for Blubbaum, anything can still happen, right? If you just put together a good run of wins, still there. Because we have Nodirbek Abdusatorov, he's on 6 points. Sindarov there with 5.5. Jordan 5.5. So
what are you doing there? Are you taking notes? Who has how many points? What's going on?
Yeah, so I can avoid doing maths on air. It never goes well when I try that. Okay, I don't need to do it. We can see it even better. And these are the standings so far, with 3 games that have finished.
Yeah, Vincent won't be happy. Gukesh won't be happy. Arjun and Prag also not happy. So a lot of the game's biggest stars suffering here. And for Blubbaum, of course, I'm sure he wouldn't mind winning the tournament. But this is, yeah, depending how you count, not his first super tournament. He played a few these Grenke events in Germany. But I would think, especially with the length and the status of this tournament, the toughest test he's faced yet. It's very useful for him, for the candidates anyway. And we see resignation by Gukesh. So big victory for Matthias Blubbaum.
Congratulations to Matthias, who moves on to +1. Okay, well that means that there are 3 games remaining in the Masters. Let's just again take a full board view and see what is happening. So things looked very level in Giri against Fedoseev.
What's Anish doing? He's jumping around. Is that still fine?
It looked like
I guess it's still fine.
they also have plenty of time. But what is the situation like for Pragnananda and Arvind? Arvind now getting very active with his knight.
Yeah. Prag is a pawn up though, so Arvind is trying to evaluate
but
if he should take and try to survive this.
But they're on move 36, so this is
as close to an exciting time scramble as we have right now.
well, no. We have one happening for Nguyen against Erdogmus, because Nguyen is down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and it's only move 24. Feels like these two have been engaged in a different tempo than the others. Everyone has been playing quickly, and let's stick with this one.
Taiwan looks tired as well. No, this is... Yeah. Did he forget a bit about the clock? Because this game... I mean, some stuff is happening now, but it wasn't like there were crazy complications on the board either. And yet, Taiwan, before the rest day, I mean, he survived against Blubbaum, but he also played uncharacteristically. It looks like, yeah, this event is getting to him a bit as well.
Well, this is one of the things about round robins. Like, certain players have a mark on their backs, and Van Nguyen is one of those.
Especially if things don't go well. Yeah, I mean, if you establish yourself in the early rounds, even as an outsider, then sometimes people leave you alone and aren't looking for... Of course, they're looking to play, but aren't playing something, going out of their way to pose problems. Once you start losing, you have that mark on your back, and maybe that's affecting them as well, no?
Well, the knight goes back, and now the question is, what is Erdogmus going to be doing? Taking on e4 is also possible to take on b2. But I feel like taking on b2 is perhaps cashing in the chips a little bit early.
No.
And we're getting advance notice that we are getting a guest in the studio.
Matthias Blubbaum is coming. It's nice, but we're still sad Jordan turned us down. Like, okay, Blubbaum beat the world champion with black, so I guess it's all right.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing his thoughts, because...
It's not his fault.
Huh?
It's not his fault.
No, it's not.
Jordan
No, it's not. But I find Matthias such a amusing player to follow. You know, I've caught some of his streams, and he's very relatable, let's say.
He doesn't like it when he's losing.
No. And he doesn't mince his words as well, so... But
what streams? Are you watching his German Twitch streams, or what are you doing?
No, just clips. Just clips of when he's playing a game and he's ranting a little bit. Bishop takes e4, highlighted by Jan as the move that we are expecting.
Did he play it? No, he played rook bc8.
Knight c3. Now,
makes sense.
Now Nguyen
please take a pawn back. Let's simplify. You can take whatever pawn.
What do you think about the time that Nguyen has? Because I was reminded at breakfast earlier on that in the olden days, when we were used to playing without increment, there was like a golden rule that when you had 10 moves left, you had to have 10 minutes on the clock.
Is that a golden rule? I've never heard that rule. That's British chess school. Push your h-pawn and keep 10 minutes.
Well, it was always the advice, don't get into time trouble. They had no constructive advice for when you were in time trouble, so it was just avoid it. Don't do
Always
it.
keep 5 minutes in reserve.
Yes.
And I have to say, first of all, I've always been a fan of having no increment until move 40, because for the great chess spectator sport, it's so much more exciting when someone has 2 minutes or 10 seconds to make 10 moves. Like, why do we need this insurance to make sure every player always has 30 seconds per move? Like, let them decide. So I'm all for it. I'm fine with increment after move 40, after move 60. But I think it adds a lot to the action. And as for the rules, like, yeah, everybody gets these rules of thumb, whatever. Keep 10 minutes, always keep 5 minutes in reserve, never think more than 20 minutes. But if you're sitting there calculating against a strong opponent, like, sometimes time flies when you're hanging pawns.
Yeah, time does fly indeed. And the clock starts ticking down and the panic starts setting in, and we feel all of the emotions for Erdogmus. Simon
He's also a bit nervous. What's going on there?
Well, Simon.
Is he 14 after all?
Well, Simon nicknamed this the death sway.
Death way?
The death sway.
Oh.
Yes. So this happens when
So he's in kill mode. Bishop
finds
e5.
himself, yes, and he's keeping the tension on the board.
Yeah, he's saying no simplifications. I don't want your pawns. I want to pose as many pawns as possible. General, I can't say I'm a big Erdogmus expert, but he looks very pragmatic. No, he's fine being solid, making a draw if it suits him, but also when he smells blood, he will just go for it. And at age 14, it's just incredible.
Yeah, it is just incredible. And for Nguyen, the clock is ticking down. Position still balanced, but there's so much possibility for black. Taking on c3, taking on e4 at the right time. And then the queen slides over. Now, how is Erdogmus going to be handling this position? Will he slide the rook over to the left? He puts on the pressure.
Rook b4 plate, 120. That's not a whole lot of time, no, for 12 moves. I'm not a mathematician, but it's like 10 seconds per move. Tie-dye brings the rook, and Erdogmus once again has the option to take on c3, win the pawn back, but it doesn't look like he wants to. I was taught, don't make concrete moves when your opponent's in time trouble. Play king g7. He won't expect that. Then he has to think again. Let's see if Jais comes to a similar conclusion. He's leaning forward. All kinds of stuff going on there. Also, we shouldn't forget, Erdogmus only has 4 minutes himself, so it's not like he has all the time in the world to calculate here. And yeah, he goes knight f6, keeps the tension, once again asking tie-dye Van for a decision. 55 seconds, and I'm getting the signal. We are good to go, and being joined here by a very special guest, a man who just beat the world champion with the black pieces. Welcome, Matthias Blubbaum. Matthias, how things in Wijk aan Zee? Having a good time?
I mean, now it feels better again. Like yesterday and the whole rest day, I thought I'll never win a chess game again, but now I feel a bit better. So, yeah.
Let us have a look. Oops.
Yeah, F is perfect.
That's another rival website.
I guess X or something, you flip the board.
You know all this stuff.
Of course, yeah.
So I'll hand the mouse over to you. How do you go into a game against Gukesh? Do you prepare? Do you rest? Do you think you can play anything? What's going on?
I mean, it was a rest day, so I tried to look at some stuff, but of course I knew I probably wasn't going to guess what he's going to play, so I just looked at my usual stuff, and I mean, I wasn't sure on the first move already what he's going to do, so yeah, it's tough to say. He went for the bishop opening, so yeah, to avoid my Petrov, which I played a few times already. Yeah, which of course is playable. I didn't fully expect it for today, so I was not too much in book. C3, he kept blitzing this. Yeah, rook e1, 92, I was a bit surprised. I thought c5 is the move I remembered. And
Yeah, I've seen this line c5, bishop takes, takes, bishop c5.
Queen
and
b7.
equal in the end.
It's equal, but maybe it's a tiny bit easier for white if you don't know everything with black. So I was a bit surprised by this. Okay, I played this, rook e1. Yeah, I wasn't sure. He was blitzing until rook e1, but I thought bishop f5 looks very natural. I mean, maybe it's bad. Yeah, maybe he can go c5. Actually, I wasn't sure. C5, and if I take here, knight e5. Like if this, maybe this is bad. I don't know. Maybe some knight f3 and takes on d4, and here some slight pull. I wasn't sure if it's too much or not, but can be a bit unpleasant for black. I don't know. I wasn't sure if this is too bad. Maybe it is. The engine is not happy. So maybe it's actually bad. I wasn't sure, but yeah, c5 looked very principled. I was very surprised by knight
Computer
e4.
said bishop a4 was also a move, but knight e4 after that is already black taking over.
Okay,
bishop a4, similar stuff gets exchanged maybe.
Yeah, bishop
Tiny
a4,
edge.
to be honest, I didn't see. But yeah, he played this knight e4, and I mean, I was so happy to take here and play h6 and get his bishop. I mean, I thought, at least I cannot be worse here. I'm just very comfortable, and I wasn't sure if I'm actually that much better, but I mean, I guess his main issue was also he kept playing for a win. Like, especially his move b. I mean, bishop c7, I wasn't sure. It was mainly because if like a3, I want to play a4, and if he trades the knights, I have like this queen c6 in the end to protect my pawn. But still, I thought such a position, he probably also is not going to lose opposite colored bishops.
He should go knight e4, no? Maybe he pushed his luck there a bit.
Yeah. No, I mean,
too much.
b3 is also very risky. He's blocking his own bishop fully. I mean, it's very principled because he wants a3, b4 without allowing me a4, as mentioned. Yeah, after a3, I'm going a4 probably. So it's very principled, but it's just too much, I felt. Yeah, queen d6 is a nice tempo. I'm threatening e4. I mean, I thought, okay, queen h5 made sense. If he goes g3, I mean, it's just bad. Yeah, I'm threatening e4. At least I thought e4 is probably already possible. And yeah, I don't know. He went for this, f5, rook d1. I went rook a8, knight f3, queen f6 also felt natural. I mean, it's one small trick that knight e4 is not working because of g6.
I'm so distracted by Erdogmus. Look what he's doing.
He's bouncing as usual, but he's probably crushing, yeah. Yeah, he's doing what I couldn't do, like in my last round and beating
Let me
Tata
interrupt
Steel.
you for 1 second, because tie-dye is down to 15 seconds, so it won't be long. Let's see if they make
and also
the
he's
time control.
just losing material.
But he's just...
He's resigning.
He's resigning already, so it wasn't even the clock that brought him down.
I mean, combination of clock and positioning. I mean, I guess he wasn't that lost some moves ago, but...
No, he took on b5 that looked like he was just taking risks for no reason.
No, I mean, yeah. Erdogmus is so incredibly good on seconds. It's tough. Like, he's always going into time trouble, but he's very strong. Yeah, let's go back.
Go back to x, apparently.
Yeah, so queen f6. Yeah, as mentioned, there's one small trick after knight e4, fg6. So he played a3, which is principled. I have knight e6, and I mean, the point is if he... Knight e2 is already forced, I thought, because if he plays something like this, I might have g5 and his queen is getting trapped more or less, like g4, and I felt his queen is probably not going to enjoy the life. So yeah, knight e2, I guess, was only move. Maybe I'm supposed to play g5 here as well.
Yeah, computer always wanted g5 to threaten
yeah, I mean,
g4.
bishop d6 felt a bit not principled, but it was very annoying for me that I couldn't find a win. Like, first instinct was just to try something like this, but it just didn't work. Yeah, I think he's escaping here. And then my second try was like thinking about this because he probably shouldn't take here because he's opening the h-file like rook e7, rook h7. So he's probably going back. And I was also considering if I have something here because it also looks very tempting. And like, yeah, but nothing really works.
F takes e, just knight takes?
Yeah, just knight takes, yeah. And I even saw this, but I thought he can, worst case, even just give the exchange immediately, and he actually has quite some counterplay now. And
looks a lot worse than the position you had starting.
Yes. But it just felt to me like there should be some concrete win, and I just didn't see it. So bishop d6, I wasn't too happy. Maybe g5 is good. I didn't consider it much. Yeah, queen f3 was to be expected. And yeah, I thought rook f7 makes sense, so I'm... but it
compare something direct, bishop takes a3, and apparently if it takes on b7, you somehow win.
Then
maybe
of course,
knight
some
c5
knights
and bishop b4 and
somehow
the squares.
yeah, it also makes sense. I don't know. I just wanted to play quick. He was also getting a bit in time trouble.
And
I
Max win was gonna.
Sorry,
Max won. Yeah, he was completely winning. So good day for the Dutch. Max Warmerdam picking up a win there, defeats the leader.
Yeah, so yeah, my main point was just to unpin. In case of this, I can go here, and I was already like trying to think about some stuff like this, if like this works or not. But probably it is, like his queen is too far away. It just felt like it's probably winning. Yeah, and here I guess he played the c5, and after bishop c5, I mean knight c4 just blunders it away. I guess
I think last chance was b4 for him. Once
here.
No, instead of c5.
Once
again,
okay.
this is my computer knowledge, not great, but apparently.
And then take back, or?
I think a takes b.
And if I take, no, it's probably not AB.
It wasn't
My
AB,
bishop is
some
getting
trick,
too strong. Here's some trick probably, but I didn't.
Okay, click on game, then we'll find out. Sorry, just there. Okay,
queen
it's
d5
with stuff.
now.
Okay.
And now,
and
now he
b5.
can go here, and maybe he has enough counterplay. Okay, I'll just click back, so I'm not.
Sorry.
Not seeing the angel lines all the time. Yeah, I mean, I took here. I thought actually maybe this is a better try, but maybe it's also losing. Like I wasn't sure here. Takes and d3. It looks so tempting. It's probably winning. Yeah. Like I was still trying to figure out where the win is. Maybe it's not rook d8 actually. Like I don't know, something like this, and I have this bishop f2 fe4, but I don't know. It looked like it was more or less holding.
Yeah,
still.
some e5 Zwischenzug or some nonsense.
Yeah, maybe. No, but in this position e5 there was queen d8, but yeah, maybe at some point. I mean, he can take on d3 and bishop f2 and just move his king, and I'm probably not winning. But yeah, it felt like e4 was principled. But yeah, I didn't fully see it. But yeah, knight c4. I guess he just missed my knight g5 move. It's the only explanation I have, because here I felt it should be completely winning.
It's just over now.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably just blundered knight e4, knight g5, and unfortunately for him, it's just over. I didn't see anything he can try.
Also, if he doesn't take on f5, you just go fe and d3.
Yeah.
No, we were looking for any trick, but
yeah, I was thinking about this, but yeah, it just also looks dead lost. It's hard to come up with anything here for him. Yeah, I couldn't see anything for him, so he took queen e7. Yeah, if queen d5, there's also d3. I mean, he chose queen g6. I mean, he had a small trap. Like, it's never too late to be an idiot. Like, I mean, of course, knight e4 is very tempting, but here there's this queen f7 trick, which is kind of annoying, and then rook e4 and knight takes d6 in the end, getting the piece back. So
I don't want to imagine how you would have looked over the board if this had happened.
No, I also don't want to imagine, but this I actually saw. So I started, yeah, like bishop e1. I was a bit confused if he can go knight d6. Probably he cannot, but I had some small trouble finding the cleanest win here. Like rook d8, maybe he has bishop c4. But yeah, it's probably just completely lost actually. Maybe now I can just move my bishop here and the knight is still pinned. Okay, I probably was seeing ghosts here.
But what you did doesn't really give anything away, does it?
Yeah, I think it's fine. He took here. Here, rook f8, I guess it's fine. It's just, yeah, like if he takes on b5 or something, I always already have queen e4. Maybe not this.
Oh.
I'm again managing to blunder. Okay, maybe some other move is clean here winning. Maybe that's the point, but I mean, I thought anything wins if he takes. He played h4 just to give his king some luft, but yeah, queen e5 was very nice and clean. Like now, if he takes, I can just recapture and rook h6 is coming. And yeah, his king is just way too weak. Also, his pieces are, like, his knight is not helping at all. Yeah, and after queen g3, he resigned. If takes, I guess I can both recapture or play rook f4. I wasn't actually sure, but probably rook f4 is simpler.
Pleasant choice, I would guess.
Yeah.
The recapture, bishop c4 check.
What?
Sorry.
I can take it.
I'm hallucinating.
Yeah.
Bishop b5.
I think I can take it. Yeah, bishop b5, I can go rook h6 and hide my king on the h file. It's probably also winning, but rook f4 is maybe simpler. Oops. Just not this.
All right, nice game. How does it feel? Is it special to beat not just the world champion, but also a world-class player with black? Are you so used to playing these guys at this point?
I mean, now I've played a lot of games already. This tournament is so long. It's round 9, but yeah, it feels good. I mean, I didn't expect it today. I was just wanting to be solid, but I know it's his style to always try to go for a big fight. Like also his move b3, like he still kept trying to play for win despite him clearly being worse objectively. So it's his style. He always wants to win, but yeah, it backfired in this case.
The eternal question, of course, you qualified for the candidates tournament in March and April. Now you play a very strong tournament, but it's not the candidates tournament. Do you have secret ideas you're keeping for the candidates? Are you playing different openings? Are you saying it doesn't matter, it's still time? How do you approach these things?
I mean, I'm not going to say if there are too many secrets or not.
I ask German chess fans, no bias here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation, but on the other hand, I just try to play my best chess and play normal. I mean, I will feel better if I just play a good tournament here. It's much more important than trying to hide something and actually getting less points or something in worst case. So I just try to play my best chess, and I mean, it's still some months before candidates, so yeah.
So some time. All right, thank you so much. We'll go on a brief break, and we'll be back with all of the action, which is Anish's drawn endgame and Pragnanda's drawn endgame. So stay tuned.
Yaz, congratulations. You're on a tear at the moment, scoring 3.5 points out of the last 4 games. Today you beat Van Nguyen. Before we look at the game, how are you feeling tonight in joint second place?
Okay, I feel extremely happy. I'm very happy from my performance. And okay, I will try to give my best in also other rounds, yeah.
And what a game it was. I think we're just going to jump straight into it.
Yeah. Okay, I think the critical moment was here because I was thinking knight bd7 or knight c6. And then I played knight bd7, which is actually a bit worse because then he has d4, this d4. After d4, I thought maybe he can put some pressure, but I luckily have this knight c5 move. And yeah, after this, okay, it's slightly better for white, but okay. I think it's just equal. Yeah, okay, ab5, ab5. I was thinking rook a8, queen a8, and then queen b1, something like this. But no, actually, okay, if I take with the bishop, there's b4, knight e6, bishop b2, and then queen a1. I didn't like this for me. Yeah, so yeah, if queen a8 here and he has e5 probably, or queen b1, yeah, I have to go here, e d6, bishop d4, knight d4. I calculate all of these things, but this was actually looking very risky for both of us. Yeah, okay, maybe knight e6 was a better move, but then I didn't like that I can play d5 in the next moves. Let's say if he goes knight f1, I don't have a d5. Yeah, so that's why I played knight d7. Okay, he played d4. Take.
How did you feel about this outcome of sort of the opening stages?
Okay, I was feeling okay. This d3 move, what he played in the game, was actually, I mean, we are not going for the deep opening theories. We just play chess. Yeah, so I was actually happy from my opening. Yeah, knight c5, a b5. Okay, he played queen e2 here, which I didn't expect.
Do you prefer these games that avoid the heavy, long theoretical lines and just to play chess, or it depends on the day and the opening?
Yeah, it depends on the day and opening, yeah. Okay, queen e2, I played knight e6, yeah. Okay, I don't have a problem anymore here. Knight d4, rook b8. Okay, this is probably equal. Knight d7. I have some pressure, but it's okay. It's just cool. He played knight b3. Okay, he was in trouble. Yes. So he started to play very bad here. Queen b6, rook d1, rook c8. Okay, I was slowly putting pressure. He played queen d2, rook c4, knight e2. And here, I think bishop e4 was better. But in the game I missed this rook c8, knight c3, bishop c3, bc3, rook c3, knight d4. I don't know why, but I just missed this, and after this I don't have anything. So, okay, I played rook b... oh, sorry. Okay, I played... okay, bishop e5. This idea was very good, I think, because now I want to go knight e4 and then putting pressure on e4.
You were also getting somewhat low on the clock. You know, we could see you rocking back and forth. What was your emotional landscape inside?
I was feeling comfortable because he has a lot of time, so he was more close to flagging, so I was feeling comfortable. Yeah. Okay, queen e2, rook b4, rook a3, knight f6, queen d2. Okay, this move is very bad. Let's play knight d2. Okay, rook b2, knight a4. Yeah, this is what is the best move for white. Queen d2. Okay, I find this idea bishop a6 and bishop c4, and okay, he played knight a5. And here after rook b2, I actually completely missed this knight a4 move, but I luckily have this queen b4, and yeah, after this it's just very easy win. Yeah.
And just like that, thank you so much. Just like that, you moved to 5.5. You're now in joint second place, and you have a big match coming up tomorrow against the reigning world champion, Gukash. Tell us, how do you feel about your standing in the tournament right now and about tomorrow's big clash?
Yeah, of course, I'm very happy from my performance. And okay, tomorrow I have a very tough match against world champion. I will prepare and I will give my best.
And I want to ask you about what Magnus Carlsen said in Doha. I think almost everyone has seen it. He said, "You're the best 14-year-old player the world has ever seen." What did it mean to you at the time to hear those words from Magnus?
Okay, it feels amazing to hear something like this from the best chess player. Yeah, it just feels amazing, yeah.
And how does it feel here on your debut in Wijk? Did you have any goals coming into the tournament, or?
Okay, I want to get some elo and play good chess. That's my goal in this tournament.
And you're getting closer and closer to the live rating of 2700. Is that on your mind?
Yeah, of course it's on my mind. I want to become 2700 quickly and yeah, playing good chess. Yeah, that's my goal right now.
I love that. Yes, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, for showing us your game, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, thank you.
And we go back to the studio with Jovi and Jan.
Thank you, Fiona. And Yaz making quite the debut here in Wijk. With +2, he is already challenging at the top. I mean, we already have a lot of games finished in the Masters, just one game ongoing, but maybe we can actually just take a look at the standings as they are with just that one game ongoing, because Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he is still in the sole lead, but just a half point behind him, we have 3 players now. Vachier Sindarov, Erdogmus, and Jordan van Foreest.
Yeah, life looked a bit more cozy when he had 5.5 out of 7. Now it's just half a point. And the kids are chasing him.
Yeah.
Still Nodirbek in the driver's seat. What do you think of the Erdogmus interview? What were your goals when you were 14? Also 2700 ASAP and play good chess?
Well, play good chess, I think, was my dad's goal for me. When it came to like what my actual goals were, I think it was do well at school.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
It's exciting stuff.
Exactly.
I had the same goals as Jas, just for me was get 1700 ASAP and play good chess.
You were not 1700 at 14.
Maybe not, but started not that much higher either. I started at 11, so it wasn't that good at 14. Seeing all these kids, it's very impressive. Les Prague.
So hang on a second, wait. Let's. So you started chess at 11, and then you became a grandmaster at
24.
No, but it's actually not that like much time. So because there's some people playing like chess since they were 5, and they were, I think Prague started chess at 3 and became grandmaster not that much later. Let's be honest. But Gukesh actually started at 8. Became grandmaster.
So what are you saying?
13.
Are you saying I'm a prodigy? I just never realized.
Yeah.
It's too late now.
No, but I just find it very impressive that you haven't actually been playing chess for that long. There's some people who've been playing chess for a long time. And on our screens, you can see it was a draw between Anish Giri against Fedoseev. It looked as balanced as can be. Maybe we can just check in and see the last few moves that were played, but it wasn't that exciting.
It wasn't that much drama. It was a balanced endgame for a while, and I'm assuming they found a move repetition in the end here to wrap it up. Rook c1, rook c2. You cannot take because then your pieces get a little tangled up. So the bishop had to go away, and Anish kept chasing it. And draw was agreed.
Yeah, all's fair in that particular game. So that means that there's one game remaining in the Masters between Pragnananda and Aravind. And, well, Aravind defending this rook and pawn endgame. He's down a pawn.
Should be a draw, but it's not gonna be fun. The computer said he did something wrong recently. Can't really spot it. with my bare eyes. Somehow this rookie won. Compy was unhappy and he said, this makes a big difference, but all looks the same to me, frankly.
No, it does look... Like, for instance, to my eyes, why couldn't black just go rook d2 instead of f6? Like, why is f6 such a necessary...
Assuming he wants e5 and rook f4.
Aha, very instructive.
And then, all of a sudden, there is some trouble.
Well, yeah, big trouble, right? So, danger for Aravind as he needs to find f6 or rook e1.
I think he's going to spot that. Looking focused.
Well, he's taken some time. They've passed move 40 a while ago, so they've got that 30-minute time bonus and also that 30-second increment per move. There's still a few games outstanding in the challenges. Maybe we can check in there. For Bibi Sara Asalbeva, she is in trouble against Carissa Yip. Carissa hunting for her third and final GM norm. Now, because of the rules regarding norms in round robins, she has to get 7.5 points out of 13. That is the magic number. You can't get 9-round norms like you used to be able to in a 13-round all-player.
Well, they changed that, yeah, because I think it used to be possible.
Yes,
so
it used
7.5, that's a lot of points. If she wins today, she has 5 out of 9, then she would need 2.5 more. Okay, not impossible.
Yeah, but the rules were changed in January 2024, we're being told. So this rook and pawn endgame, it looks like this is just winning for black.
Should be winning now. The king is a bit far. We run.
Run with the h-pawn and...
Guess you gotta try to run as well.
Well, can black go wrong? For instance, pawn takes pawn en passant. That's the move that I probably would play. And the evaluation bar is critical.
No, I mean, it should be winning, but F and H famously is a draw if the white king makes it over here. But with the king so far away, apparently you can cut it off and then push. I don't know. I'd still mess this up, but it should be winning for Carissa Yip.
Okay, and Liu Miaoyi, let's have a look at how she's doing against Ivic. Liu had a great start. She won her first 2 games, and then it all went wrong. She lost 6 games in a row.
Oof. She did great last year, no? Was last year or 2 years ago? I think
Yes,
last year
last
she had
year.
an amazing tournament.
She did great, but here it's been tough. But
Is
now,
that a chess vest?
yes.
Wow.
How many chess-themed items of clothing do you own, Jan?
Not that many. Like sometimes you get a T-shirt at a tournament or something, but I've never pursued them. Maybe I should. What do you recommend? They have these sneakers, these Vans, I think.
The trainers
these
are
checkered
nice.
You say
socks.
trainers in the United Kingdom?
Yes.
Wow.
I can't bring myself to say sneakers, I'm afraid.
It's all right.
Trainers. Yeah, there's some confusion with the English language because certain words mean different things. Like, for instance, in the UK, joggers means like the running trousers.
Yeah.
Whereas in Australia, they mean the running shoes. And they mean something completely different in the US, I think.
Can't we all say sneakers and sweatpants?
No.
How tough can it be?
It's very tough. We gotta mark our own territory by having these different words. Okay, so the king goes out to a3. And the chess vest bringing Liu some good luck.
Here's a nice vest. How old is she? She's 16 or something? She's also still young, right?
I think she is 15. She's been a Chinese women's champion. And she recently defeated Ho Yifan. She's 15 years old.
Wow. Velimir Ivic, Great theoretician, very strong grandmaster, also works as a second for the likes of Anish. But I also didn't have the greatest of tournaments here. And for Miaoyi to break the trend with a win here would be big.
Yep. And
Looks winning, no? Like all these pawns are running.
it looks winning, but looks can be deceiving. But the evaluation bar is telling us it is as good as it looks. But you know, one can never be sure because the king is devoid of some cover. So here I would just see check and I would play check.
Still looks winning. Now we gotta stop queen d6.
Exactly. So I'm thinking c5, yes.
There's no counterplay because the black king always gets checkmated first.
And the knight's so good as well.
And if rook takes, we can even get fancy with rook d1.
Yep.
Takes, checkmate.
And if you don't grab the pawn and you just stand with a random move, which would be...
Not so easy to even make a random move.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. but I have a plan.
All right.
Rook to d4.
Yeah.
Maybe you can go h4.
Sad.
You can.
First rook c1.
What about...
Compi says this and take here is also smart. It's just not enough play.
Nope, not enough play here for black. And Ivic went into this event as the top seed. And now he finds himself struggling against Liu Miaoyi. And another game that is still ongoing in the challenges is between Panesar and Vasil Ivanchuk.
Ivanchuk was sort of lost for a while, but he did regain one exchange. He was 2 exchanges down. Let's have a look how this unfolded. At some point, things went out of control for the Ukrainian legend, and yeah, they got this position, 2 exchanges down. Should be winning, but he got some counterplay. Recovered one. And now it felt like his drawing chances should be intact. Computer says it's still winning, but over the board with this open king, I'm not so sure.
Well, can you start? I can see that there's not that much coordination between the queen and the rook.
Yeah,
Like
apparently.
You kind of want to go queen e2.
Yeah, exactly. Threatening some checks. Apparently the endgame is winning this. I wasn't sure about. Takes, takes, takes. King here.
Well,
And
how is this
winning? But it's far from obvious to me.
Ah, okay, I get
King g3 for some reason, the only winning move.
it. Takes.
No, I think Ivanchuk's gonna survive this somehow.
Oh, okay.
How does he look?
Well, he's got all the time in the world,
That is true.
which is a little bit rare, whereas Panesar is the one under 5 minutes. So what do we think, audience? Do you think Ivanchuk will hold this? Yes. Never in doubt.
Audience does not doubt Ivanchuk.
Well, they've been very accurate. I mean, they understood that Jordan would find queen e3. He did. What else have we tested them on? We tested them on quite a few things.
And they know all the 2800 players.
Yes.
Who ever existed. Ali Reza. Queen g5 plate. Yeah, this look logical. Now, if white doesn't go for this end game, it's going to be very hard to make any progress. And now, this position seems like they will get there, and the star move for some reason is king g3, bring the king ASAP, because this kind of stuff, and it feels drawish, it's apparently a draw. So what's the big difference? If the king comes,
go
So
back.
here white is too active.
Yeah, I guess you can. Also, I've said this like many, many times, but this book is really I'm really enjoying rereading this book. So it's Amateur to IM by the late Grandmaster Jonathan Hawkins.
But aren't you an IM?
Yeah, but he's a GM now. Well, he was a GM. And just as a tribute to him, I kind of rereading and enjoying this book.
Yeah.
And he has a chapter on rook against bishop, and he talks about this construction with the pawns on d6 and a bishop defending on c5. And it kind of looks like black should be able to hold. But the point is that the bishop and the pawn and the king are not really working together. They're not controlling as many squares as possible, only on the dark square. So therefore, it's a passive construction. It's very.
So to become an IM, you have to know stuff about endgames with a bishop on c5 and a pawn on d6. This is too much work.
Too much work.
Who has the time? Learn some openings. Always worked for me.
So I'm going to put you on the spot then. So in order to become an IM, you need to learn some openings. For GM, what is it that you need to become?
More openings.
More openings.
Yeah.
Just
Better openings.
Better openings, deeper or more?
Both. Either is fine. Just gotta put in the time. And of course, I'm being half facetious, but frankly, it's all I ever did, and the tactics you get from playing in these endgames. How often do you get endgames anyway? And if you do, okay, you calculate it and you make some moves, you're winning or losing. But there's a common school of thought that you gotta do tactics all the time, and then endgames so important. I never bought it. Then again, the good thing about chess is you can do whatever you like, and you will probably improve.
Mm-hmm.
If you put in the time. I'm not sure there's a right or wrong. It sounds shocking. You need to know such specific stuff for the IM title.
Well, I liked it. I like my
I'm sure
rules.
it's a good book.
It is a very good book. And do you know the most unusual story I've heard about chess training is actually Gukesh's background story.
They didn't give him a computer till he was 15 or something?
That's right, yes.
Poor
he
guy.
didn't analyze with an engine until he passed 2600.
No, I think that's important, and probably I wouldn't have gotten any good at chess if I had an engine at an even younger age. Because even though you can learn a lot, it's so hard to switch on your brain. So I'm not sure how these kids are managing. I mean, you have all this information, all these courses and so on, but it's so tempting to just switch on the engine, as we're doing here, and I'm sure everybody knows from watching chess. Very, very hard to think about stuff. And here we are, rook f7, that's the mistake, and now it's a draw. That is the moment
And
where king g3 was the far from obvious winning move.
you jinxed him, Jan, and the audience.
Told you.
Jinxed Panasa, but it is good news for Ivanchuk, as now this particular endgame.
I still don't know what the big difference is, but
better.
apparently with the king being more active here, now white can't make progress so easily. I don't know. I need this amateur to IM book to figure this one out, but apparently it's a draw.
Presumably it's because of the H pawn. So I mean, let's kind of figure it out. So
I'm not sure. Even if we take it, let's.
no, but if you take it, then you can start. You can start pushing them back.
Okay, this is an unfair version because my king comes, but yeah, without.
So you
let's
slide
say
it. Yes.
This will be winning. Yeah,
Right.
That makes sense. And here.
And then you
This is
you
a passive construction. Learning.
I feel very happy right now. There
This
you
I
go.
understand. We take and we queen.
And
So how do we make a draw? Just keep the H pawn
I
and
think
white can make
yes,
progress?
I think that's the. There's not enough checking distance, right? Because
don't know what
ideally
checking distance is.
you'd like to put the rook on e6. and drive the king back. But you can't.
Hard to get there.
Exactly.
So black waits. If the rook shows up here, we stop it from giving this check.
And if the
Then if the king goes too far away, I guess we'll have some counterplay.
Can you kind of build a shield and try to get in d5?
I don't know all this expert terminology. How do you build a shield?
I just wanted to put the bishop on e5. Sorry.
Ah, this I understand.
I was trying to be fancy.
It's too complicated
It's
for
very
me, but
complicated,
apparently
isn't
it's close to draw. And Ivanchuk, he knows stuff. So now this is the best position he's had for a long time.
Yep.
I think he's going to hang in there.
And someone else who's going to hang in there could be Bibisara, as we find this rook and pawn endgame, you know.
Ivanchuk, by the way, when I started playing at age, whatever it was, 11, which is a long time ago, he was already the number 3 in the world. I remember following these, what was it? Brussels, some candidate matches, 1991. I think he lost to Yusupov, but he was the world number 3.
I remember watching him when I was a kid. Like, when did he become famous in the chess world?
Late 80s, I think it was.
No, late
world
80s,
number
right,
3.
yeah. 1988. Because I can remember flicking through the magazine and seeing this rather impressive character. And then I also remember the PCA, but that was 90s. There was some
that was later, like mid-90s soon.
quick chess, rapid.
He debuted in the USSR team in 1988 in the Chess Olympiad. So he's been around for a while.
Yep, for a long, long time. And on our screens,
Not
it's
sure
the game.
what Bibisara and Carissa Yip were doing in 1988, but let's have a look.
They were living a
how
different
their
life
game is going.
in a different universe.
Oh, apparently it's a draw now.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Push.
and then
What's
you
the
go
trick?
back to b1.
No, now you're just in time somehow.
But
Oh,
no,
not this,
you
not
take.
this.
You come in with a king. King e3, king
so
f4.
I was gonna hang everything, but that would be bad. Instead, the king runs over. This is barely, but a draw.
Very nice. Then you can go rogue with the rook.
Carissa Yip taking her time. How's that Pragnanda endgame?
Okay, well, let's have a look at that rook and pawn incarnation. And, well, rook e1 was the move chosen to defend against this e5
He
rook
doesn't want to
f4
go
plan.
f6 for some reason, so he's waiting here. Should also be alright.
Okay, so I guess the white rook is going to snake its way. Can it to a8 and then come in?
Can we just stop it?
Yeah, interesting.
But it looks unpleasant still. There's so much to watch out for. Especially without this f6, because the drawback is now your rook is sort of committed to staying on the e-file, watching the e-pawn. Still some hope, and he gives a check. Now the king will come. This might already be tough, because now you're not in time to go king b8, because we enter.
So king c6. And now rook a8, and we are off to the races. Okay, so now rook c1 check. Rook d1 check.
Take some more checks.
Take the pawn. Come up with the king to b4.
And a assuming white is faster here, snacking all these pawns.
Yeah, and also you could find yourself in a situation where white just gives up the rook for the b pawn. Yeah.
No, feels like Prague is making some progress. And these rook endgames, when you're tired and the pawn down, always easy to say. Computer saying this and that was a draw, but over the board the attacker wins so many of those.
Okay, so let's go back to this rook b1, king c4. Let's try a different approach. Now that the king is on c4.
I thought maybe this, but then I guess takes, and even the pawn endgame is winning, no?
Yeah, I don't like king and pawn endgames. Too complicated. Here I was thinking, what about rook to b2 or yeah.
This is always too much.
Yeah, looking very unpleasant.
Maybe Pragnanda was right all along. Play a dull opening. Don't let Aravind do anything active, and keep the game going long enough. Chances will appear. Both having a rough tournament. No, what's the points situation?
Well,
Prague has 3.
-2 and Aravind -3.
Pragnanda, the defending champion.
No, he just got off to that horrible start where he lost to Arjun, was just busted out of the opening, and then he lost to Nodirbek, who just played a super fine game.
Then he needed a bunch of draws to recover. But maybe now he's ready.
Just also can be a situation where everyone plays well against you.
Keeps happening to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, that happens. Have you ever had a situation where you played in like a tournament and literally everyone, even people who are like rated like 400 points lower than you, just decide to wake up and play well?
Every Thailand Open. I don't know how these guys do it.
And you keep going back.
I never learn.
Yeah.
No, but
How many times have you won the Thailand Open?
twice.
Twice?
2-time Thailand Open champion.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And how many time German champion are you?
0.
Oh.
It's all right.
It's okay.
Let's move on.
Okay. My
Aravind,
apologies.
a good player, was a prodigy at age 13 or something. I think at 12 he won the Indian Under-19 championship, reached Grandmaster level very early, but then we haven't heard that much from him for a couple of years. The last 2-3 years.
Well, it's last year where he just simply, I don't know, rose up the rankings, I think almost entered the top 10. And then it's kind of stopped. And
Yeah, but improvement can never be a straight line. No. Stabilizing, getting some top invitations. The depth of Indian chess, like we're all used to Gukesh, Prague, Arjun by now. But there's so many fantastic players.
Do you think that this is great in the bigger picture for Indian chess, or the fact that they have so many top talents makes it actually difficult to survive being a chess professional?
I don't know. I'm not smart enough to answer that question, but I would guess it's good, no? Like the pie gets bigger, there's more opportunities, more events, more sponsoring and so on. But also I always wonder how anybody does it, like not just Indians, but you see so many people on the road to Grandmaster, like traveling the world, playing all these opens, having accompanying persons. It's an expensive pursuit to get there even, no? But
Right.
it seems like, in
Yeah.
India there's more support or more acceptance, or maybe it's also a numbers game, but how many strong players they've been producing is amazing.
No, I think I heard for Yaz asked the Turkish Chess Federation for some support, but the actual financial support that is needed to play in all these tournaments, to get a second of the caliber that is required, is actually significant. You're looking at hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I always have mixed feelings. Of course, you want all the support for your country's top players they can get. Then again, we all choose our line of work, and then to say, but okay, I need a couple of 100,000 to pursue that. It's always strange, but of course, it helps. And yes, a 14-year-old approaching 2,700 is also very special.
It is very special. And this particular endgame, well, we are
How's
struggling
English
to
chess?
find.
Many top talents funded with hundreds of thousands, or not there yet?
There's some support now from the government.
Okay, good news.
There is, but it's not great, I would say. I always got the impression that other countries had more organized systems of support, you know, like you win something big and you get a flat, you get a car, something nice. But whereas I think if you win something big in the UK, they go, well done.
It's also nice. I'm still waiting for my Grandmaster pension, but check's not in the mail yet.
Look, on our screens, it is the game between Bibisara against Carissa Yip, and once again, the momentum has shifted because we saw it, and it was balanced, and there was a way for Bibisara to hold the endgame, and now the evaluation bar is telling us just one story, and that is Carissa will be the one that wins this one.
What happened? This was a move-by-move sort of situation. A5 was played, king went up, a6 played, rook a4. And now she had to run with the king, give up all the a-pawns, and then reach this infamous king and rook versus king and rook and f and h pawn, which is a draw in computer lingo, but this gets lost.
Yeah, this was
Plenty,
not so easy.
No, it's not easy at all.
No, especially now that the h pawn has kind of crossed the river, as I like to call it, the middle of the board. That makes things a little bit complicated for the defender. So, I mean, the key is, I think, is to with the king, you want to be holding the third rank. You want to be able to step up. And there was a situation in the World Rapid and Blitz with Gukesh, actually, where even with the king, the white king cut on the bottom rank, and there were still scenarios where it was a draw, but you had to check from the side, and it's very, very complicated.
Oof, sounds tough.
It is tough. And now, well...
The main question I never understood, you usually get this situation, and both moves draw, but I never understood which one's easier. Depending what book you open, they tell you different things. Could never make up my mind.
Well, Erdogmus, when he held this endgame against Magnus, I think he stepped to f2, and then he just kept on, you know, whenever it was checked, he stepped up to f3, and then went back again. Yeah, just dance around those squares and made sure that he never got pushed back.
Sounds good. I'll trust Arjun on that one. Yeah, okay, so this was a draw, but not an easy draw. And what she did instead was she tried to hang on to one pawn, which is tempting, but often it's a mistake. You're not going to queen your pawn anyway, and you lose time and put your rook passive, and now the king was not in time to deal with this guy. And apparently now it's lost.
Well, this
but look at this. The winning move. Now we can ask, anybody still awake out there? Yeah, somebody's still awake. How does black win here? No, h2 is draw. Rook b1. Also draw. Which one? There are two A-pawns. Very good. That is the only winning move. And if the rook recaptures now h2, queens. Exactly. That's the only move to win. I was also a bit shocked, because yeah, if we do whatever, something normal, then white is in time yet again.
But the question is, do you think Carissa will find this?
Yeah.
It's very flashy, and it's
She
very
sounded
nice.
smart. She's like, she sees the big picture. She's reading all these serial intellectual works. Rook takes a6. She'll match.
I think she's studying at Stanford. I think. So very smart.
Is that good or bad for rook endgame skills?
It's excellent, yeah.
Okay. Stanford School of H and F pawns.
Exactly. Yeah, she needs her third and final GM norm, and the rules that are in place since 2024 that in round robins, that you can't get like 9 round norms or 11 round norms if the tournament is 13 rounds. You can only get 13 rounds norms. So she needs to get 7.5 points out of 13. So it used to be the case before that if you were playing like a 11 round robin, that you could get a 9 round GM norm. That is no longer the case. So
keep making it tougher. Is that
yes.
true? Isn't the policy normally to make it easier to get more people to grab
No,
this
I think it was the fight against, you know, going to certain round robin tournaments that were a little easier, let's say, than this one.
It sounded like a euphemism. But also the rule makes some sense. No, if you play a 13-round tournament, let's evaluate it after the 13 rounds. No, not a stretch in between. So makes some sense. Is she going to take? She's giving Bibisara a little look.
Which way is she looking?
Straight ahead.
Oh no, she's not looking backwards. So I don't think she's going to play it.
Sometimes you got to look backwards.
To go forwards. Blubbaum.
Like I always say. Sometimes you have to take 2 steps backwards. It takes 1 step forward.
Works every time, Jan.
That's what got me here.
Yeah. What do we think? I'm reading that she's not going to find it.
Also, if you see it, you look more excited, no? But maybe she's spotted it and she's thinking, what's the big deal? 'Cause even this all of a sudden is winning. But the differences are so subtle. Once your king gets here, apparently this wins.
It's a complex endgame.
How much time we got? 9 minutes?
She's got plenty of time. Bibisara. Bibisara looks like she thinks it's a draw.
I know, she always looks confident. Hard to read. She won the thing again, no? Which one did she win? The Women's Blitz
yes.
Championship?
It was very impressive because she had to win on demand, and she also had to get to the finals in order to qualify to the candidates by virtue of the FIDE Grand Prix spots, and she did exactly that.
Wow.
So, tough player. Looking around a bit in her hair, she looks the definition of chill. But I guess that's probably the best.
She looks sleepy. Who wouldn't be? Playing a bad rook end game for hours. But Carissa, yeah, it doesn't seem like she spotted it. No, she goes h2. And apparently now rook b1 is in time. Still struggling to explain why this one is a draw and the other one wasn't, but probably black can't get rid of both pawns now. He would need this position without the A pawn.
And if she comes with the king, so Bibisara just moves the king over, and the king to g4 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but now we get the king here, and then we always have these
Yeah, we always have that.
stalemate ideas, I'm guessing.
Although king comes forward. And one more time, yeah. Still not easy. Take the pawn.
Even this I'm capable of losing. I know this is supposed to be a draw, but it never feels easy.
No, this is not easy.
Check, check, check.
And now if you go with the rook to f1, then you cut the king.
Try, and you wait in the corner. I've seen even these kinds of positions being lost quite often, but it is a draw. Just wait.
Yep. Bring the king. You have to bring the king. That's what I remember. The teamwork makes the dream work. The most cliche thing there is around, but it's so true in endgames. Well, it's the position that the players have reached, so Jan has nicely highlighted the path to the draw. Still very complicated. Let's go over to Prague against Aravind, because that one was very complicated. So when we left it, there was a big decision for Aravind. You know, does he let the white king in to d5? And Aravind said, okay.
But nothing happened since we last checked in. No, we've seen this check, and Prague is still thinking in this position?
No, there's been some more moves.
Oh, why?
I can tell you the moves. The king came up to, yep, this is it.
Here we are. And apparently king e5. Black can still hold this. It looks pretty bad.
Well, how bad is it? Rook f7, you step up with a king.
Yeah, maybe king e6 was wrong, because black gets this counterplay. And if we go here,
king c6. Rook f7. Oh, and g5 is maybe.
This guy is important.
And then rook f2. Well, we're getting some moves as rook
yeah,
2.
let's check the game. I'm just making random moves.
No, but it's actually quite important how there's a dance going on. Like black wants to take c5 with the king, but not obviously lose the b pawn, which is going to be a big
He didn't
source
go
of
f6. He has
Did he
an
not?
f6 elegy. He went rook d7.
Okay,
Again, choosing to be passive with the rook, but now rook g8, and that's bad news.
And now wait. King c6.
Now we take
King takes pawn.
the big one. Now we have to count. b5, e5.
Run.
White is just faster.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Take.
But now you can get behind rook b7.
Yeah, then this guy.
Yeah, and if you can't go
Get the
rook,
job done.
and then you can just e7. And oh dear. There's a skewer at the end of the equation with queen to b8.
Tough. Yeah, Aravind, it looks like he's realizing something's gone wrong. You can go g5, but then apparently once again white is faster.
Wait. Hang on, g5.
Yeah, we go back.
We have to go back. Can you go king f6? Is that the same? Or
Yes.
I'm just trying to.
No, it's not, because the rook d3 is there. So we gotta keep the f pawn.
Good, yeah.
Here.
Now you go.
I was gonna go, but apparently this is once again a draw, because now
This is actually quite a natural continuation.
Yeah, this is a nice draw because b5 is losing, but king d6 holds, stops the e-pawn, which makes sense when after king f6,
King d7.
king d7. White can either repeat or go e5, but then king stops him here.
So there's some danger abound for Pragg, and he has to be precise.
But Aravind doesn't go g5, which looked more testing. He goes here, and now
no.
we get the other stuff where everything actually was working for Pragg.
And let's run through the lines one more time.
One line is check, takes, check. And here these races no longer work.
King d6.
King d6, king f6, king d7, e5, king e8. And now that white picked up another pawn. He's first to checkmate.
Yep.
Now this is trivial, but I think Pragnanda is such a good calculator. He will find a way. King takes c5 plate. What's the time situation now, by the way? They get 30 seconds per move after move 40, right? So
That's right.
You always get some time to think.
Yeah. So Pragg now, it's down to 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Aravind just under 6 minutes, so plenty of time.
It's nice for the candidates, it's the same time control as the candidates tournament, 'cause it's so confusing having to adjust to a new event.
It's good practice, though, for 4 of our candidates that are playing here in Wijk. It's good to have that training.
Yeah.
I mean, the players, they have to play almost every time control under the sun. But they don't seem very fazed by it. They don't seem to have too much protestation. So we are going into this line, b5 being played, but as we saw, e5, e6, it's a clincher.
There are still people here. Pragnanda's gonna win. Go get some food.
Jan, don't chase away our
appreciate
audience.
it.
I appreciate them going.
Commitment.
Exactly. I appreciate their suggestions as well.
e5, e6.
Ka-ching.
I don't know if there are any questions to be asked. We've seen this b3, rook b7. You can start with this, maybe, trying to
But
be
that takes one
cunning, but it's not in time.
more. Oops. Rook d7. Rook d1. And now White is in business. Nicely done.
Nice. He's not gonna forgive, and this is a tough one for Aravind, of course. Tough tournament, but today there was never that much danger, really. Then again, to defend for so long.
Yeah, you know, Pragg has been hunting his first win. And Aravind is such a dangerous player that I can understand this approach, you know, just take the game into something positional, and Aravind will always try to use activity to find equality. And it really did work there. Because, I mean, if we kind of fast forward to some of the critical moments.
Yet, to my mind, I mean, it's boring, but this was a very critical moment. Just bring this knight to d6 ASAP. And here, White was not in time to get his minority attack in, because this is one of the best constructions you can get, the knight. Blocks the pawn, covers d5, and you have the passed a pawn. So I feel, yeah, like maybe somewhere around here he allowed Pragg to even make it a game. Still wasn't a big deal.
But
Now
here
he had to suffer.
Here it is a big deal, right? It's unpleasant.
Yeah. E4, again, computer speak was a mistake, but still you have to give the pawn and survive these things, which is it's never easy.
No. Not easy at all.
And then later on, yeah, there were a couple computer draws, mainly playing f6 at various moments, which Aravind was avoiding. And this was the last one here. f6 was still saving the game, but after rook d7 going passive, rook g8 was too late. Because now f6, king e6, and you're not even a pawn down, but you can't really move anything. If the king steps up, the pawn endgame is once again winning.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Chess very tough.
Chess is tough at times, but in the end, I would say it's a very fair result because Pragg was the one who consistently put the pressure on, and eventually Aravind cracked.
Yeah, he had a game plan that seems to be working out now.
Mm-hmm.
Winning his first game of the event.
And that's going to set us up very nicely for tomorrow's game, where Pragg will be playing. Let's have a look. Pragg will be playing tomorrow Hans Niemann.
Oh. How's Hans doing? +1?
+1.
Not bad. So what games do we still have left? Pragnanda is going to win. Baby Sarah, Carissa Yip is a draw again. I can't even keep track. Was this winning last time we checked? Was winning, right?
No, it was draw because there was a critical move. Rook takes a6. It wasn't found. And
right. And since then, yeah, nothing has changed.
Mm-hmm. And
capture a pawn.
Chucky is still holding against Panasar, and he's done everything by the book. You know, he's gotten his king round to c6. The bishop is there on f2 defending the h-pawn. And
by the book, you mean from amateur to international master?
From Dvoretsky's endgame manual, from them all. This is exactly what he needs to do, you know. Just work the king to the queen side. The bishop covers h4.
There's always enough counterplay, isn't there? Either you take this guy, or you prepare d5, or you run with the h-pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Very well defended there from Ivanchuk. And Ivic is still in big trouble against Liu Maoyi.
Yeah, I was just looking. This hasn't really improved.
and
he's had enough after losing the queen.
Well, it's a great result for Liu Maoyi, who really...
breaking the streak.
Exactly. I mean, losing 6 games in a row must have been incredibly tough. But she comes back just 15 years old and scores an important victory. So that means there's 2 games remaining in the challenges.
You can see the excitement there. And Velimir Ivic, very, very strong player, but now losing another game after he lost these 3 early on. Won't have anything to do with the top places this time around.
Mm-hmm.
So which one you want? Ivanchuk making his draw, Pragg winning, or Baby Sarah and Carissa Yip probably drawing as well?
I think we keep our eyes on Pragg as he comes forward with his pawns.
I've been to Prague recently, played Czech League, saw the Karlsbridge.
Oh,
There's
yeah?
some fancy clock, a lot of stuff going on in Prague. It's a
Really?
nice city. Yeah.
I've only been once. So you'd recommend it?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's cold though. B4 played.
So let's have a look at ways to go wrong. So rook takes f7. That's going to be a king and pawn endgame where the e-pawn is going to be promoting. But this one,
But black queen's first. How easy is this?
This is not
Apparently it's
easy.
winning, but is this what we wanted?
this is going to get to the destination 5 hours later.
Not that many checks, right? I mean, this check, no more checks. A lot of checks in Prague, by the way. So. Humor.
Yeah.
German humor.
You do realize my surname is Czech.
Didn't realize it, but I think I know that.
Yeah. But I actually, it was like long ago. I think his great-grandfather that was Czech. So yeah, lots of Czechs in Prague.
Yeah. Not enough checks for Aravind. No, this is winning, but is there an easier
Yeah.
way?
Well, I wouldn't go into that just because I'm lazy. So can we have a look at...
Prague is not lazy.
No, Prague is not lazy. I was going to say, what about this particular move?
This was also possible.
Yep.
But he did take...
Well,
He's done the count.
well, the only thing you can do is go rook takes rook, and a draw agreed between Panesar and Ivanchuk. Jan predicted it, our audience predicted it, and they were indeed right. Ivanchuk holding a very difficult position with some stubborn defense. But we're going to be going into a queen and pawn ending here as the b pawn advances, and as Jan has correctly pointed out, there's only one check on h7, and that is it.
Yeah, maybe you can get two b7, b6 with the king hides here. Then the f pawn is so strong you pick up the other guy.
Yeah. And with two pawns,
Yeah,
I
there's been
mean-
this big revelation recently that many g and h and queen endgames versus just king and queen are draw, but not with the king cutoff. And with f and g, this is an easy win. Yeah, I think it's even resignable. White just picks up the h pawn when it's convenient and queens the
Exactly.
guys.
also the black king in the middle of the board is very vulnerable to any cross checks.
Arvind doesn't give any checks, but decides to counterattack. Goes queen g1.
Well, queen e6, that's going to be the
That's
standard.
a bit unpleasant because you can't go here due to, what do you call this, a skewer?
Yes.
I think in Dutch it's satay van de Haas.
Hmm?
It's the Dutch word for a skewer.
You know, you're pulling my leg, right? Did you just say satay
Yeah.
on the house?
No, van de Haas.
Okay, okay.
I
I
had
thought
for
you were
dinner
referring to
yesterday.
like
No,
chicken satay
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
house.
No, it's not free. That's good stuff.
Okay.
Anyway, what was I saying? Queen g1, check. You gotta go here. And now we can take, no? Because if you take,
Yes.
we have this.
Looks good. Looks winning. And going to the Bibisara Carissa game, it is practically that endgame that we were demonstrating, with black having a pawn on f3, king on f2. And we concluded that one is a draw, but there are some challenges.
Always. She's still hanging on to the a pawn. That should make it easier.
But the a pawn is a little bit of a dead pawn, right?
I don't know. It's quite far advanced. Makes it hard for black to
Yeah, I
get
guess
two
so.
out of line. No, I mean the rook can never like give a check and support.
We can give a check now.
Yeah, but then you better go back
Yeah, I'm going to go back the other way.
here.
Yeah.
Who's playing for a win?
And now I'm going to go f2.
Just in time.
Yeah.
No, but this looks like a straightforward draw. Oops, apologies.
Okay.
King h3 plate. This is bad news for Carissa's pursuit of the Grandmaster title, at least in this tournament. If she draws, she will need 3 out of 4.
And a tough field ahead. So let's go back to the Prague game, because we could be seeing a handshake at any moment. So queen goes to e5, the king has to...
Look at Ivanchuk, by the way. Finishes his game after 6 hours defense. Dinner, nap. Now there's a game still going. He stays to check it out. The love for chess is real.
Yeah, and he's really in calculation mode.
Okay, enough is enough.
Exactly. He's worked it all out. It's going to be a win for white.
Yeah, Prague gave this check. It's less cool than the other one, but also winning.
Well, now you can throw in queen e6.
I think he wants queen e4 and f5, yeah, just to keep an eye. Pawn, he doesn't even want the h-pawn.
How clinical. I was going to say I would be going for that h-pawn for supper. But f5. Yes. And then the h-pawn just drops off at will. Yeah, not much play
you don't
left
need it,
for...
maybe he's even saying. Maybe he's even saying, "No, I don't want this pawn at all. He will give my king shelter."
He'll take it, or sure. For instance, after f5. Okay, so first the king will move to some random place in the world. I don't know where. I don't know where it should go. I mean, it's that kind of hopeless. And now the queen doesn't even have a good check.
No, the king has too many hiding spots.
Quick.
Tough break for Aravind. Also to lose like that after a long, painful defense doesn't make it easier.
Nope.
We've reached the point of the show where I don't have energy to finish sentences anymore, so I'll just say, to lose like that.
I feel you. To lose like that is going to be super painful. But he's in good spirits, you know.
Is he?
I think so. I think he's got that kind of temperament, you know. He's here, this is an experience. Okay, sucks to lose.
Yeah.
It sucks to lose in 1 hour, it sucks to lose in 6 hours. But I really do feel, especially with these Indian youngsters, that they're all about like the whole, you don't lose, you just learn.
I've never believed in that. I also never believed in it. You learn so much more from losses. Losses make you stronger. I don't believe it. I think winning makes you stronger. Like your rating goes up, your confidence goes up, your experience goes up.
Your ego goes up.
Ego goes up.
Everything
I
goes
learned
up.
from my favorite TV show, Industry, that your trauma makes you traumatized. It does make you stronger.
That's true. Everybody has their trauma. Industry, I've never...
It's a very good show.
Oh, okay. Big fan of slow horses.
Is that a chess thing?
Yep, it's a chess thing with Gary Oldman and some MI5 and
what's
some
it
good
about?
rules.
They stop terrorism?
No, they're not meant to do anything.
Ah, that's why they're in Slough House.
That's right.
Got it.
Yep. And I thought they had some good rules in life, like the Moscow rules, the London rules.
Watch your back, cover your ass.
Correct. Found
Those
another
are the
fan.
rules.
I found another fan.
good show. Latest season was better again. The one before 4 was a bit weak.
So okay, as no spoilers. Okay, yeah, we could really annoy people.
Yeah,
give posters some
everybody wanted to
spoilers.
start Slow Horses season 1 tonight, but we've given it all away.
Well, you did. I didn't. I told them it was about chess.
It's Sotiris that's complaining. You're right.
Well, okay, h5 was the move tried. Worth a punt.
Yeah, I gotta do something.
Take the pawn. Come on, take the pawn and then.
Won't change anything. Queen is 6, h6, and you're still. This construction is fairly untouchable. What?
Kill the game. Force queen e7 check.
That's what he did? Oh, when we're what?
You went queen g5 and you threw in a
queen
check.
e7, okay,
Yeah.
queens.
Kill the
that
game.
helps. That does help.
No, not. Yeah, with the check. There was some checks there.
Is there another spiral? Like kill the game when you have the chance?
Yeah. Or bank it. Just like you do in Monopoly.
Not familiar? Bank it?
Yeah, I don't know why I said it was for Monopoly. Somehow I've associated it with that game. You don't put anything in the bank in Monopoly, do you?
Bank it. Now I got it. I was thinking of a bank it.
Ah.
No, I don't know. I'm sure you put stuff in the bank. No?
Can't remember. Been a long time.
The banter is just sparkling, ladies and gentlemen. No one's tired. The outcome is completely unclear. Pragnanda could win, or draw, or lose.
Well, more checks are coming. And this, by the way, draw between Bibisara and Carissa. So this is the last game that is happening. And the clock is ticking down.
Literally the last seconds.
They literally like 13 seconds, but Prag is a cool customer. He's not going to be phased by the ticking down of the clock. Another check. Where's he going to hide? He's going to block.
Queen e7.
He can step up with the king.
Still some checks, but there is never that many hiding between these pawns. Now queen a7, king g6.
There's another check on g1.
Ah, there is one more check.
There's a little bit of a pendulum thing happening.
So some work is still needed.
You can hide on it. There you go. You found it. No more checks.
No. Is there another way? If we go here.
Can you go to F? Well, I guess it makes no point because you check on the diagonal. And then
The good news for White is eventually he will avoid the checks and then he's going to win. But he struggles making up his mind.
well,
He
it's
went
very
to f8.
He went to f8. Well, for Aravind, it's very important that he checks on the diagonal. That means that the white queen can't block
If
with a
we
counter.
go here, there are no more checks, right?
That's right. So now I guess you just start rolling with the pawns.
Not sure it's the best approach to queen endgames, but normally I think you just calculate until your opponent has no more checks, because then you get free pass.
It's always good, right, to put the attacking king opposite the defending king, like he's done here.
How's that thing? So you can counter
Yes.
on the diagonal?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And I guess Black has to move the king if they want to continue the checks or centralize the... No, you can't centralize the queen because of queen to d7.
Yeah, it's not much to do. White will push the h-pawn. Then there might be some more checks, but there's always shelter.
No, but the clock is ticking down for Prague. He doesn't have to be too precise. He can just, if he chooses to, throw in a few moves. The best that Arvind has is just to give some spite checks.
Could also resign.
That is one option. But you never won a game by resigning, huh?
No, but no one's ever won a game by playing on in this position either. Not sure if that's true, but very likely.
So what do we predict? For
1-0.
Prague? Yeah. That is looking like the most likely outcome, but what do we expect? Queen e1 check?
Just go
F6?
F6. Well, there aren't that many checks. I only count one. Now you run. Okay.
Well, I'll say one thing for Prague. He's keeping the suspense going because he doesn't have too much time. You mustn't forget about the clock. Prague, make a move.
Would be sort of ironic if he lost on time now after I said he should resign.
Well, okay, he's now got 33 seconds. So
no, he was making sure he has a hiding spot there. But he does.
well, what to do? Queen c7, king
Thought
g6.
B, but I guess it makes no difference. Yeah, king somewhere. Queen g3.
Hide in the corner.
We run towards the corner. Did we make any progress? Yeah, now there's f7.
Back again. And that is it.
This is a nice little... Yeah, no, it is pretty over. Prague will make sure he doesn't miss any unexpected checks. But he's so experienced playing with these 30 seconds per move that can't see anything going wrong. So what do people do when the round is over in Wijk aan Zee? Is there a big nightlife scene? What's going on here?
Yeah, so here at the Café des Zones, there is a very big chess scene. You know, you can sometimes hear
they
the
play out
background.
there?
They play out there.
Wow.
There's also a very nice bar which sells very good Flammekuchen. And they're also watching the show. So a big shout out to whoever is watching. And they do very good mead, recommended. And just a good time all round in this village.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing.
I have one small problem, which I think can be covered up. I forgot to bring dress shirts. Somehow I was packing my other stuff, but I didn't pack shirts. Is there like a clothing store in Wijk aan Zee? I could go all the way to Beverwijk
too
if
much
needed.
here. Who needs?
You've been here for weeks and weeks.
Yeah, I haven't spotted a clothes shop, so.
I know the local, what is it, Spar, the supermarket?
Yes, that's there. I actually saw Prague there on the first day, but clothes shops, no, I don't think so.
I'll Google.
But I don't think you need fancy shirts.
No, I agree. Just any shirt.
Yeah, it's interesting. But you said dress shirts. Is German like Norwegian, where a suit is called a dress?
No, a suit is a suit, but
Uh-huh.
I thought dress shirt is the term you use to distinguish between T-shirts and other shirts or Hawaii shirts. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. Oh, okay. Wow, we've been told by our producers all about the Oxfords, the flannel shirts you can wear dress. No, it's just because in Norwegian, I think it's very funny, you know, how suits are called dresses.
Yeah, that is true.
So I never really understood that because, from my opinion, a dress is a dress. A suit is a suit.
Okay, then. I need suit shirts.
Hmm?
I need suit shirts, then.
Do you know, I actually thought that the fancy shirt was called an Oxford, but I've been told that that's actually not true. So there you go. You learn something new every day, and one thing. Oh, okay. Oxford shirts are smart casual. We should check in with Erwin. He's our man there. But the checks are coming, but the inevitable is simply being prolonged. King to h7, and Aravind goes to stop the advance of the pawn because of the pin. But unfortunately, it's all about just finding that hiding place for the king. The queen is going to do an amazing job. And
Queen g7, king to h8 looks like a pretty good construction.
And on that note, we do have a result. Resignation from Aravind, and that means after several hours of play, Pragnananda gets his first win in the books here at Tata Steel 2026. And you can see the relief on Prag's face. Congratulations to Pragnananda. So we've had a decisive day here in round 9.
Talk us through it. Who won again?
It's Nodirbek there with 6 points, but he is just half a point away from Vachier, Sindarov, Yazkan, Erdogmus, and Jordan van Foreest, all on 5.5 points. And don't discount Hans Niemann and Matthias Blubbaum, 5 points. They are still there within the chasing pack.
Yeah, on the bottom of the table, Prag makes up some ground, joins the group of the unsatisfied. And those all are rating favorites. Keymer, Gukesh, Erigaisi, Pragnananda, all on -1, 4 out of 9. And Tata Van and Aravind at the bottom of the table.
And in the challenges, we have come to expect nothing but a bloody day, and that is indeed what the challengers delivered. We saw wins for Andy Woodward against Daniel Yufa, also a win for Aydin Suleimanli, but it was a loss for Marc-Andrea Morizzi against Max Warmerdam. And again, let's take a look at the standings at the end of round 9. And we now have a sole leader, Andy Woodward, with 7.5 points. But again, the margins are slim because Aydin Suleimanli is there, 7 points. And let's not forget Marc-Andrea Morizzi might have lost today, but he might be able to pull together a winning streak in the closing rounds. He's there on 6.5 points. Well, was a day of adventure.
Absolutely. Andy Woodward looking good there in prime position to join the Masters next year, because the Challengers winner traditionally joins the Masters tournament. We have, what, 4 rounds left?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just started. Goes so fast. This has been a pleasure. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Our producer is saying, don't say goodbye yet. Wait. So, seen any good movies recently?
No. I saw Avatar.
That sounds excellent. I watched Sinners last night. It was pretty good.
What was that?
Sinners. It's nominated for 16 Oscars. That's like vampires.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, okay. So after round 9 here at Tata Steel Chess, we have perfect balance. We have a sole leader in the Masters, a sole leader in the Challengers, but with 4 rounds still to go, everything is still tight. Nothing is settled just yet. Thank you to everyone for watching, and also to our audience who are no longer with us.
No one's here.
Thank you very much
Chase them all
for
away.
joining us. It's been a lot of fun. We'll be back tomorrow for round 10, where the pressure is only going to start increasing. For now, we are going to leave you, but we're going to leave you with Andy Woodward interview, where he recaps his victory. So tomorrow, we'll see you. Goodbye.
Andy, congratulations. You just beat Daniil Yufet to move to 7.5 out of 9. You are now in the sole lead. It's been a head-to-head race so far, but Maurizi just lost his game against Warmerdam. First of all, how does it feel to be in the lead tonight with 4 rounds to go?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it feels great to be in the lead. I don't know. It's like I was in the lead for a moment, and then it got taken away very quickly. So, of course, it's great to have it back, but there's still 4 more very interesting games. And I also still have to play Maurizi among other really strong players. So, yeah, I guess I'm happy with the results so far.
It's especially amazing. I mean, you lost round 1 against Bibisara, and then you just went on a tear, scoring 7.5 out of the next 8 games. Do you think somehow maybe the loss in the first round spurred you on, or it's a coincidence?
Yeah, I guess when I came here, my motivation was to win the tournament, and of course, the first game really disappointed me. It was really, I guess, hard to get over, but I mean, there's still 12 more games at that point, so it's like there's nothing to lose and everything to gain after losing the first round. So I was kind of still in good hopes.
And tell us just a little bit about the game against Yufet today. It looked like you were more or less in control. I imagine you're quite happy with the game.
Yeah, overall I think it was a good game from both sides actually. We were analyzing a bit after the game, and we couldn't really figure out or pinpoint where the critical mistake was. But yeah, I feel like once I got bishop d7 and my rook to d6, I felt pretty confident about my position, and yeah, I guess later I went on to win the game, but it was nothing spectacular, I would say.
Nothing spectacular, but you'll take it.
Yeah.
And finally, Andy, let me ask you, yesterday you went on the excursion that took you to Amsterdam and to the Max Euwe Center. How did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Of course, to like get out and do something during a chess tournament is always very nice. Typically, we don't really get opportunities to explore at all with the tight schedule. But yeah, I guess it was a really cool experience. Basically taking a jump back in history and seeing lots of different games, pictures, and books. And of course, just like taking a canoe along the city of Amsterdam was really, really special. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's really good to hear, and maybe inspired you for today. Andy, congratulations, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Not a great thing, and since then my opponents have also been playing well, so it's not, I didn't really get much chances, so I mean I was just trying to play my best and see if I'll get any chances. Yeah, I mean it's not really great, but still I think getting the first win is good.
For sure. And do you think the upcoming candidates tournament might have anything to do with it? Of course, it's always tricky for players who play in the candidates. You want to hide a little bit of prep, but you also want to give your all in this tournament. So how do you balance that?
I don't think it has anything to do with it, because I haven't even started preparing. So then it has nothing to do with it. Yeah. So no, it's just that I had. I mean, it's not even that second game was bad. I think it's more like first game was bad, and then second game, Nodirbek played a really good game. So, I mean, then you have 2 losses, then I mean, you need like some momentum to get into the tournament, which I was not getting. But yeah, I think overall my play is not as bad as the result looks, but hopefully it'll improve towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, you're at -1 round now, which by no means is a terrible result, of course. Are you looking forward to the last 4 games?
Yeah, no, I'm just enjoying playing, and yeah, I just want to give my best and see how the last few runs go.
And a final question: a few weeks ago, Duolingo published this video ad where you were the main character in it. I thought it was such a cool ad. Can you tell us a little bit about the experience of filming that and how it was for you?
No, when you started with last few weeks, I was wondering where you're going. There was just so many. There was just so many things, so many tournaments I was playing. So, but yeah, it's. I think it was a really fun experience shooting it, and yeah, I enjoyed it, and I think it turned out well. So yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out.
What did you think when you saw the final result for the first time?
Yeah, it felt good. I mean, it was more effort from their side, so which clearly showed. I don't think I did much effort, but still, yeah, I think it's a great ad.
And I thought you were a great protagonist. Prag, thank you so much for your time. I know it's been a long day for you. Congrats again on the win, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of Chess.